Good morning, all. It's 9 a.m., March 9th, 2022. We are going back on the record for a continuation of the evidentiary hearing in docket number 21-EDPE-444-RTS. I'm Dwight Keene. I'm chair of the Kansas Corporation Commission. I'm joined this morning by fellow Commissioner Susan Duffy and Commissioner Andrew French. We're going to resume where we left off yesterday, which is with the examination of witnesses. So, Mr. Flaherty, I will turn to you and ask that you call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Empire would call Mr. James Mcmahon.
Good morning.
Mr. Mcmahon, I need to swear you in if you'd raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Can you state your name and business address?
Sure. My name is Jim McMahon. My business address is 200 Clarendon Street in Boston, Massachusetts.
By whom are you employed?
Charles River Associates, which is an economic and management consulting firm.
What is your position with Charles River Associates?
I am a vice president and I lead the advisory services business for CRA.
Did you prepare direct testimony and exhibits on behalf of the Empire District Electric Company in this docket?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any changes or corrections to your direct testimony or exhibits?
No, I do not.
If I were to ask you the questions that appear in your direct testimony, would your answers be the same today?
Yes, they would.
Did you also prepare rebuttal testimony on behalf of the Empire District Electric Company in this docket?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any changes or corrections to your rebuttal testimony?
No, I do not.
If I were to ask you the questions that appear in your rebuttal testimony, would your answers be the same today?
Yes, they would.
Your Honor, I would request that Mr. McMahon's direct testimony and exhibits and his rebuttal testimony be referred into the record.
Very well. Is there any objection? Without objection, all of the pre-filed testimony, direct and rebuttal is admitted.
Thank you. I would tender Mr. McMahon for questions.
All right, very well. Well, we will begin with the commissioners, and for commissioner questions, I will begin first with Commissioner French.
Thank you. I have a few questions. I primarily want to reserve until after cross because I'm afraid I'm going to confuse myself again. But let me start with maybe one clarifying line of questioning. Mr. McMahon, did you have the benefit of hearing any of the hearing yesterday?
I did.
Okay. We had a line of discussion trying to, I think we were trying to benchmark between this wind farm and the costs and benefits associated with it to customers versus the Western Plains wind farm that's been discussed in testimony for the Evergy companies, or Westar at the time. And we were discussing it, and I think, frankly, I overcomplicated things in my own mind. As I went back and thought about it last night, I thought it's a lot simpler than I think I tried to make it in the hearing yesterday. And so let me lay something out and ask you to maybe either agree, disagree, or clarify it for me. As I'm looking at these two wind farms, my understanding was Western Plains was roughly a levelized cost of energy of $20-ish, and a potential revenue around $4. And the net effect of that was day one, based on what Westar's then existing ECA was, or their APC, it was a savings to customers as far as adjusted production cost, or just their total ECA, I guess. My understanding, looking at the evidence for Empire, is even when you look at potential revenue, the $33 figure for a levelized cost of energy, even potentially bringing in some revenue, it's still an increase. It would still be an increase to the ECA day one. It's only potentially due to escalating market prices in the future that we would see savings to customers. Is that a correct way of simplifying it, or am I missing something?
Well, I do think you need to look at both the revenue side and the cost side. So I think that was an important first piece of this, because I think the revenue side of the equation was completely left out in some of the analysis done by the CURB and the staff witnesses. So it was just, strictly comparing the revenue, the PPA to the Empire project on a cost basis was not an appropriate comparison. So you do need to bring in the revenue side of it. And I would agree with you that today that revenue side, or the cost of the $33 is higher than the ECA. But as you look out over time, I also agree that you see more benefits growing over time. But if we just strictly look at the comparison between the Western Plains contract, which has a revenue benefit in the market of the $4 and the $22 cost, and we compare that to the Empire contract or the Empire projects, which have a much higher price in the market, even though they have a $33 cost. I think that's the differential that you want to focus on. And it's something we pointed out in testimony, and just looking at even market prices around between the different nodes. So I think there's just a general misunderstanding about how you look at the economics of these projects. And when we analyzed it and supported the analysis with Empire, it was done on a total portfolio analysis basis. So it was looking at how do these wind projects fit into the portfolio? Do they reduce costs over time? And so when you add those wind projects to the portfolio, they create significant savings, and a lot of that is demonstrated in the GFSA, and that was the basis for the decision making. And I think that hopefully answers your question about why there is longer term savings, and they only grow over time.
Okay, I said I was going to limit myself, but I've thought of two more lines of questioning.
Okay.
So you said you're looking at the economics of the Empire Wind projects as a portfolio and the potential revenue associated with them. But there was another point I was supremely confused on yesterday, which was just how in heck did we get to a $33 levelized cost of energy for wind? I mean, I'm pretty keenly aware of what wind goes for in the SPP market. And, I think I threw out there, well, is it the lower, wind quality, lower capacity factors? And no, that I was told, no, they've got good wind capacity factor. And so I am frankly just struggling to figure out. Oh, I was given the explanation that, well, they have a higher value because it's selling at a higher level. But I think I indicated that didn't make much sense to me, because we set rates based on costs. And so I guess my question is just what caused these wind farms to cost so much more, to drive that levelized cost of energy up as compared to other wind farms we've seen? Was it solely due to the cold weather packages? Were they building higher turbines to capture, because they are in an area of less wind? Is it just cost overruns? If you have the information on that, I would love to hear it. You may not be the right guy for that, and it's fine if you want to defer it.
Well, I can say this, and I think it's probably best answered by Todd Mooney, who I think will be on the stand next. I can say that the turbine heights are higher. I think they're also more spread out. There was some greater land value acquisition costs. There is a cost to locating the good wind closer to the low territory, because if there wasn't, I think everyone would be doing it and rushing in. I think it's just a matter of economics when you look at the opportunities in Western Kansas versus what you could do locally. And I think that I think that Aaron Dole tried to explain some of that yesterday from what I heard, that there's trade-offs. And that's basically why we do analysis, to illustrate that you can get a better proposition from a more expensive wind farm if it's located in a better area.
I guess the thing, I'm sorry.
Yep, no, go ahead.
The thing I'm struggling with is I can see how choices to have higher wind turbines or a cold weather package could drive that price up to I guess, sort of like the $24 indicative number that we've seen. And in that case, I mean, you're really going to do well in the market with those LMPs. I guess I'm struggling to understand. I mean, that it didn't cost more just because the value is more at that spot. I understand that you'll do better at that spot, and there are reasons to locate closer to load. I think I explored that with Mr. Dole, and I'm in agreement, quite frankly. But the $20 or the $33 or $34 number just kind of shocks the conscience, and I can reserve that for Mr. Mooney if we want to talk about the details of how it gets to that number. So I'm sorry, that's probably more of a comment. I'm just inviting more explanation if you have it.
Well, Commissioner, does the question have to do with at all why the LCOE was different from the GFSA to the number that's proposed here as the levelized rate?
That wasn't my question, but that was actually my next question. Let's go to that because I understand those are very different calculations. I think you indicated that in your rebuttal testimony, and I understand it's a different calculation. But I guess what I'm failing to understand is if that is not a true levelized cost of energy, and it is not of what customers actually pay, why was that number used in the GFSA other than, I mean, cynically, it looks like it was simply used to justify the projects. So if you could give me some flavor of why it was the correct number to use in that proceeding and now is not an indicative number.
Yeah, for sure. And I do think that the prior question you have to defer to Mr. Mooney. He'd be in the best position to answer that question regarding why the costs were what they were. We weren't the engineering consultant. We were the economics consultant. But yeah, so let me take your question on the LCOE. So let me start with, to be perfectly clear, the calculation in the GFSA was not the basis for Empire pursuing the wind, and I'll explain that. But what was the basis for Empire pursuing the wind was the really detailed portfolio analysis that I was describing a few minutes ago, which used industry leading software, price forecasts from ABB, an outside consultant that does produce those forecasts widely, a bunch of scenarios, I think 54 different endpoints that tested different levels of risk. That was the basis for the original $325 million of savings in the GFSA, which included both the wind and the coal, the Asbury plant, and ultimately in the CPCN filing of $169 million savings. So the rate that the GFSA rate then compared to where we are today, and I know there's been some confusion, so let me try to explain it, and I'll try to do the best I can, and maybe I can kind of put an illustration up for you. The levelized rate in this proceeding is the rate that recovers the net present value revenue requirement over the project's lifetime.
I've got that now.
that is the rate that ensures cost recovery, and not a penny more, not a penny less, and that is the $33. The rate that was in the GFSA and the RFP analysis was a shorthand way that Empire staff was using to compare the wind projects to other projects, like keeping the Asbury plant online. And the number in the testimony is around 2397. And the discounting of that was done different, and it used an inflation factor. And this is why that number does not recover the revenue requirement over the project's lifetime. But in fact, if to get to effectively the same result, you would basically just escalate that number each year by the inflation factor of 2%. and you would get to a recovery of the revenue requirement. So instead of the flat rate of the $33 as an example for all years, if you took the 2397 and you applied an inflation factor, you get to almost the exact same result. And maybe if I can,
I guess,
yeah, go ahead.
well, I know we're getting in the weeds here, but I think the weeds are important. I understand mechanically why it's different. I mean, I read that in your rebuttal testimony. What I don't understand is why that number was an appropriate indicative number in that proceeding when it's not the number that customers would actually pay. But just from your perspective, in layman's terms.
Yeah, for sure. I would tell you that was not the number that was depended upon in the commission's decision making in Missouri, for instance, around why to make this investment or why this investment made sense. The investment made sense because of the net present value savings that was calculated through all of these model scenarios that I mentioned before, and all the different portfolio comparisons. That was the basis of the calculation. It was, like I said before, it was used as a shorthand way just to illustrate the alternative of running the Asbury plant in that original GFSA. Because as you may recall, in Missouri and in Kansas originally, the application was for to retire Asbury and to do the wind at the same time. And Empire agreed to look at the Asbury decision as part of the 2019 IRP, but the wind decision had more of an urgency to it because of the tax credits and being able to capture 100% of the tax credit benefit, the production tax credit benefit. So that's how the number was used in the GFSA and how it's been cited in other aspects. Can I just share something with you that maybe is just sort of the equivalent of writing on the whiteboard here, and just to make this entirely clear about what happened here between the two calculations. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, and you see these calculations?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so just to point out what exactly changed between the original GFSA numbers and the levelized rate. This is basically to show, here's the levelized rate that's being proposed today, 33.73. Here's the GFSA number of 23.97. This was discounted at the 7.08%. It was done in the way that you would discount numerator and denominator to figure out exactly what rate is needed on a set basis each year, same number each year, to get you to full recovery of that revenue requirement number. And this number was calculated with only discounting the numerator at the 2%. And what I said before was effectively it becomes a number that needs to be escalated by inflation each year to get you to recovery of the revenue requirement. So just something we did to show the equivalence here is we took these numbers from the GFSA and said, well, what if we actually put them did it the same methodology as is being proposed here with Empire's levelized fixed rate proposal. And you see you get to almost an identical rate of the $33. So I just wanted to show you that to demonstrate that there is equivalence here, even though there's been a lot of discussion about this $23.97 number, and it's even the source of, I think, Curb's recommendation in terms of what the price should be set at. But I don't think that's a valid interpretation, and I just want to be clear that would significantly under recover the revenue requirement.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with, I can't disagree with any of your math. I'll just make the comment that, and I said this yesterday, I think I know where the confusion comes from, and it's, most of us that follow this could see $24, $25 being a reasonable type of win number with some extra cost. And so it looks like the number I think some of us were expecting, but I certainly understand how the math works out. Maybe could I ask you one more question back on the first issue of savings and how this would impact the ECA and customers. we talked about that this relies on a model, a projection of future integrated marketplace pricing, and that as the pricing goes up, we would see more savings flow to customers, or more revenue, which would eventually produce savings for customers. Is that break-even point essentially the levelized cost of energy of the wind farm, the 3397? In other words, if for some reason congestion were relieved in the Empire area, or gas prices were lower than projected, and that integrated marketplace number never got to $33.97, $34, would customers ever see any savings?
Yeah, I mean, to answer your question, I wouldn't consider it a break-even point for savings. I think what we showed was there's $169 million of savings that is reflected effectively in that LCOE. I mean, again, that was the basis for the LCOE, was just as a proxy comparison. But the savings, the analysis was conducted using a base case forecast that didn't include any carbon pricing in the base case. Looked at scenarios where there's carbon prices, there's low energy prices, and I can tell you that we didn't compute a break-even price in that original analysis. But I can tell you that the vast majority of all scenarios, even when combining negative combinations of things, produce savings. And that was, and I think even in the worst case, it was effectively break even. I recall it's in my testimony, I believe, but it's minus 3 million or something to that effect. In everything goes wrong situation.
Okay. But in that base case, if you hold everything else level except for the market price of energy, you say it never gets above 33.97. You don't see savings if everything else is held the same.
If everything else is held the same, and we're not assuming any growth in rec pricing or anything else, if the price never rises above $33, I think that would be accurate. But I think there's a lot of other variables there.
Okay. Honestly, I just want to make sure I'm thinking of it correctly, the different scenarios. I think that's all I have at this time. I understand I had some pointed questions for you, Mr. McMahon. I appreciate your responses. I'll reserve any further questions for after cross-examination at this point. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Cross-examination, Commissioner Duffy.
I'll hold my questions till after cross. Thank you.
Very well. Mr. McMahon, good morning. I'm not going to hold mine. I want to dive right in. I really had 4 questions I was going to ask you. You've already addressed 2 of them really pretty directly, I think, through the colloquy that you just had with Commissioner French. So I'll not repeat these. When I look at your rebuttal testimony and the table of contents, what I see there basically is an item by item rebuttal by you of the various contentions that have been made by CURB and by the staff. Is that a fair representation?
Yeah, certainly about some of the items from CURB and staff, I think, that were directed toward my area of expertise.
Sure, fair enough. What I'd like to have you do is respond and embellish just a little bit more your pre-filed testimony, rebuttal testimony on 2 items here. If we could take a look. Of course, the table of contents appear on your rebuttal testimony. It's not necessary, Michelle, for you to bring this up, in my opinion. As items number, let's start with Roman numeral 3-1, if we might. And I'll repeat what that topic is. It's a response by Mr. McMahon to the contention that wind projects are not needed to serve Empire's energy or renewable obligations. I've read your prepared testimony. It's a very high level response, but the thing I think it doesn't do is it doesn't relate that high level goal back specifically to Empire? How does that rather esoteric goal relate back to Empire? If you could help me on that, I'd appreciate it.
Do you mean the esoteric goal around renewable growth?
Yes, right. Right.
Okay.
I think it's a given fair objective, but how does that relate back to whether or not as the question I think is posited, whether these specific wind projects are needed to serve energy or Empire's renewable obligations? I want something more company specific and not something quite as broad as your response.
Sure. Let me see if I can try. So, I think there's probably some confusion about the Empire's need for wind, and there was some commentary from Ms. Crane in her testimony, and then also the witnesses Puga and Kane, showing that the reserve margin rises above the minimal level set by SPP. So, I guess first off, I would just say that when we talk about minimum planning reserve margins, it's a bit dangerous to flirt with that. And there's a reason that the vast majority of utilities in SPP and frankly around the country are significantly above that. And I would say Empire, I think we showed a graphic that showed Empire, far to the left side of that graphic, toward the planning reserve margin compared to a lot of others. And I think as Aaron Dole said yesterday, the planning reserve margin can be adjusted by SPP up or down based on sort of what's happening in the market and more intermittency coming in. And we also can see resources get their capacities decremented. And I think there's both of those aspects at play here in Empire's decision making and how it thinks about acquiring capacity and how it thinks about that reserve margin. I think, while Empire does build some buffer into its reserve margin in the near term, and that's shown in one of the graphics by the witnesses Kane and Puga, that is really a temporary phenomenon because you have expiring wind contracts and you also have Empire's planned retirement of Energy Center 1 and 2. And that's shown in the 2019 IRP, but it's not shown in witnesses Kane and Puga's charts. So let me start there, and that just basically to say that I think the capacity question, which has come up several times, is a bit misleading. And I think on top of the fact that there may be some excess capacity today, Empire's negotiated the sale of that excess capacity in energy to a municipal district. So you asked the question though, why would Empire want to shift more into renewables? And I would say this, Empire has 2 PPAs, wind PPAs that are expiring, and it does not have any other renewables except for some small hydro. It is all fossil based. So when you think about Empire's transition and how it wants to move, like many other utilities, for the sake of their customers, to a more diverse, sustainable portfolio, renewable investment has to be part of that. And frankly, Empire had an opportunity, like other utilities in the country, to take advantage in more of a first mover way in terms of this low cost wind because of the federal tax credit. Technology had matured to a certain point, and you had a really substantial federal tax credit that was declining on a yearly basis at a certain point. And they had a really unique opportunity to jump into that. And so that's why it made sense for Empire to do that. And Empire is in the process of transitioning its portfolio. They have all fossil otherwise, and 2 of those fossil plants, they're minority owners in. And so that was really the basis for some of the decision making. Does that answer your question, Commissioner?
I appreciate that response. That adds a lot more granularity, really, I think, to responding to the contention. I appreciate that. The other question I had for you, Mr. McMahon, has to do with, and I'm looking again at your table of contents in your rebuttal testimony. It's Roman numeral 3-3. And for the record, I'll repeat what I think in essence is being asked here and responded to. It's a response to, I think, the contention that Empire should have elected to contract for renewable energy instead of owning and operating the wind projects. And I think a companion question to that is, under these circumstances, I would just add why they chose not to contrast in this instance wind PPA pricing. If you could embellish your pre-filed answers with respect to this, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, I would be happy to, and I'm happy you asked me. If we really think about it, this question of ownership versus PPA comes down to whose books it's going to be on, meaning who's going to finance it and who's going to control it. Because it is the same developers bidding into the RFPs to construct the projects who propose ownership or PPA. Developers, even though we might not always think this, are for-profit entities. These are not being constructed by not-for-profits, where they're just passing through their costs. So if they own it, the customers are paying the developer's financing costs and the developer gets to control the asset. If the utility owns it, customers are paying the utility's financing cost and the utility gets to control it. So in my mind, the question is financing and control and the value that brings to customers. And in my opinion, for many utilities, that can be a threshold question that they can answer up front in the process. And I can see in some instances why a utility would prefer a PPA route, have someone else run it. You maybe don't have expertise in tax equity partnerships. Maybe you don't have the balance sheet. Maybe you want some diversity in your portfolio and you want a date certain that the contract ends. But frankly, I can see many more reasons why a utility and frankly its commission would prefer that a generating asset is on the utilities books and controlled by the utilities. Utilities have a relatively low cost of capital. They have a fiduciary duty to their customers, and hopefully they're in the best position to make decisions in the future for their customers' benefit, because everyone knows, especially the developers, that these assets have value beyond their useful life. Aaron Dole talked about the interconnection as being incredibly valuable, like taxi medallions in New York City, or what used to be taxi medallions in New York City. Scarce and incredibly valuable. And I step back and I have a real concern that you have several large developers in the market, in this market in SPP, and frankly around the country, that have an ownership orientation, that are monopolizing ownership of the assets, that will put customers, frankly, in a difficult position in the future when it comes time to recontract or look at other options on the site. And so, why did it make sense for Empire to finance and control these assets? A lot was talked about Algonquin coming in, and this was a terrible thing that they just brought this philosophy of we're going to go build wind. Well, Algonquin was in a rare position as a partner with Empire that it could do tax equity financing. So, for the most part, wind and solar projects, whether they are developer owned or utility owned, they need to be tax equity financed. It just means you need another party who has taxable income to take advantage of the federal production tax credits from the wind. And Empire, through the Algonquin relationship, knew how to do that just as well as the other developers out there. And in fact, I think about one of my other clients, NIPSCO, that in Indiana, who ended up replacing coal and bringing on wind and solar, patented their tax equity deals right after Empire's. So Empire had the ability to finance the deal, but they also saw the benefits in controlling, in owning the assets for the long term. I mean, they knew they had the expiring wind contracts in a few years, and they had this essentially all fossil portfolio. So it was really about thinking about the industry transition. And it wasn't just about capturing tax incentives. It was about this sort of fundamental portfolio change. And that fundamental question, who should own these assets and control them? And so, I know you've heard the testimony from Andrea and the staff's witnesses that there were better deals in the market and the company had just pursued an RFP and that's the only way we would know for sure. And they go as far as to tell you about, proxy prices based on their research. And I totally appreciate that they've pulled research and data for the commission to look at as a comparison. But for one thing, that data does not provide any of the the revenue side equations that we've talked about ad nauseum, it seems. And then the FERC, they're also based on some scant data, and I'm happy to talk more about that, but I think there's sort of a false comparison there between the PPA and the ownership. And if I had to just summarize it, really, it's the choice of contracting versus ownership is really just a choice of financing and control. And in my opinion, it made perfect sense that Empire went the route from the get-go to focus on ownership. So I hope long-winded. I apologize there, Commissioner, but hopefully that summed it up for you.
No, I prefer the detail over the general always. I think that was very helpful. It was very helpful to provide a lot of background granularity again about why the choice was made and how the trade-offs were considered. I see you addressing that rather directly. So let me ask you a question that's sort of an adjunct of what your response was, and that is, I understand your criticism of the comparative approach that was taken and the comparative data that was utilized by the staff. I understand your contention there. If comparative data were to be used, what other sources should have been turned to? What would have been a better basis of comparison?
Well, I mean, let me comment just a bit on the sources. So, the Lawrence Berkeley Lab information comes from FERC quarterly reports, and we actually contacted them just to make sure we understood exactly how they compile the data, and they admit it's not always complete. They do their best, fine, and it's it's a source, and at least it's complete from the perspective that they're sharing all the data they provide, or all the data they collect. The level 10 data really comes from level 10's database. So level 10 is a company that just connects buyers and sellers, and it's mostly corporate buyers, frankly. And the numbers that were pulled there were the 25th percentile. I mean, it's the only thing that level 10 reports, which to me is a bit more of a marketing material than anything else that should probably not be relied on in a commission proceeding. I mean, this is marketing material to entice buyers to come use the platform. So to your direct question, what data should have been used? Well, I think even if I think if you look at what the Western Plains contract, and that's been brought up frequently here, the testimony by witnesses Kane and Puga basically said it was out of scope for them to dig into that contract. And I said, okay, out of scope, but it's sort of the essence of their argument. So we had to dig into that. And I think, we found, much like Aaron described yesterday, that the Western Plains revenue assumption was much lower than an Empire's wind farms, and frankly makes the wind farms look better. And I think, also interestingly, in that Western Plains proceeding, I think, which is well before these commissioners, Evergy had done an RFP that included PPAs and ownership, and the PPA price came out $2 higher. And staff in that case, I believe, still recommended the PPA route. And I think Evergy went to a settlement to come up with ownership. So I guess to respond to you directly, Commissioner, I think what I would say is, first off, if we're going to pull public data and about specific projects, we should probably look at what the LNPs are in the different locations that those projects are located, and recognize that a project out in Western Kansas is going to have a lot less value than a project in the eastern part of the state or Western Missouri. And then second, that where we have the granularity that's actually been developed and a record developed in a proceeding on a specific project that's being referenced here, we should look pretty closely at that.
Do you believe in the case of the Western Kansas wind farms that the analogy is close enough to be actually credible?
The analogy
to the proposal that's being made here, then, right?
Well, Commissioner, if your question is, do I believe that is a comparable project just on the basis of the cost proposal? I would say no, for the reasons that Aaron described yesterday, and I think we talked about a few minutes ago. I just think they're different projects that have different characteristics from a cost and a revenue perspective, and have different benefits with respect to how you're able to actually get the project or get the resource, the energy to load. So Aaron Dole talked yesterday about some of the transmission challenges of actually buying firm transmission rights.
Very good. Oh, Mr. McMahon, I appreciate the detailed answers you've provided and your patience with my questions as well. Let's turn now for further direct to Curb. Mr. Love.
May I, before the parties go, may I ask one follow-up to what your last line of questioning was? Thank you, Chair. I think that it cuts to the heart of the matter to try to, because there was not a PPA solicitation here, to try to figure out a proxy to judge reasonableness. And let's take as a given, just for reasons of argument, that this is not a comparable project to something like the Western Plains wind farms or the wind farms we've seen out in Western Kansas that are 1.4 cents. Let's say this, that we buy all of that. It sounds like you didn't completely dismiss the data from the Lawrence Berkeley labs. Does that provide enough detail of other levelized costs of energy from wind farms, say, blending across SPP and MISO? I mean, we've got a spot right on the seam here. Is there enough data to find, to create kind of a proxy? And if you were to blend and try to kind of localize where you're at here, would the $33 be cost competitive, or is it still generally quite a bit higher than kind of a blend of wind farms between SPP and MISO?
Yeah, I don't know that there's enough data within the LBNL data to draw that conclusion. I think there's where they can pull data from these quarterly reports, which may not reflect escalation in the pricing, which they've admitted that isn't always complete. I think it's very difficult to generalize some conclusions from that. I mean, I appreciate the Commission's desire to look for benchmarks. And I guess what I would say is, an RFP was run here for Empire, where they got bids from all of these same developers, whether they opened it up to contracting or not. And again, back to that financing and control question. So to me, that is more of a upfront portfolio question that needs to be decided by Empire. Now, do some companies go out for both? Absolutely. And I think that's a reflection of not having necessarily a clear portfolio direction, or not having an ability to do the tax equity financing. And I think, frankly, it's probably more the latter with some companies, though it's becoming increasingly common. So I guess to answer your question directly, Commissioner French, I don't know that you can get to that type of conclusion with the data without having more information. We just know where Empire's projects are located in a very different location to some of these other projects out to Western Kansas.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Before we turn to other conferees, any further Commissioner questions at this point? Commissioner Duffy?
Well, we're on a track, and this has been extremely helpful. Thank you, Mr. Mcmahon.
McMahon, you got it. First time.
Okay. I just keep, at what point was your company brought in to do their work?
It's been 5 years or so. I wouldn't know the exact date, but we were brought in at the time where ABB was involved early on in running the modeling, and we were brought in to support the development of the testimony and reviewing modeling inputs and ensuring that the calculations were right and reasonable.
Okay, so you're like the validator in essence.
In that case, in the beginning, yes, I would say that we later took over all of the modeling work and we're behind the work done to produce the 2019 IRP. But originally, yes.
And I appreciate your comments about, their decision to build, but the lingering question is just why didn't they do it? I mean, you're in the thick of it and the weeds with the different plans and running the scenarios and the what ifs. I can't help but express, I think that was just a big gap. And so all the folks here testifying and submitted testimony had to fill in the gap. And that could have been so easily resolved if they had just issued that as part of their RFP so that folks could bid on the whole breadth and depth of wind farm operation. I don't know really what my question is, but surely that's just kind of a basic, right?
No, I mean, I guess what I would say is this. When we look at these options at a portfolio modeling level, we're looking at an option primarily around, does the wind make sense coming into the portfolio? And that's how we looked at it,
But they were already in wind. They already had these PPAs that won't expire till 25 and 28, but they had been exposed to wind. It is part of their portfolio.
Right. They had expiring contracts in 25 and 28. And then the rest of their portfolio was entirely fossil, with the exception of a small hydro.
Okay.
And the rest of their portfolio, a third of their portfolio was either contracted or minority owned. And so in my opinion, it makes perfect sense that a utility would choose to finance and control. I just want to keep clarifying that is all we're talking about in terms of difference here between when you invite developers in to bid on projects, because it is the same developers that are bidding on the projects, whether it's just a question of whether it's going to be on the utilities books and controlled by the utility, or it's going to be on the developer's books and controlled by the developer. That is all we are talking about. And in my mind, that is a threshold question, or can be a threshold question for a utility ahead of any RFP process. So I appreciate, Commissioner, your comment that had they just put PPAs in this, we would know the price of a PPA. But I guess I'm saying to you that I think they would have got the same bids, but just in PPA form from an economic perspective. I think of them as economically equivalent. And if they had chosen a PPA, they would no longer be able to control the asset and not have it on their books. So,
well, presumably it would have added to their defense as to why they want to build and own by showing, oh, well, here's a PPA. And if we did it ourselves, it's this. I mean, that compare and contrast, I think, would have further solidified, their decision. Okay, so I really don't know. As I look forward, I think the seams issues will be resolved. I think a lot of that, just because of where we are in the United States, and everyone knows there's the bigger picture, I think a lot of those issues will disappear. Resultantly, whether the value of wind and where it's located, I think in the short term will be less of an issue as well. I mean, the wind in Western Kansas, yeah, it's out there. I don't know that, I think its value will increase over time. Because the demand will be there. And I think the thought process that everyone's going through is evolving. But so I don't know that I'm just confused by folks saying the value of the wind is rated higher. I'm not sure if you add everything up, all the ingredients, that it really comes to that.
Well, so some good comments there, Commissioner. I appreciate that. And I agree with you that this country is in transition. And I think that, transmission is a big focus, certainly of the U.S. administration, a focus of MISO and SPP and all the RTOs, frankly. And I think they're looking for solutions that can, open up corridors and really improve, the flow of renewables across the grid. I think the things that we need to think about is that that's not happening in isolation. So, you have load changes that are happening, and despite, I think calls for the fact that the load for Empire is maybe flat, and we see utilities flattening load. There are some significant load drivers here in the future, technology driven primarily. You think about electric vehicles, and you think about data centers and a lot of these energy hungry appliances. So I think that is certainly one aspect of it. And then there's also this overall portfolio fleet transition that's going on away from fossil, that is going to disrupt the flows even more and create more challenges. And I think that, Empire is building near to its site, near to its jurisdiction, or in its jurisdiction in some cases, in creating an ability to mitigate many of those risks and how that balance changes, but also in giving itself tremendous flexibility as that kind of world changes. And you think about what you can do on those sites. Something that was referenced yesterday that I just want to play back and emphasize is, you have an interconnection to this grid, which can take years to get and can be expensive to get. And you are now able to put energy on the grid at that peak level, and the wind's not blowing all the time. And you're able to then leverage that interconnection to put other resources there that could benefit the grid. So if stability becomes a problem on the grid and you have some gas solution, or a reciprocating engine solution, or if you have storage solutions that you can co-locate in these sites, it becomes incredibly valuable. So Commissioner, I agree with you that there is a transition happening, and we should not be assuming steady state, but I would suggest that there are a lot of factors that are going to influence how congestion may shift. And I would say, if we look historically back in this zone, this has been a high price zone for a number of years.
Thank you. And Chairman, I'll hold off on anything else.
All right, thank you. We'll turn now to, for additional cross-examination, to Kerr. Mr. Love.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. McMahon, my name is Todd Love. I'm one of the attorneys with Curve, and I have some questions to ask you. You may have partially answered some of these questions for the commissioners and their initial round of questions, but so bear with me as I go through these, and hopefully they won't be too repetitive. But, if you're ready to begin, I'll start.
Please.
On page 4 of your direct testimony, I believe it's lines 3 through 5, you state that one of the issues addressed in your testimony is why Empire's decision to acquire 600 megawatts of wind when it had already had adequate capacity and energy resources capable of meeting customer demand was reasonable. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
So while you support the request for the wind assets, you acknowledge that Empire already had adequate capacity for its energy resources capable of meeting customer demand. Is that correct as well?
At the time, yes.
Okay. Excuse me. You recall when Charles River Associates, also known as CRA, was first engaged to undertake the GFSA?
I do.
Would that have been around October of 2017?
Yes, thanks for we're calling the date for me, but yes.
All right. And is it right about that time that you submitted your testimony in the predetermination docket to the 18184 docket, I believe it is, as stated on page 4, lines 6 and 7 of your testimony? Is that correct?
Yes.
Am I correct that the general approach of the GFSA was to update the 2016 IRP for several key assumptions?
Yes, I think that's accurate.
When the GFSA was developed, Empire had not issued its RFPs for the wind projects. Would that be correct?
Correct.
And you examined several possible scenarios as part of the GFSA, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Turning to page 18 of your direct testimony, lines 2 through 4, you state that there's a constraint of 800 megawatts for new wind based on your analysis. Is that correct?
What lines are, sorry, 2 through 4?
I believe it was page 18, lines 2 through 4.
Right, correct, yep.
And your conclusion stated on page 29, lines 4 and 5 of your direct testimony, was that the cost of Empire acquiring new wind resources is lower than the cost of continuing to operate the existing Asbury coal plant. Is that correct?
Well, that was one of the conclusions for sure, that when compared to Asbury, and that was back to one of the commissioner's questions around that LCOE comparison, it was cheaper to bring wind on the system and retire Asbury. But those decisions can be also broken apart, which is what was done in the CCN proceeding, because Empire, as I stated earlier, agreed to defer the Asbury retirement to the 2019 IRP, but focus on the wind and demonstrating that the wind had value to the portfolio. So the $325 million in savings became $169 million in savings for the wind once it was reduced from 800 to 600 megawatts.
Did your analysis assume that the new wind would be owned by Empire, or did you allow for possibility of acquiring any wind through PPAs at that time?
Yeah, the modeling was planning modeling, and oftentimes it's just modeled as an ownership option because of the general equivalence, as I talked about earlier, when you're in these PPAs versus ownership options. It's another party that's building these things, constructing them for you, and it's just a question of financing and control. And so given sort of that general equivalence of those two options, it was just modeled as an ownership that went longer term. So I'll just leave it there.
Okay. On page 39 of your direct testimony pages, or lines 6 through 10. I'll give you a second to get there. Are you there?
6 through 10?
6 through 10. I believe you quote, Empire's analysis showed that adding 800 megawatts of wind and retiring the Asbury coal plant would reduce cost and cost risk to Empire's customers. Empire agreed to reduce the wind request to 600 megawatts as part of a stipulation with certain stakeholders in the MPSC proceedings and to review the retirement of Asbury in its 2019 IRP. Is that a correct quote?
Yeah, I think that's consistent with what I stated a moment ago.
Yeah, I said some of these may be repetitive. I just want to make sure I've got the questions down and make sure I'm understanding their answers. Okay. Now, you use the word stakeholders in that quote. What stakeholder concerns resulted in the reduction of 800 megawatts to the 600 megawatts?
I'm sorry, I'm just not the right person to answer the question.
Who might that be? Would you have any idea?
I mean, you could probably ask Greg Tillman. I think he'll follow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. I appreciate your honesty. Thank you very much. Okay.
Sure.
Continue on. Much of your rebuttal testimony in pages 3 through 10, I believe, as Commissioner Keen and past Commissioner French comment is, discusses Ms. Crane's statements that these projects are not needed to serve Kansas customers. Is that correct?
Yeah. So could you just repeat the question? I was just
I said a large chunk. The first about pages 3 through 10 of your rebuttal testimony basically make critiques and comments regarding Ms. Crane's statements about whether these projects are needed to serve Kansas customers.
Yes.
That a correct statement?
Yes.
Okay, and it seems from your rebuttal testimony that kind of for the first time, at least in the testimony at that point, was that Empire was attempting to justify that these projects attempting to justify these projects on the basis of a need for capacity in a few years. Is that under your understanding? Is that kind of the first time that came up in this proceeding?
I don't know if it's the first time it came up in this proceeding. It was a response to a commentary in the direct testimony of Ms. Crane.
Okay, so assuming that Empire believes that it will require additional capacity in a few years, has Empire issued any RFPs related to procurement of additional wind or other capacity resources yet?
The procurement of additional wind or other capacity, I don't think an RFP has been issued. I think if you look at the 2019 IRP, which was completed a few years ago, and there'll be a new IRP coming out shortly, as Tim Wilson referenced, there was an expectation that there would potentially be new resources out into the future, not too far out in the future.
Okay, thank you. On page 12 of your rebuttal testimony, I believe there's a figure or a graph, I should say. It's figure number 3 of your rebuttal testimony. And in that, you show the levelized cost of energy of $23.97 for the wind projects, assuming a 30-year analysis. Is that correct? Is that what the graph shows? Part of what the graph shows.
Well, so I would relate this back to Commissioner French's question about the LCOE and what that LCOE represented in the GFSA, that it was basically a shorthand way exactly to do this, to compare to Asbury, and that if you actually tried to use this rate to recover a net present value revenue requirement, a flat rate every year, it would significantly under recover the revenue requirement. So that $23.97, as I showed earlier in that illustration for the commissioners, would really be about $33 if it was taken, if the same approach was used. But I just want to clarify that because of the way you phrased the question.
I understand, but that is what the graph shows. Part of the graph is the 23.
It shows the comparison of the LCOE and that formulation from the GFSA, comparing the wind to the Asbury plant continuation.
Thank you. Is it fair to state that you conclude on page 12 of your rebuttal testimony that while there are many reasons for the difference between the levelized cost of energy and GSFA as filed in this case, that's mostly due to methodology?
Yeah, it's mostly due to methodology. There's other differences in terms of the timing and the length of cash flows, the 30-year versus the 20-year. But yes, mostly due to timing.
Okay. So you're basically
mostly due to methodology. Sorry.
I'm sorry. So you basically used a different discounting formula in the GSFA than what was being used now in this case. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, that was a calculation made internally at Empire around this originally, and that sort of was carried through as a shorthand calculation for comparing the coal plant to the wind projects. But again, from a cost savings perspective, it didn't have anything to do with the cost savings calculations.
Okay. But it did have, that change had a significant impact on the LCOE, did it not, amounts?
Well, it was a methodological change, and as a result, as I said before, that 2397 is, I'd almost call it a real LCOE, real dollar LCOE. So the way to think about that is if you increase that at inflation every year, you would about recover the revenue requirement, the net present value revenue requirement.
Do you believe that the method used to justify additional wind projects in the GSFA was incorrect?
So I said this to in response to, I think, Commissioner French's question, that the LCOE calculation in the GFSA was absolutely not the basis for deciding to pursue the wind. It was the detailed portfolio analysis using the modeling software, running the scenarios that was used to justify the wind and show the net present value savings, even under extreme negative scenarios where you have sort of a scenario tree of things that could go wrong, that it demonstrated savings, and that's why the projects were done.
Now, do you believe that excuse me, I can't speak this morning. Do you believe that the method used to justify these projects before the Missouri Public Service Commission might have been in any way misleading to either the commission or the public?
No, I don't think so. I think we were very explicit about the cost savings, and actually in testimony in Missouri, when that question came up, I was very explicit in my testimony, and probably on the stand, I don't recall, about how these calculations were produced and what the justification was for the wind.
Thank you. Now, at the end of page 22 and the beginning of page 23 of your rebuttal testimony, you begin some discussion on the Lawrence Berkeley National Lab data on PPA prices. Is that a correct statement?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you talked about this a little bit earlier, but are you familiar with Ms. Crane's exhibit, Appendix C, ACC1, that provided a chart of the Lawrence Berkeley National Lab demonstrating PPA prices from 2017 to 2019 timeframe?
I've seen it, but I don't recall it specifically. But yeah.
That's all right.
I can pull it up. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah. Now, on page 23 of your rebuttal testimony, lines 5 and 6, you argued that the Lawrence Berkeley National Lab data is incomplete and cannot be confirmed as accurate in all cases. Is that correct? I think you may have touched on that with the commissioners earlier.
Right. I think it's a compilation of publicly available data based on FERC quarterly reports, some of which the owners choose to provide that information in detail, and in other cases there's a lot of gaps. That's my understanding.
And again, this next question you may have already answered, but I want to make sure that it was answered. I believe you may have answered it for one of the commissioners. Are you aware of a better source of data for comprehensive PPA prices during this period beyond the Lawrence Berkeley?
Well, I think there's a lot of confidential PPAs out there for obvious reasons, and as I think I mentioned to the commissioner, in terms of the how to use that data and look at basically the cost side, but also the revenue side, and think about what maybe the value is of the different projects based on their location, would be one thing I would do in addition to pulling publicly available information. And then the other source would just be the Western Plains. Testimony and background and details, some of the details that we were able to dig into.
And I apologize, next question may also be repetitive, but I want to make sure I get the answer. You go on to state on line 13 of page 23 of your rebuttal testimony that even if the data was accurate, it should not be used as a benchmark to benchmark the cost of the company's wind projects, because projects differ from one another for many reasons. Is that correct?
Which page was that? I'm sorry.
I believe it's line 13 of page 23.
Oh, 13 of page 23. Could you just restate the question for
Yes,
me?
again, I believe it states that okay, your rebuttal testimony is that even if the data was accurate, meaning the Lawrence mark, it should not be used to benchmark the cost of the company's wind projects because projects different from one another for many reasons.
Yeah, that's correct. In what I've explained, I tried to explain to the commissioners about the differences in location and the relative value.
And my last question, isn't it correct that we will rarely never know for sure the price Empire could have gotten for PPAs since it did not conduct any solicitation for PPAs, but assuming from the beginning that it would own the projects? And that may be basically the same question that Commissioner Duffy asked you, but I see if you have an answer for that, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd answer it roughly the same way, which is the RFP that Empire did was to all the same developers, and they got all the same information about constructing a project that would ultimately change hands and be owned and financed by Empire. So I think the data that's probably relevant for purposes of making some of those judgments could be the Empire the bids the Empire team received. So I think well, that's all I'll say from that point.
I appreciate your indulgence, and I apologize if I was repetitive. I do appreciate your answers, and I have no further questions for the gentleman.
Very well, moving on. Cross-examination, KCC staff, Mr. Jevon.
Yes, Chair Gain. Good morning, Mr. McMahon.
Good morning.
Just to clarify something for the record, the modeling that you support in your direct and rebuttal testimony calculates that Empire's customers will benefit from these wind projects because over time, Empire will sell the wind project energy into the marketplace at or above the cost of the wind, right?
Yeah, Empire, I think that the basis for the revenue requirement and what Empire needs to recover cost recovery is an assumption about what Empire. Let me restate that. I think your question is there an assumption in Empire's analysis of what the price will be in the market from a revenue perspective? Did I restate that correctly?
Not quite. I mean, the question is Empire calculates that its customers will benefit from this wind project because over time, Empire will sell the wind project energy into the marketplace at or above the cost of wind. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, I think there's a couple different elements to this, and you need to think about the portfolio cost aspects to it. But I think, in general, Empire is selling the wind into the marketplace as we've established. So this is the IM market where you sell everything in and you buy everything out, and Empire is selling the wind in at whatever the LNP price is, and we made assumptions about that LNP price over time, which is what drives the assumptions about the cost savings that the customers will receive. So the $33 is basically a net present value revenue requirement that is not a break even. It's customers receive $169 million in savings if Empire gets full cost recovery, was the estimate.
Okay, so just to be clear, Empire calculates that Empire's customers will benefit from this wind project because over time, Empire will sell the wind project energy into the marketplace at or above the cost of the wind, correct?
Just to be clear, the analysis demonstrated that Empire's project generates $169 million in savings. So there's a price point where Empire doesn't receive the revenue or the pricing it expected, and it still is a benefit to customers. That. So I just want to be clear about that.
Okay, so Mr. Mcmahon, you've stated in this docket that $33.73 per megawatt hour is the actual levelized cost, correct?
Yep, is the levelized cost of the project to make Empire whole from a total cost perspective that includes the construction costs, the operating costs, the financing costs.
Mr. Mcmahon, can you tell me at what point in the future Empire's modeling suggests that the SPP marketplace revenues will be above $33.73 per megawatt hour?
I think there was in the GFSA appendix, the price curve. I don't have it handy here, but hang on. Right. So the base price scenarios from the original GFSA had the prices increasing over time, that you would get out into the 2020s and you would get into the 30s and $40 range.
Okay, so Mr. Mcmahon, you don't have a date in the future when Empire's modeling suggests that SPP's marketplace revenues will be above $33.73 per megawatt hour, correct?
I don't have an exact date for that. No, not based on the modeling.
Okay, if that's not a number that you have available right now, can you follow up with the commission to identify that?
For sure.
Mr. Mcmahon, would there have been any harm to Empire opening up its RFP process to allow the inclusion of PPA offers?
Well, I don't know about harm. I think that, as I said before, that this was a threshold question, in my opinion, around whether Empire would want to own, would finance and control the assets, or not. And as I said before, Empire had the capability to do that, which a lot of other utilities don't, frankly. So it was a threshold question, in my opinion, and a reasonable one. Could they have opened it up to PPA? Sure, if that's what they were seeking. So I think these are different portfolio choices.
Okay, so you don't see any harm to the company in opening up its RFP process to PPAs, correct?
I see that it would be an unnecessary step, and so I think there's probably some harm there in the sense that it's an unnecessary step with inefficiencies built in. But other than that, sure.
Mr. Mcmahon, in your rebuttal testimony, you state the planning reserve margin is the measure of the amount of generation capacity available to meet expected demand over a given planning horizon, correct?
Do you have a page number for that?
That's in your rebuttal testimony, page 4, lines 4 through 5.
Yes.
You found it, or that's how you define PRM?
Sorry, that's how I defined it in my testimony.
Okay, thank you. Currently, SPP requires a PRM of 12%, correct?
That is my understanding.
Without the Kings Point, Neosho, North Fork wind projects, Empire exceeds SPP's PRM through 2026, right?
Yes.
On page 6, figure 2 of your rebuttal testimony, you demonstrate that Empire's capacity in excess of its 12% requirement is comparatively low to other load serving entities in SPP. Notwithstanding that ratepayers elsewhere in SPP may be supporting even greater capacity excesses, you acknowledge that Empire has no current requirement from SPP or otherwise for the capacity and energy from the wind projects, correct?
I'm sorry, you asked maybe a couple of questions there in a sentence. So can you ask the question specifically? I just want to make sure.
Yeah, no problem. So although that there may be other ratepayers in SPP with utilities who have greater capacity excesses than Empire, you acknowledge that Empire has no current requirement from SPP or otherwise for the capacity and energy from these wind projects in this docket.
Well, just to be clear, then make sure I restate it correctly. If the question is does the wind temporarily put Empire above its minimum reserve margin, then I think what I shared with the commissioners earlier was yes, and that there's reasons for that, and not only to build some buffer into the reserve margin in an environment where capacity is becoming decremented, and in an environment where there's some pressure upward on the PRM, but also because it's really a temporary phenomenon because of the expiring wind contracts and the fact and the retirement of EC Energy Center 1 and 2 that was shown in the 2019 IRP, but wasn't really referred to in witnesses Kane or Puga's testimony. And then finally that this wind was really opportune with the tax credits in place and an ability for Empire to begin that transition of the portfolio, which was predominantly fossil.
Okay, let me rephrase my question. SPP isn't requiring Empire to have greater than 12% capacity, correct?
That's correct.
Mr. McMahon, Empire assumed a compound annual growth rate for the SPP marketplace revenue of 4.6%, correct?
I think that's accurate for the base case.
Do you know how that compares with historical changes in SPP energy prices, say over the past 10 years?
I have not done that analysis.
Is there another witness in this docket that would be able to speak to that?
Not that I know of that's maybe done that calculation of the historical versus the going forward expectation.
Okay, thank you. The SPP energy price growth projected by Empire is not certain, correct?
I think just to refrain a bit on what I said earlier, it's an estimate. It was actually from a ABB, which produces these forecasts based on extensive modeling of the whole grid, but also of the gas markets and then the electricity markets and the interplay between those markets. And it is a base case estimate that it was based on in 2017, based on where they saw on an integrated basis the future of gas prices, of power prices, of regional changes in the market mix, and as a result, no one wants to depend on a single forecast. I tell that to all my clients, and do a lot of work in strategy work and planning, and it's always about putting scenarios together and really understanding the risks and what are the downside cases in particular that this would just not be palatable. And so the analysis depended upon, like I said earlier, 54 different endpoints run across a whole set of variables up and down. And so I think, just to be clear, the decision was not based on a single base case outcome. It was based on an expected case, but that also referenced the risk. And so the risk being represented by the range of outcomes. And as I said earlier, basically in all the scenarios, we showed that this had a net present value benefit or break even at worst.
Okay, so SPP's energy price growth projected by Empire is uncertain, right?
Yep, I guess that's probably the short form of what I just said.
If prices over the next 20 years grow at less than the projected rate, the benefits to ratepayers would be lower, right?
I think it would depend on a variety of factors, Frank. I think if you think about the Aaron Dole mentioned the rec pricing yesterday, that was significantly higher and growing. You can think about the optionality that I talked about earlier and Aaron talked about yesterday, Tim Wilson, that presents at these sites. So you can't look at this in isolation around a single change, that a single variable that looks impose a what if just around that single variable. I think you have to look at the whole set of potential uncertainties, and that's what we tried to do. But to just answer your question simply, if the price was lower, the benefits would be lower.
Empire does not propose to reduce the recovery of project costs from ratepayers if actual SPP revenue was lower than projected, correct?
Are you talking about as part of the levelized rate proposal?
So if there are lower energy price growth than Empire projects,
Okay.
Empire does not propose to reduce the recovery of project costs from ratepayers if those SPP revenue is lower than projected.
Yeah, not that I'm aware of.
So Empire's ratepayers would bear the risk of lower than projected energy revenue, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's always the situation when you make an investment and you're making an investment based on some assumptions about the future, and you try to protect yourself. And you can see benefits in one direction, you can see less benefits in another direction, and you're doing things that you think are overall net beneficial for your customers and meet a set of objectives. So I think Empire is not guaranteeing the numbers per se, but I think there's been a lot of analysis done that demonstrates that the risks are reasonable.
So Empire's ratepayers will bear some of the risk of lower than projected energy revenue. Do Empire's shareholders bear any risk from lower than expected SPP market revenue?
Well, I think shareholders always bear some risk in these environments. I think there's regulatory risk. There's all sorts of risks that can impact the shareholders. I think we can make this about shareholders versus customers, but I think the shareholders. There's also shareholders of these the developers in the PPAs, and those shareholders are being compensated for their capital costs. As well, and in some cases probably at a higher cost of capital. So I agree that this is an investment on behalf of Empire's ratepayers, but I would not suggest that shareholders don't bear any risk.
Mr. McMahon, Empire's proposed recovery rate of $33.73 per megawatt hour does not include the cost of potential repowering in the future, correct?
Correct.
In the future, Empire may seek to recover the cost for powering from Kansas ratepayers, correct?
That's probably not a question for me, and so I apologize. You could probably ask that to Mr. Tillman.
Did you present any testimony that repowering the wind projects is cost effective?
No, I don't think I presented any testimony on repowering.
In your rebuttal testimony on page 23, line 1, you will find the LBNL data. You said that you find the LBNL data potentially useful in demonstrating general trends in wind PPA pricing. When were you first aware of the existence of such a data set being maintained by LBNL?
First aware, I can't say specifically. I'm aware that LBNL has tracked lots of information and publishes reports on, on all sorts of important figures from an energy planning perspective. But I can't tell you when I was first aware.
You stated earlier in your testimony this morning that you began working with Empire 5 years ago. Were you aware of LBNL at that time?
I can't tell you if I was aware at that time. Honestly, I'm certainly aware of LBNL and certainly aware of some of the work they've done, but I can't say specific to that question. Sorry.
Were you aware that the LBNL has published a wind technologies market report summarizing the pricing data in the database since at least 2009?
I wasn't specifically aware of that, no.
Did Empire consider this or other data on PPA pricing on its decision to exclude PPAs in its solicitation for bids to acquire 600 megawatts of wind?
I wasn't part of that decision, so I'm not the right witness for that. I apologize.
On page 23, line 6 of your rebuttal testimony,
Yep.
You cite your communications with LBNL.
Yes.
Were your communications with LBNL in response to Mr. Kane and Fuga's use of LBNL data in their testimony?
Correct.
Did LBNL provide you updated info based upon your inquiries?
They provided us some information, based on our inquiry. Yeah.
Did they point out any specific data points that were unreliable?
My understanding, based on the conversation, which I wasn't directly part of the conversation, one of my analysts was that they do their best. They try to track projects, but they recognize there's lots of holes and take the information for what it's worth.
Did they tell you that any data was wrong?
I wouldn't say wrong, just omitted or just not enough information to be certain about some of the numbers.
Based on you and your analysts' discussions with LBNL, is your opinion that the LBNL PPA prices in the database are totally unreliable as a benchmark for PPA prices in a given region?
I think I'd reference back to my earlier comment that I think they're useful as a price point from a cost perspective, but they don't give any indication of where the assets are being located and what value those assets might have in the market, which is really the other half of the equation.
In your testimony, you characterize the level 10 P25 PPA prices as an unreasonable source of PPA price information by virtue of not being final PPA prices, not including interconnection costs, and being the lowest 25th percentile of bid prices. Have you reconciled in your review why these prices are consistently higher than most PPA prices in the LBNL prices for the SPP region?
Have I reconciled why the level 10 prices are higher? Is that the question?
Yes, why the level 10 P25 prices are consistently higher than than LBNL prices for the SPP region.
No, I haven't reconciled it. As I stated before to the commissioner's question, I think that I just find that level 10 information more of a marketing document. But it is interesting that maybe that's the lower end of the LBNL or higher than the LBNL at the 25th percentile. But I don't give much credence to that. There's not a report that we found that really demonstrated the range of costs, and didn't just focus on the 25th percentile. Even with that comment, I think it would suffer from the same challenge that the LBNL data might suffer from, which is if you don't understand where this asset's being located, you really don't have the full picture.
Mr. McMahon, I'll direct you to your direct testimony now. Specifically, page 23, line 17.
Mr. Jevons, this is Dwight Keene. While he's looking that up, I must inquire, do you have any idea how much longer your cross-examination might consume?
I'll be done very shortly.
Okay, we've been going for an hour 35 here. We need to give the court reporter a break before long, so please continue.
Yes, Chair. Mr. McMahon, are you on page 23 of your direct testimony?
I am.
Line 17, you use LBNL data as part of your analysis, correct?
We used it as a comparison point for the cost of construction of wind on $1 per megawatt, $1 per kW basis. Yeah.
On page 24, line 11 of your direct testimony, you use LBNL data as part of your analysis there too, correct?
Yep. For the you're talking about for the line 11, Lazard's estimate and LBNL's estimate. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. McMahon. At this time, I do not have any further questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jevons. Does the commission have any further questions of this witness at this time?
I do not.
Okay.
My
Commissioner,
questions were answered. Thank you.
thank you very much. Mr. Flaherty, if you would, redirect.
Your Honor, could I indulge just taking a short break to use the restroom?
Absolutely. You need to go no further. We will take let's take a 10-minute break. It's approximately 10:35. We'll resume at 10:45. We're off the record.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Michelle, are you there?
I am here and stopping the share.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner French, are you back? There you are. Good, sir. Commissioner Duffy? Okay, nice to see you. Very well. Okay, it is now 10:45 and we are back on the record. We will continue with the examination of.
Yeah, I was going to tell me because I know. Anyway, it has to do with the hearing. Javon. Morning.
Michelle, I think you're off of mute.
Anyway, the people in the Zoom meeting are saying that he.
Michelle, there we go. Let's make another run at that. Sorry, Neil. All right, we're going to resume with the examination of Mr. McMahon, and we'll start where we left off, which is with redirect. Mr. Flaherty, please.
Yes, Your Honor, and can we confirm that Mr. McMahon is back on?
Mr. McMahon, are you back on? Great question. Thank you.
That's all. That's all the questions I had.
I see a lot of boxes on my screen, and I wasn't looking for his, but his isn't there yet. We will hold for just a bit until the witness returns.
Chair Keen, I don't even see him on here. It looks like he may have disconnected. Do we want to give Mr. Flaherty a few minutes to see if he can
No,
get a hold?
he just called me and said he was disconnected. So that's
Okay,
why.
so he's trying. Okay.
Okay. All right. We could, Your Honor, if we're back on the record, just one housekeeping matter that during Mr. McMahon's questioning with Commissioner French, he used what I think he referred to as if he was in the courtroom, and he was able to use the whiteboard that he could, show basically I think it was related to the LCOE and the different calculations. Could we mark that as Empire Exhibit 11, and then we'll get a electronic copy of that, and so we can get it put into the record since he referred to that in his questioning.
Jim,
Sure,
this is
Mark, are you moving for its admission?
Yes, I'm asking if we could do that, and yes, and move for its admission.
Yes, we will do exactly that. Is there any objection? Without objection, it's admitted.
This is Todd Love. I have no objection, Commissioner. I just saying I would appreciate if we could get a copy of that sent to everybody, if that's possible.
Yes, I'll do that over the lunch hour if that'll work.
No problem.
All right.
Thank you, Jim.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Mr. McMahon, are you there yet? I'll give it another minute or
He's
so.
connecting again now. It might just be a second for his audio and everything to come up.
Thank you. Yes, very well. Good. Welcome back, Mr. McMahon. Can you hear me?
Yeah, the impulse to exit meetings immediately after they end in this Zoom environment. Sorry about that.
We never let anyone off that easily.
Yeah, right.
Okay. I think we've reached the point where we are now, I think, prepared for Mr. Flaherty for you to conduct your redirect.
And I have no redirect questions for
Okay, well, that's
McMahon,
good.
so
No, that's fine. In the absence of redirect, I believe, Mr. McMahon, we have reached the conclusion of your testimony. And I believe we have. At this time, we are going to dismiss you virtually and have you step down from the stand if you would. And we appreciate your testimony very much this morning.
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All
right, very good. I would note, just as a matter of housekeeping as well, before we move on to the next witness, we now have 4 witnesses remaining, 2 for Empire and 2 for the KCC staff. I would just note for all parties that it is the commission's intention, and I think we're going to be able to do this without any difficulty, for us to conclude all of the testimony today and conclude this hearing today. Having said that, Mr. Flaherty, if you would call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Empire would call Mr. Todd Mooney.
Mr. Mooney, I need to swear you in if you'd raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and business address.
Todd Mooney. Business address is 1100 First Street Southeast, Calgary, Alberta.
By whom are you employed?
Enlighten Innovations, Inc.
What is your position with Enlighten Innovations, Inc.?
Chief Financial Officer.
And not to give you an opportunity for a free plug for your new company, but in case it might matter for the record being made in this case, what business is Enlighten Innovations, Inc. in?
I'll take the opportunity. Enlighten is a manufacturer of long duration energy storage that's in the final phases of commercializing its flow battery technology.
And how long have you been with Enlighten Innovations, Inc.?
I've been with them for 2 months.
And your position with them?
Chief Financial Officer.
Okay. And prior to becoming CFO of Enlighten Innovations, Inc., you were employed by Liberty Utilities Canada Corp., a subsidiary of Algonquin Power and Utilities Corp., correct?
That's correct.
And Algonquin Power and Utilities Corp. Is the ultimate parent of the Empire District Electric Company, is that correct?
That's correct.
What was your position with Liberty Utilities Canada Corp.?
Vice President, Finance and Administration.
In that capacity, did you prepare and file testimony and exhibits on behalf of Empire in this docket?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to that direct testimony other than for the changes to your introduction and background section to reflect that you are now with a different company?
Yes, I've got one very minor correction. On page 34, line 15 of my direct testimony, a reference is made that Vestas is a, quote, subsidiary of Steelhead. That reference should be removed. Vestas is in fact the parent of Steelhead.
With that change, if I were to ask you the questions that are in your direct testimony, would your answers be the same today?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd request that Mr. Mooney's direct testimony and exhibits be referred into the record.
Is there any objection? Without objection, it's admitted.
I would tender Mr. Mooney for questions.
Very well. We'll begin first with Commissioner questions. This time I'll begin with Commissioner Duffy.
I'll hold my questions till after redirect. Thank you.
Very well. Very well. Thank you. Commissioner French.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Mooney, I do have a question for you because Mr. McMahon referred me to you. So congratulations. The line of questioning that I wanted to talk about was just how, for these 3 wind farms, we found our way to roughly a $34 levelized cost of energy. It's my high level understanding that a levelized cost of energy tries to capture the overall cost of constructing, owning and operating a facility over its lifespan. Is that generally correct?
Yeah, that's my understanding as well.
So in this case, that $34, if we're to compare it to, a wind farm that has a levelized cost of energy of $20, it might reflect that there was either a higher cost to construct it per kW or MW, or there was a higher cost to maintain it. those types of things would be the primary things that would influence that higher levelized cost of energy. Is that fair?
Those are some of the larger factors that influence that. That's correct. But there are other factors such as operating cost over the lifespan. And I think most importantly, the length of the lifespan of the facility is a key contributor. So I would highlight, it's my understanding that the $34 approximate levelized cost that's under discussion for this hearing is over a 20-year time frame. Whereas typically the life, and definitely what Empire's expecting for the facilities, is a longer time frame, 30-year time frame. And given that the capital costs of the facility are the largest portion of the overall costs, spreading those costs over a longer time frame does in fact result in a lower LCOE.
Since you raised it, if we were to look at a 30-year time frame, I'm presuming that might have some components of repowering or adding storage, which would be additional capital costs. And that would be on top of the current levelized cost of energy. So that would, if you lengthened it, in one sense, you would reduce the levelized cost. If it required additional repowering or new investments, that would also have the effect of increasing the cost over that time, correct?
Yeah, that is correct. There are definitely items that may need new capital expenditures the longer the time frame, and so those are factors that are in general taken into account in looking at longer time frames.
So what the heart of what I really want to get at is because the bulk of my experience is in Kansas and the Southwest Power Pool, I'm pretty now over the last 5 years, I'm pretty used to seeing wind farm levelized cost of energy or PPA prices between 1.4 and 2 cents. That's not what we're talking about here. I as you probably heard if you were listening in, I asked whether that was due to the lower wind quality and perhaps a need to construct taller towers. And I don't know if that has anything to do with it. I also was given the explanation that somehow the levelized cost of energy is higher because the value is higher, because the LMP is higher in this area. That I'm not sure I understand. I mean, I understand why we'd be able to accept a slightly more expensive wind farm, but I don't understand how that actually drives the cost to construct the wind farm higher. Could you maybe give me some more details specifically on what drove the cost of these wind farms to be so much higher than what we've experienced in other locations? Is it things like cold weather package and taller wind towers? Is it COVID? Is it just other cost overruns? Help me get from 2 cents to 3.4 cents.
Right. I think you've hit on a number of the key elements. In fact, the list that I was going to run down is almost what you've just said. So on one hand, the lower wind speed in western Missouri and southeastern Kansas results in a better economic trade-off, but still a higher cost by investing in higher towers with longer blades. The towers that Empire has used for the vast majority of the wind turbines are 120 meters, which is significantly higher than the average, especially when it's windier, closer to the ground. So that has increased the costs. The capital cost to energy ratio is higher. I believe the cost per kilowatt is closer very approximately to $2,000 rather than say $1,500, which was more of an industry benchmark. But it's just an average and doesn't take into account the situation in lower cost wind regimes where it does make sense to have that investment in higher towers. Cold weather package is another item that you have mentioned, and that is one other factor as well. Another factor specifically applies to the Kansas wind farm, Neosho Ridge, which does represent half of the portfolio. There were local setback requirements that required the facility to be spread out further than originally anticipated. That did increase production because if you spread out the wind turbines, there's less wind resistance, less internal resistance, and hence a higher production. But by the same token, you very much increase the capital costs associated with the collection system and the various balance of plant. So higher costs there as well. Finally, I would say COVID did have an impact. We definitely kept the impact as low as possible, but that impact was about $24 million, as I believe I mentioned in my direct testimony. $24 million is approximately 3 to 4% of the overall capital cost. So a number of factors lead to a higher levelized cost of energy than the average. But I think I would refer back to Mr. Mcmahon's responses just a short while ago, where this was the investment was based on the wind farms delivering savings to Empire's customers, and based on the savings that we had forecasted based on the scenario analysis that Mr. Mcmahon described, even with the higher cost, we were anticipating delivering that level of savings, $169 million net present value over 20 years.
So it sounds like the position you're taking is primarily the cost is higher than many other wind farms because you're building different types of wind farms. Is that a fair way to boil it down?
I think that's one way you could legitimately summarize that. I think without going into the details, but the factors that I mentioned, the taller towers, the more spread out facility, those are the elements that led to the higher cost and somewhat higher LCOE. But once again, I point back to higher investment doesn't necessarily mean a bad thing if it delivers the savings that you are expecting. And that's, I believe, what Mr. Mcmahon testified to a short while ago.
And it sounds like, I think what you just said is these were being constructed based on the potential for savings. So in my mind, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong about this, but the way I'm understanding it is that these were built not to meet minimum service obligations. Rather, the ask from Empire in this case is to include these in rates based on the value proposition to customers based on an economic case, correct?
Well, I think that's one of the factors involved, absolutely. But as Mr. Mcmahon referred to, there are any number of factors that were involved in the decision-making process to evaluate the generating options for Empire, whether it's diversification of the fleet, whether it is the capacity requirements, the time-limited opportunity to take advantage of production tax credits and then deliver those types of savings to customers, especially leveraging the expertise that Algonquin as a parent company could bring with deploying tax equity, which of course was the first time in the United States that a regulated utility used tax equity for wind. And so delivering those savings to customers, leveraging tax equity, all a number of factors, and delivering savings to customers was one of them, and definitely an important one of them.
Back to the issue of the difference in cost between this and, say, an average proxy wind farm, which we've been cautioned by Mr. Mcmahon not to use. I know you said roughly 3 to 4% of the higher cost could be related to COVID. Have you tried to put a percentage figure on how much of the higher cost of these wind farms compared to a generic other wind farm in the SPP MISO region, how much of the higher cost to construct these was based on those other items you mentioned, like the cold weather package and the taller towers, versus maybe just execution wasn't as good? Have you tried to put a percentage on how much was related to going the extra mile to make those different investment decisions?
No, to answer very simply, I have not tried to break down the cost changes in that manner. I would point out that in terms of execution, you'll see in my direct testimony that Empire kept the cost to within, I think, 5 or 6% of the original estimate in terms of the total capital costs, which for a 4-year billion-dollar project that was delivered during the first global pandemic in 100 years, I think was a pretty good cost performance.
Yeah, and I think I guess I'm kind of sensing that explanation because while there's been a lot of debate between the $24-25 number that was presented in the GFSA, I think Mr. McMahon explained that number was really $34 if you did the math the same. And so on that basis, that's what was expected. So I suppose I'm seeing what you're saying there. I think that's all the questions I have at this time. I reserve the opportunity after there's further cross maybe to get some more clarifications, but that's all I had at this time. Thank you, Mr. Mooney.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Mr. Mooney, I have no questions for you at this time. Many of the questions I had planned for you, fortunately for you, I guess, Mr. McMahon has responded to, and I'm just not going to repeat those again and ask you to provide your answer in a different incarnation. As a result, at this time, we will turn to Curb for cross-examination. Mr. Love.
Good morning, Mr. Mooney. My name is Todd Love. I'm one of the attorneys with Curb. If you're ready, I have a few questions for you.
Sure.
Shouldn't take long. Okay. You were the Vice President of Finance and Administration for Liberty's Utilities. Is that correct?
That's correct.
When you filed this testimony?
That's correct.
Yeah. In that capacity, were you involved in decisions about what type of generation assets to acquire, or were you primarily involved with how to finance those assets once a decision had been made to acquire them?
I was not involved in the decisions for selecting types of generation or evaluating those types of generation. My role at the beginning of the project was to educate the Empire staff and the regulators involved, including the Kansas Corporation Commission, about the use of tax equity financing. My role then evolved after the selection of preferred bidders in that RFP process had been completed. And so hopefully that answers the question.
It does. Thank you. On page 6 of your direct testimony, you show a levelized cost of energy for the current total portfolio that is significantly lower than the cost of energy being proposed in this case. Is that correct? I believe it's a graph or a
table.
Page 6.
Just let me get to page 6 of my testimony. One moment. Yeah, so there is a table that shows the levelized cost of energy. And as Mr. Mcmahon explained, this was the metric that was used in the generation fleet savings analysis. I think Mr. Mcmahon went into a lot of detail about how this is an apple compared to the Kansas Corporation Commission, $34 for the levelized revenue rate. And so it's an apples to oranges comparison. So I won't repeat Mr. McMahon's discussion of that.
I understand it. And I appreciate that. Again, I believe I asked this question of him, but I'll confirm it with you. Am I correct in the principal difference between the amounts is based on methodologies as much as anything?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. So the current total portfolio cost of energy shown on page 6 in your direct testimony, which uses the same methodology as the GFSA, is not the cost of energy the company is actually requesting in this case. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
As indicated on page 7 of your direct testimony, I believe on lines 13 through 16, the levelized cost of energy in the Missouri Public Service Commission CCN docket was also significantly lower than the cost of energy being proposed here. Is that correct as well?
Yes, the apples to oranges comparison indicated that the cost that was under evaluation, as Mr. McMahon described in the CCN docket, was $23.89, which is less than the $34. Of course, the apples to oranges comparison that's being used in Kansas.
Understood. On page 38 of your direct testimony, you state that Empire has 2 wind PPAs that will expire in 2025 and 2028, and that these PPAs provide the current wind capacity for Empire. Is that correct?
Sorry, could you please provide a reference line for that?
Is that let me see if it's page 38. Let me see if I'm sorry, I did not note the line.
I'll flip to page 38 and find that.
I believe it's line 13 and 14.
Correct. Sorry, could you please repeat the question?
Yes, it's just basically they're confirming that you said that Empire has 2 wind PPAs that will expire in 2025 and 2028.
That's correct.
Okay. And that these PPAs provide the current wind capacity for Empire. Is that correct as well?
That's correct.
Once these 2 projects expire, Empire will not have any PPAs, to the best of your knowledge. Is that correct?
For wind, that's correct.
Yeah, for wind. Is that correct? Were you involved in the decisions not to solicit PPAs for the wind? You may have already answered that earlier, but I'll ask again.
No, I was not involved.
Okay. As vice president or former vice president of finance and administration, were you involved in projecting annual earnings?
Not in that capacity with Algonquin Power and Utilities Corp. I did hold that role, but that role ended in 2017.
Okay. Does Liberty parent company Algonquin Power and Utilities Corporation provide Liberty with an earnings target each year, or at least do the 2 companies work jointly on such targets?
Like any company, the Liberty Utilities does prepare an annual plan or budget, and that plan is reviewed by the various utilities within Liberty Utilities, reviewed by Liberty Utilities Management, and then reviewed with Algonquin Power and Utilities Corp.
And similar, does Liberty work on developing an earnings target with Empire each year?
Yes, in the same process of preparing annual plans and budgets, Empire prepares its plans, reviews it with Liberty Management. That's then part of that overall consolidated Algonquin Power and Utility planning process.
Thank you, Mr. Mooney. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Love. KCC staff cross-examination, Mr. Jevons.
Good morning, Mr. Mooney.
Good morning.
Mr. Mooney, does your current employer have any ties to Empire or Algonquin, financial or otherwise?
Nope.
Mr. Mooney, I'll direct you to your direct testimony, page 38.
Okay.
Starting on line 2, you state the process by which Empire selected these wind projects was a competitive market-based process that was conducted without bias. You would admit that one bias that existed in a process was a bias against contracted PPAs and towards ownership, correct?
I would not admit that. I think Mr. McMahon provided clarity on that issue, in that the threshold issue was finance and control, what would be the structure for finance and control of the wind facilities. And that decision was made. So I don't think it is an accurate representation what you've just described.
Mr. Mooney, you mentioned in response to Commissioner French's questions that the 30-year levelized cost of the wind farms is lower than $33.73 per megawatt hour. Do you know if there is a calculation of what that LCOE is in the record?
I do not know if there is one in the record. It was not something in my direct testimony.
Would you be surprised if I told you that the company provided that calculation in response to CURB data request 12, and that the calculation is $32.50 per megawatt hour?
I wouldn't say I was surprised. I would say that was not information that I had prior to you revealing it to me.
Okay, thank you. We will be introducing the CURB 12 response as a staff exhibit with the next witness, Mr. Tillman. So that will be in the record. Thank you. And I have no further questions for Mr. Mooney.
Thank you, Mr. Jevons. Before we move to Mr. Flaherty for redirect, are there any other commissioner questions at this time? Yes, Commissioner Duffy, please.
Thank you. Mr. Mooney, I'm looking at the comments you made about the 30-year time frame for the life of the turbines. So it's spread out to that the life was extended from 20 years to 30 years. Is that correct?
Sorry, when you say extended, Empire is anticipating these facilities will have a 30-year useful life. And that's the depreciation rate that has been set in Missouri. So when you say extended, it's a matter of the anticipated useful life is 30 years as compared to a 20-year timeframe used for the levelized revenue rate in the Kansas calculation.
Okay, thank you for making that clarification. So when apparently in April, the company will be filing a new IRP. And I believe yesterday it was, there's some assumption that perhaps there'll be some additional factors relating to the wind turbines, like storage or whatever, more of a repowering effort, perhaps in the IRP. Was any of that contemplated as you look at the depreciation for a 30-year time frame, or was this just based on we got a turbine in the ground, this is what it cost?
Yeah, the 30-year timeframe was based on a wind facility operating on its own with no additional contemplation of investment in other technologies such as storage.
Okay, all right. So have, to your knowledge, is the output of the wind farms to date meeting expectations?
I'm not aware of the production actual achievement versus expectation. I know that actually, I'll leave it there.
Okay, all right. So that's probably a question better for someone else, correct?
That'd be a question for Empire, which operates the facility.
Right, okay. You had already gone by that. Okay. So you believe the cost increases that occurred during the construction of the facilities of between 5 and 6% was good, was logical, based on COVID and there wasn't a supply issue at the time for steel or anything else, right, at that time?
I don't recall all of the factors over a 3-year time frame in constructing the projects. There are always factors that change. I do recall perhaps there being an increase to the price of steel due to tariffs and other factors. All of those types of larger macroeconomic factors come into play as you have a long construction cycle. At the same token, I would characterize it to say that when estimates are made before a construction project, before a development project is complete, those estimates have a range associated with them. And as described in my testimony, coming in with final costs that were within, say, 5 to 6% of the estimate that was prepared at earlier stages of the project is a reasonable performance. I wouldn't say it's good whenever you spend more money than you plan. After all, I work in finance. I like to spend less than what is planned if possible. But that performance, I think, is a good performance for Empire as described in my testimony.
Okay, thank you. Let me look here. Mr. Chairman, I think that completes my questions, and thank you, Mr. Mooney.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Duffy. Mr. Flaherty, redirect.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Mooney, Commissioner French asked you some questions about the fact that his experience in the SPP market is that he's more used to seeing energy from wind farms in the 2-cent kilowatt area, an hour area, versus the 3-cent a kilowatt area that relates to these Empire's plants. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and can you explain to the commission why? I mean, obviously, Empire could have had a choice of going out and acquiring one of those plants that has 2-cent kilowatt hour versus what it ended up doing and building the plants where it did. Can you explain why Empire did that, and if that, even though that difference, that their customers still receive a benefit from the wind?
So sorry, just to clarify the question, Jim.
Sure. So let me just simplify it then. I mean, it's one of the differences between those two options is taking into account that one might produce more revenues than what the other wind farm would.
Yes, obviously, when making an investment, the cost of the wind farms is definitely an investment. You have to consider the revenues that investment would bring in, and with revenues higher in the locations that were chosen, that was a factor in evaluating the wind projects.
That's all I have. Thank you.
I do have a question, if I could, Chair.
Absolutely.
So you detailed, Mr. Mooney, that first ever in the nation on tax equity financing.
First ever use of tax equity financing by a regulated utility for a wind project of utility scale.
Okay. And so has Algonquin done any more of the tax equity financing in their holdings?
Yes, Algonquin develops a number of wind projects each and every year. In 2021, I believe 2 wind projects were completed for about a total of 700 megawatts, each of which was used with tax equity. Now that was on the non-regulated side of Algonquin's business, but Algonquin does develop a number of both wind and solar projects each year using tax equity as a financing vehicle.
Okay, all right. And if Empire had not been a part, well, Empire borrowed 425 million from its indirect parent, Liberty Utilities, and then issued common shares. So is that typically how the financing structure works on a project of this size?
Yeah, so typically with a project that involves a tax equity structure, there is the sponsor, i.e. the owner of the asset, that being Empire, and there are the tax equity investors. In this case, just using very rough numbers, $1.1 billion, tax equity provided about 500 million, using very round numbers, 560, I think it was, but and then Empire provided the rest of the investment, that say $600 million, once again, very round numbers, not exact. But of that 600 million, Empire then financed that, a portion with equity, a portion with new debt. And that is a typical way for sponsors to finance their investments in renewable energy projects, yes.
On the tax equity financing and those that participated, is it a pool that the parent company uses time and again, or have these been different investors then with the other projects, or how does that work?
These are deal-specific financings specific to the project. So each wind project or portfolio of wind projects is evaluated separately. There could be the same tax equity providers in multiple projects, or they could be different. In this case, Empire partnered with Wells Fargo and JP Morgan.
Okay. All right. Thank you for a little bit of clarification. I didn't realize this was the first in the nation. So it was interesting to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further commissioner questions? Seeing none. Okay, very good. I believe this will conclude your testimony, Mr. Mooney. You are excused virtually. And actually, we thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your time today, commissioners.
Absolutely. All right. Mr. Flaherty, I'll turn to you once again and ask that you call your next witness.
Yes, Empire would call Mr. Greg Tillman.
Mr. Tillman, I need to swear you in. If you'd raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Do.
State your business name and business address.
My name's Gregory W. Tillman, and my business address is 602 South Joplin Avenue in Joplin, Missouri.
By whom are you employed?
I'm employed by Liberty Utility Service Corp.
What is your position with Liberty Utility Service Corp?
Senior Manager of Rate Design.
In this case, Tisha Sanderson pre-filed direct testimony and supplemental testimony in this docket. Are you adopting her testimony as if it were your own at this hearing?
Yes, I am.
And based upon your review of the direct and supplemental testimony filed by Ms. Sanderson in this docket, other than replacing your name and your work experience and other background information for Ms. Sanderson's information, do you have any changes or corrections that need to be made to the direct or supplemental testimony?
I do not.
If I were to ask you the questions that appear in Ms. Sanderson's direct and supplemental testimony, that you are adopting today during this hearing, would your answers be the same as they appear in that direct and supplemental testimony after changing out your work experience and other background information for hers?
Yes,
And you also pre-filed rebuttal testimony in this case, correct?
I did. Yes,
Do you have any changes or corrections to your rebuttal testimony?
I do not.
If I were to ask you the questions that appear in your rebuttal testimony, would your answers be the same today?
They would.
And did you also file testimony in support of the unanimous partial settlement in this case?
I did.
And do you have any changes or corrections to that testimony?
I do not.
If I were to ask you the questions in that testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Your Honor, I'd request that the direct and supplemental testimony exhibits that were originally filed by Ms. Sanderson and adopted today by Mr. Tillman, and Mr. Tillman's rebuttal testimony and testimony in support of the settlement be referred into the record.
Is there any objection? Without objection, all of the testimony to which Mr. Flaherty made reference in his motion are admitted.
And I would tender Mr. Tillman for questions.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Tillman.
Good
Morning,
afternoon.
morning, I'm sorry. We're not quite there.
Yeah. Yeah.
I will start to give the commissioners an opportunity if they wish to take it to go first in this instance. This time I will begin with any cross-examination that may be desired by Commissioner French.
I have no questions for Mr. Tillman, subject to whatever may arise within the scope of his further cross-examination, but at this time I'll pass. Thank you.
Fair enough, thank you. Cross-examination, Commissioner Duffy.
I'll wait till further cross. Thank you.
Thank you. Be three on a match here again. I will likewise defer. And with that being the case, we will turn next for cross-examination to Curb and Mr. Love.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, Mr. Tillman. How are you?
Good. Good morning. How are you, sir?
Doing well. You're adopting Tisha Sanderson's direct and supplemental testimonies, correct?
Yes, I am.
And in these testimonies, Empire proposed two different possible scenarios for recovery for these wind projects. Is that correct as well?
We did, yes.
The first scenario in which the company filing is based was a traditional rate-based rate of return approach that included all the investment and operating expenses in rate bases. Is that correct? Or in base rates? Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
And the alternative approach would include a levelized revenue requirement for the wind projects over a 20-year period. Correct?
Right. Yeah. We called it the fixed price PPA option.
I was going to get to that a little bit because it has a little different, not the normal PPA, but a slightly different. Right. And that getting back to where I apologize for that. And that levelized approach would be based on a certain capacity factor. Is that correct?
Right. Yeah. The output from the wind farms was based on the expected capacity factor of those wind farms.
The variations in the capacity factor would result in adjustments that would be flowed through the annual cost adjustment filing, as stated on, I believe, page 17 of Ms. Sanderson's testimony. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah. Anything that fell outside of a window of 2% either side of the expected capacity factor would be, and that occurs averaged over a 3-year period, I believe. So you look at a 3-year period, and if the average of that capacity factor over that entire period was above or below 2%, that would trigger some adjustments that would flow through the ECA. That was actually modeled after the same type of agreement in the Western Plains wind facility with
On page 5, I believe it lines 1 through 3 of your rebuttal testimony, you state that the company supports removal of the wind costs from the traditional revenue requirement calculations if the commission chooses to adopt the company's proposed optional FPP mechanism. Is that correct?
Right. That's correct. That we would remove all the wind costs out of traditional and place them into that FPP.
And again, as we just discussed, and by FPP, you're referring to the levelized fixed price PPA type approach in recovery of the wind costs.
Correct.
Now, Curb and staff both propose levelized fixed price types of mechanisms in this case. Is that correct?
Yes. That's
And that levelized cost to be recovered in having trouble speaking. That levelized cost could be recovered in base rates as reflected in staff schedules or through the energy charge adjustment or some other type of rider. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, you could actually run the collection of those revenues through the ECA, basically like you do any purchase power today, and that would eliminate the need for, we talked about the plus or minus 2% guarantee. That would eliminate the need for that because all generation would be sold for regardless of whether it was above or below the expected production.
If a levelized approach is adopted, does the company have a preference of which of these two mechanisms would be used? Recovery through the levelized cost in base rate or through a rider?
I'm going to answer this. Let me think about that for a second, Mr. Love.
Please do.
We have no preference for the methodology. We obviously have proposed pricing for either of those two, which our proposed prices make us indifferent to the method with which we provide that service to customers. Obviously, as this entire case wraps around, we do take exception to the proposed prices of Curb and staff for the PPA type.
Thank you. So just to clarify, you don't have a problem with staff's mechanism, but you believe that it should be at a higher cost per megawatt hour. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In Tisha Sanderson's original testimony, I believe on page 16, she identified a levelized price of energy at $32.75 per megawatt hour for the wind projects. That was her original filed testimony. Is that correct?
Correct.
Subsequent to that, she filed an updated version, I believe. I'm not sure the exact date she filed it, but she subsequently increased that to the $33.73 per megawatt hour. Is that correct?
That's correct. And it was filed on October 1st.
Thank you. I failed to note that. I appreciate that. The company states that the levelized cost proposal is similar to the mechanism agreed to in the Western Plains wind farm proceeding. And I believe you just mentioned that. I believe that was on page 15 of Ms. Sanderson's testimony about line 17.
I assume you're talking about her direct.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, her original.
I don't think her supplemental was that long.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes.
Right. Yes. Yeah. It was essentially based on what that agreement looked like in the order for that Western Plains wind farm.
And I know this has been discussed earlier, but I'll ask you the question. Do you know what the levelized rate was that the KCC approved in that case?
For the Western Plains?
Yes, yes, for the Western Plains.
The levelized rate was $20.70, I believe.
And that was assuming a capacity factor of, I think, 46.57% or somewhere in that vicinity.
I'll
subject to check with that.
Word for that. I don't remember it exactly, but I know it was in that arena. Yeah.
Okay. I have no further questions for the gentleman.
All right, thank you, Mr. Love. Cross-examination, KCC staff, Mr. Jevons.
Commissioners, the questions staff have next for Mr. Tillman involve confidential information. So at this time, staff requests that we enter a closed session and it be closed to all parties that have not signed a non-disclosure agreement.
All right. What I propose is that the commission go into closed session so that we can confer about this. Michelle, can you arrange that?
Yes, who all needs to be part of this?
The three commissioners
And
And
any
Mr.
other staff?
Cohen,
and council,
David
Okay.
Cohen.
David.
Okay. And, okay,
All right. All right. We will,
commission staff or commissioners, chair, and David Cohen. Okay.
that's
Room-
correct.
Room should be
All
open.
right, we're going,
Going.
it is. We're going to go off the
Hold
record.
Go ahead. Sorry.
We're going to go off the record until we return from the breakout room. And I need some access to the breakout room, Michelle.
Yeah, hold on. It, for a minute, it looked like it was going to throw everybody in the breakout room, so I closed it. So it's on a countdown.
I don't see the other two commissioners, and I see me.
We're back.
Okay, I think we have the option of joining at this point, and we are off the record, so that's what I'm going to do.
Okay. Last time we were only given a minute, so I hope we give them more this time.
It should go more. It looked like everybody was going to be thrown in, so I had terminated it. All right.
Mr. Jevons, are you there?
Yes, KCC staff is here.
When you question, is it possible that I can actually see your face? Because I don't know what's up with your microphone, but there's some words I'm having a hard time distinguishing, but I can read your lips much better.
Okay. Yeah. Are you hearing me all right now?
I hear you all right. It's just that there's certain words that aren't always very clearly coming through. So
Okay.
if I can see your face, I can tell what you're saying based on, basically reading your lips. So
Okay.
it's just the quality, I think, of the microphone. Thank
Yeah,
you.
I've got the microphone right next to me here, so hopefully that helps. Because the mic was just behind my computer before, so maybe that was causing the issue.
Could be.
But let me know if there's any continuing issues with that.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Kane, you're still muted.
Have we lost Chair Keen?
Looks like he's got his camera off now. Give him a minute.
Okay. There you go. Okay.
I'm back. The wonders of technology, of course. It gave me the notice of the next day's meeting at the top, so I couldn't unmute without going completely off and on. We're back on the record. Mr. Jevons, let me ask this question. Had you given prior notice to council for the commission here of your intention to make this request?
I had forwarded the exhibits to the other attorneys in this docket, and they are staff exhibits number 2 and number 3, and they do reflect the confidential nature of that information, of those 2 exhibits.
Well, the only reason for asking is it would be handy if we had a heads up that this might be coming. Let's move on. Mr. Jevons, explain. That's okay. Explain for us briefly, succinctly, generally, if you prefer, what is it that you're going to ask questions of Mr. Tillman about that requires confidentiality? Can you explain just generally what it is?
Yes, so CURB 12 contains confidential information in it, and we were seeking to admit CURB 12's DR response into the record, and we felt the need to show Mr. Tillman CURB 12 response visually in order to get that admitted into the record. And because it contains confidential information, we wanted to make sure we were in closed session for that purpose. That's staff exhibit number 3. And then with respect.
Okay, pardon me. So far, who has placed the confidentiality on CURB 12?
Could you repeat your question? I didn't quite hear it.
Yes. Who is requesting confidentiality? Who has requested confidentiality with respect to CURB 12?
CURB 12 contains Empire confidential information in various schedules and spreadsheets.
Okay. Okay, please go ahead.
Oh, and just because of that, and it was sent to us confidentially, we just assumed that Empire would want to make sure that those pieces of information remain confidential. I know they've released some information and said some information became public.
That's fair enough. I understand. Mr. Flaherty, let me ask you, do you consider this information to remain confidential at this time?
Yes, and what I would suggest is if the staff can ask questions without getting into the specific numbers that are in staff exhibit 2 and staff exhibit 3, to get those introduced into the record, and I can provide Mr. Tillman these exhibits so that they do not show up on the screen. Then if staff counsel can simply ask him the questions to get those 2 exhibits into the record, we may not have to go into confidential session, if that works.
All right, Mr. Jevons, is that an acceptable alternative for you?
Yes, sir, it is.
Mr. Jevons?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry, that's all right, Todd.
I'm answering for him today.
So, yeah, I mean, our view with respect to CURB 12 is just that if Empire wants to review it and, accept that we are going to put this into the record, then I don't need to ask any questions on CURB 12 at all in order to get it admitted as staff exhibit number 3.
Mr. Flaherty?
And so I'm clear, Mr. Jevons, that the information that is in staff exhibit number 3 is information that the company provided to staff, correct? So it's staff's or company's information?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay, yeah, so, yeah, if I can have Mr. Tillman look at both staff exhibit 2 and staff exhibit number 3 without it having to go up on the screen. And Mr. Tillman, I sent those to you. Maybe you could take a look at them, and then Mr. Jevons, I suggest that you just ask if those are responses that the company provided to, one, I guess, is to Curb and one is to staff. And then we can get those admitted into the record without having to go into executive session. I think that would work.
All right. How lengthy are these documents, Jim?
They're each about, well, actually, I just now looking at staff exhibit number 3 is, it's about 30 pages maybe. So maybe Mr. Tillman will need some more time to look at it. Maybe we could do that over the lunch hour and then come back once he's had a chance to look at it. And then if that process I just suggested is acceptable to staff and the commission, we could do it that way.
Okay, it is acceptable. Let's try it, see if we can work something out here. My suggestion is that we go ahead, we will conclude, at least tentatively conclude Mr. Tillman's testimony with the exception of the questions for the staff and the redirect. My inclination, we are not, as I see it going forward, we are not going to be time constrained today. At the conclusion of Mr. Tillman's testimony, we have the combined testimony of Kane and Puga, and then subsequently the testimony of Grady. And that concludes both the evidentiary part of this hearing. My inclination would be for us to take a lunch break at this time, and we will reconvene at 1 o'clock. And at that time, we will see if you guys have worked out your issues, and if so, we'll proceed with staff cross. Does that sound acceptable?
That's acceptable for staff.
Yes,
that's what
fine.
we.
Thank you.
Okay. You're still available, I take it, Mr. Tillman?
Yes, Chair Keen, I'm available all day.
All right, thank you. Very well. We're going to recess for lunch at this time. We'll be back. We're going to go off the record now. We'll be back on the record at 1 o'clock. Thank you all. Okay, Michelle, are you out and about?
I am back. Are you ready to start again?
Okay. Do you have time for lunch?
Joining again.
Okay. Neola, are you about ready?
I'm ready.
Thank you.
An hour lunch beats a half-hour lunch then.
It's just so we could get on 2 other Zooms over the noon hour.
That's true. That's true. No good deeds go unpunished here.
Nope. Thank you, Chair.
It looks like we've got about 3 minutes until we drop slide anyway. So.
All right, thank you. Okay, it's now 1 o'clock on March 9th, 2022. We're coming back on the record from our luncheon recess. I would turn to Mr. Jevons and to Mr. Flaherty to ask, in anticipation of Mr. Tillman's cross-examination by the KCC staff, if you were able to reconcile any differences you had over confidentiality.
Chair,
Let
me take care of the echo in this room real quick.
Yeah, you have a tremendous, you're in an echo chamber right now. You have some feedback from some source.
Okay.
Try again.
Do you have me now?
That's better.
There's no echo chamber. Apologies. So KCC and Empire touched base during the lunch break, and Empire was willing to waive into the record staff exhibit numbers 2 and 3, if staff was willing to forgo cross-examination of Mr. Tillman. Empire and staff agreed to that. And so that's where we're at this time. So staff would move to admit KCC staff exhibits number 2 and 3 into the record.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, they are admitted. Now, Jared, fill me in once again. The one condition having to do with Kane and Puga was what again?
So the one condition was that staff would not cross-examine Mr. Tillman. Our agreement did not reference Mr. Kane or Mr. Puga at all.
I misunderstood. I have you. I've got it. All right. With that being done, I'm going to turn back to commissioners. Do you have any further questions of Mr. Tillman? Commissioner French? No?
I do not.
Fine, thank you. I do not either.
I do not as well.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner Duffy. Jim, had you concluded your redirect?
No, I didn't get a chance to do redirect, so if you give me that opportunity, I'll do so.
You have refreshed my recollection in the midst of.
Right, yeah, it was a long lunch hour. So, yeah, if you recall, Mr. Love asked
Yeah,
Mr. Tillman some questions. So I just have a few questions for Mr. Tillman based upon Mr. Love's questioning. So, Mr. Tillman, Mr. Love asked you a number of questions about the way in which the cost of the wind farms are in the rate application using the traditional rate making method and versus how those actual costs are included in the fixed price PPA number, which that $33.73 per megawatt hour, using that fixed price PPA approach that the commission approved in the Western Plains case. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, I do.
Is the LCOE, that $33.73 a megawatt hour, is that based on Empire's actual cost, O&M cost, tax, return, just like the normal cost that the KCC would use to set rates in other cases?
Yes, it is. I mean, essentially what we did to develop that 3373 was to generate a revenue requirement, just like we would in any case. And we did that each year over a 20-year period. And then we levelized that revenue requirement against the production on the plant. And that's where we came up with the $33.73. So nothing in that calculation is different than if we were sitting down for a case, except for the fact that if we were in a case doing traditional rate making, I would develop the first year revenue requirement, and that's it. That's all we would have was the revenue requirement for the first year. That would go into effect, and only in the next rate case would another year be evaluated. So and when I was responding to Mr. Love, I said we're indifferent because, and we are indifferent because we would accept the same revenue requirement over time in either case. It may be a little different because in traditional rate making, you don't change it every year. But on average, you would expect that to be the same over the entire 20-year period.
And there is no value added to the $33.73 per megawatt hour cost, right?
That's correct. We added nothing, and I know there's been a lot of discussion about how value plays a role in this. We didn't add anything for quote unquote value of these particular facilities into the development of the price. That's all done based on traditional cost of service / rate making principles and using the inputs that we had. And most of those were just carryover from the last general rate case. what we do after that. And I think it's important to note that value does come into play, but only after we have that cost developed. So when we look at this, we're looking at it more from and pardon my old rate maker terms, but a more holistic view of customer impact. So what I want to do is put out to the customer the best solution for him. So, you know, if I develop that price at $33.73 and I come back and I look at the value and I see the value's not there, you know, I better rethink what I'm doing for my customer, because you know, our goal, our purpose for existing is to provide service to our customers at the best price we can. And you know, that's regulatory compact type stuff that we all heard since day one in our life, in our professional regulatory career. That's what we want to do is provide the best solution for our customers.
And just so the record's clear, there was no value added to the cost included in the traditional rate making method that Empire used in calculating its revenue requirement, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, nothing added to that either. In fact, that's our starting point for developing the 20-year levelized.
Okay. And so any difference between Empire's wind farms and let's say Western Plains wind farms, that benefit to customers, that would actually show up in the revenue side of the cost of service calculation, correct?
Right. Yeah. I mean, those benefits are going to show up so in Kansas, everything's separate, right? So you have your base rate prices, all the costs of all the non-fuel pieces. And so all these benefits that we talk about, the majority of them would be coming back to customers through an ECA type mechanism where we generate those revenues and it flows back through to customers through that separate and distinct mechanism. So a lot of times we lose sight of everything that's going on just because we're looking at, you know, we develop the price over here, but in the development of that price, we don't see these revenues. We don't see these benefits. We don't see the total value add to customers.
Okay. I'm sorry. Sorry to interrupt.
I was just going to say it's not always just the price we're looking at to figure out what's the best deal. And as an example, if you'll allow me to provide an example of a past life, when I was at Oklahoma Gas and Electric, I was there during the time that we implemented the smart grid projects. And obviously, if we had not bought new meters and installed all this, you know, new communications equipment and all these things, then the price would have been lower. But we added the investment and so the price went up a little bit. But what we got out of that was the opportunity to provide benefits to customers through, you know, near and dear to my heart is our Smart Hours program, where we had pricing programs we could put in front of customers where they would respond to those prices and create greater efficiencies on our system. So when we looked at that holistic customer impact view, what we saw was, you know, I can have a little higher price and create such a great long-term benefit for customers by creating a much more efficient system that we easily overcome that higher price through the benefits that we can return to customers.
Is staff's revenue requirement calculation in this case based upon Empire's actual cost of the wind farms or something else?
So the LCOE that they've proposed has nothing, in my review of it, I could find nothing in there that had anything to do with the actual cost of developing and implementing these wind facilities that we have. So I guess I'd have to say it's based on more of a market value type approach. And I mean, you've heard all the arguments. I can't add to the arguments you've heard, but you know, you can create a market value at somewhere where there's less benefit. But what I think you're seeing is we've looked at a one-sided view of, hey, this is what you could have got it for. Doesn't really matter where you got it or what the value is there. But then again, when I come back to my rate making customer benefit perspective, I have to include, you know, something other than that. So I think what we see in the proposed price from staff is a value-based price as opposed to a cost-based price.
And since you're the cost of service witness in this case, if Empire had received let's say a PPA offer on Western Plains, and in that offer had all the information that's already in the record on Western Plains in this case, and then compared that to Empire's 3 wind farms, which wind farm, again, from a cost of service basis, would Empire have determined provided the best benefits to Empire's customers?
Yeah, I mean, I have to believe that we still would have gone with what we're offering today because of that, because of this is the best benefit that we can provide for all of our customers. And you know, for all the things that I've already said, and I think Mr. Dole probably talked most effectively about it yesterday was, you know, when you take all these costs and benefits into account, you look at it, you essentially can see a greater value to our customers because of where we located our wind farms than they could have ever seen from a Western Plains type, you know, way out west with low market prices out there.
In this record, I don't know if it's come in yet, but staff is instead of recommending the $33.73 per megawatt hour number, they're recommending, I think they've gone down now to $15.60 per megawatt hour. That $15.60 per megawatt hour, that's not going to cover Empire's actual cost of owning and operating these wind farms, correct?
That's correct. And it's what we were talking about earlier, that price is not based on the actual cost that it required for us to invest in getting these wind farms built and acquired and put into service for our customers.
And do you have a copy of Ms. Jackson's testimony, the other cost of service witness in this case?
I do, yes.
And I'll ask Amy, maybe you could put it page 9 of her testimony up on the screen. Hopefully, Amy, are you there to? She's probably working on it. There she is. Thank you. Yeah, and if you could scroll down to the net rate impact, there you go, right there. It's perfect. So this is what we were talking about before, Mr. Tillman, about the fact that the staff recommendation of $15.60 per megawatt hour would not allow Empire to cover its actual cost relating to its wind farms. And you can, I think Ms. Jackson here in her testimony shows the difference between the Empire's base revenue requirement versus staff's, correct? The staff 1.3 million, the
Correct.
Empire's 4.49 million. So that's a significant difference between Empire's number and staff's number, and it's because of staff using the $15.60 that doesn't have anything to do with our actual cost, correct?
Right, and just to correct, I think this is based on a $16.25.
Right, so it'd be even
sorry,
lower.
$16.32, but and then they've updated that since.
Yeah.
But
so that'll even
yeah.
reduce the 1.3 million.
Yeah, that would actually drop, and I'm not sure exactly. It's just about $1 million difference between their 1632 and their 1540. So I mean, obviously that's going to drop that number by $1 million.
Okay, and so the if you look at the line that's entitled ECA,
And I'm sorry, it's not $1 million. It's
we'd be in real trouble.
$100,000.
We would be in
I'm
real
like,
trouble. if
I've
that
got my
happened.
decimal point on the wrong side of my eyeglasses here, but yeah, it's 100,000, not $1 million. I apologize.
Yeah, that's good. So if you look at the line that says ECA projected wind revenues, and so Ms. Jackson is got the 2.7 million that we're projecting in wind revenues, and staff made a slight adjustment to those wind revenues and is in their traditional rate making approach, except not using actual costs, they come up with revenues of 2.6 million, correct? You see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if the commission were to approve staff's recommendation at this 1560 number, then the customers will be paying basically $1.2 million at their lower price, but they're actually going to be getting wind revenues of 2.6 million, almost twice as to what they're actually paying for the wind farms. And I think Commissioner French yesterday suggested that, well, they'd be getting it at free or for 2 cents or something like that. These numbers show that, do they not?
Right. Yeah. And in fact, the $1.3 million includes all the other components of this rate case.
Right, but most of it's wind, right?
The majority of that's wind. Actually, wind, I think wind calculates out to about 1.9 million in that situation, and that's fair. And then about 100,000 less in the $15.40, but they get a $2.6 million benefit. So, yeah, for
Thanks.
that 1.8.
Okay, so the commission could actually increase that staff number and at least under the revenue numbers that both staff and companies show in this rate case, customers would still be earning more or getting the benefit, I guess, of the revenues higher than the expenses, correct? Or
Right, yeah, for just the wind piece, definitely they would be, the benefits to them would be much higher than the price itself under this proposal.
That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Tillman. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner questions subsequent to the redirect, Commissioner French.
Just thank you. To follow up on that exact last line of questioning, Mr. Tillman, maybe you're the appropriate person for this because you're the cost of service expert. Maybe I waited too long, but Mr. Flaherty, I think started to cut to the chase there at the end in describing where the commission could go with a price for setting a price for a levelized cost of energy associated with the wind plants. There's clearly a position from some parties that 33.73 is too high. There's Mr. Flaherty walked you through your position that the staff position of $15 is way too low, that customers are going to actually reap more benefit than what they actually use if they got the benefit of that price. And so I'm thinking about the curb price and I understand that is not a cost-based price. I fully understand that calculation is not a cost-based price, that the 33.73 is the cost-based price. But I also am looking at what you all claim to be the current cost of energy at your locational marginal price or available to you in the SPP integrated marketplace right now. And I think the testimony is that that's around $22 right now. I think it's also been said that your current ECA for customers is, I think, between 2.2 and 2.3 cents per kilowatt hour. And so I look at the CURB proposal of somewhere around 2.4 cents per kilowatt hour, or $24 per megawatt hour. And it strikes me that it's still higher than the market price of energy that you all could access in the absence of these wind farms. But you all have described some of the benefits to owning these wind farms. And so I guess the question is, given all of that, even though it's not a cost-based number, is $24 per megawatt hour reasonable in some sense, given the comparison to the current market price of energy that Empire faces?
Well, see, now that's a really hard question for me to answer. and I've got nobody to defer to.
I know, did I wait too long?
What I will say, Commissioner, is, I mean, from our perspective, the cost of providing those wind farms to customers is $33 and change. And to get $24 just doesn't allow us to recover the cost, nor does not give us a reasonable opportunity to earn to earn a return on the investment we've made. And I don't want to take away from the fact that there's a lot of risk involved in all of this, right? And I think everybody, or the other parties, will point out there's risk to the benefits and there's risk to things going on. And I think Aaron Dole talked about it a little bit yesterday. Are we willing to share some of that risk and try to come to a better price where we in fact would still have an opportunity to get the earnings we need to cover the cost, to cover the return on our investment and things like that. And I think you remember that line of questioning where he said that. And at the end of the day, there's probably places where we can go that would give customers, would limit their exposure, if you will, and give them a better price in certain market conditions, allow us to, in the market conditions we believe will exist, to recover our entire cost. And you got lots of smart people around here. And I'm not saying I'm one of them, but I think we can come up with a way to do that.
Well, I'm certainly interested in hearing compromise mechanisms. I hope. Unfortunately, it seems like we may be past that point at this point. And so let me ask you a more stark question. And perhaps this is an unfair question in that you're not going to be able to defer it to anybody else, and you may not be able to give me an answer. But suppose the commission found that at this time, this added capacity was not necessary to serve Empire's customers and was not the most efficient way of providing energy at the $33.73 price. Would the company be more favorable to a commission decision simply removing it from rates and allowing the Kansas portion to be operated as a merchant facility and let the company make whatever money it can off of that? Or would it be more favorable to the CURB suggestion of putting a price on it of $24 to Kansas customers, which would still be above what could be received in the market, but keeping it within rates? Has that been discussed by the company?
I'm not certain in those particular terms, and I don't know that I could answer your question anyway.
I assume
just based on who I am, but we have had some conversations around those types of situations. Obviously, and I'll say what I believe. I believe this is the best thing for the customers, even at the $33. That's what I believe. I'm not going to say that I am the expert that you've heard talk over the time. Given that, and I think what we can do is get you an answer, and I'll look at Jim and he can nod at me or not, get you an answer in our brief to that question specifically.
I appreciate that. I understand
That's
it's
fair.
kind of an impossible question, and I'm sorry I waited to make it maybe the last question to any Empire witness.
Well, I'm probably the right one to ask because I'm not sure anybody we've got testifying could actually make that call. But definitely, sir, I believe that one, there's other opportunities, and two, if those are the two choices, I think we can get an answer back to you. I'm just not able to give you that answer right here, right now.
Well, I appreciate it. That's all I have. Thank you. And if Mr. Flaherty needs redirect on that, I guess I understand. Go ahead.
Before I elicit, I'm sorry, pardon me for talking over. Before I elicit any further commissioner questions, Mr. Flaherty, would you like to do redirect on that?
Can I wait and then I'll just do redirect it? Or do you have any other questions? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's fine. Commissioner Duffy, please.
Well, since Commissioner French opened the door there and went through it, I would agree with everything he said. Just in my short time here, I have found that settlement agreements, while they're difficult, they, I think, have had a real positive resolution overall. And here we're so far apart. And I do believe on this last issue that could not get resolved, we are really far apart. And there's several questions to the one issue that could not get resolved. But I think that creative type of thinking is helpful because there seems to be real extremes here. And I frankly, I was surprised that the chasm is that big. And I don't know. I mean, I'm hoping that the scratch paper and the pencil is still out and folks are working on a resolution. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Mr. Flaherty, redirect.
Yeah, just one question based upon Commissioner French's questions to Mr. Tillman. I mean, if the concern is to eliminate the risk to the customers of that the revenues are going to be less than what we have in all the studies that we presented that we fully support. I mean, one way to do that and eliminate that risk is to do some type of revenue sharing where all the money's coming in first, cover the customer's cost of these wind farms, and then everything above that then could be used to sort of cover the cost of the company that's not covered by the amount. And then I suppose a sharing of the upside on that even further. But it seems to me as long as you covered the risk of the customer, then at least under that type of scenario, the utility would have the ability to recover at least some of that cost that's not being recovered under the proposal by staff or CURB. Is that correct?
Yes. I was waiting for the question, but yeah, absolutely. I mean, and there's, you know, other ways to share that risk, but, you know, traditionally, you would expect to share some of the upside benefit to make the company whole, to make sure customers were whole first. But then, you know, we do have to pay attention to the actual underlying costs. And what would be neat about that, if I can interject that, is, you know, if the company's dead wrong, and I don't believe we are, if we're dead wrong, then a mechanism like that makes us pay for being dead wrong, as opposed to just, you know, here's $24, take it and leave.
That's all I have. Thank you.
So give us an opportunity to make that return.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you. One last chance, commissioners, any further questions? Seeing none, Mr. Tillman, I believe that concludes your testimony. You may virtually step down. We appreciate your testimony and thank you for appearing.
Thank you, Chair Keene. I appreciate all you're doing for our customers in Kansas.
All right, thank you. Jim, by my reckoning, that concludes the testimony of all Empire witnesses. So I think we are at this time ready to turn to the KCC witnesses. Mr. Jevons, would you please call your first witnesses?
Yes, at this time, I'd like to call staff witnesses Colin Kane and Nicholas Puga.
I need to swear you gentlemen in. If you'd raise your right hands. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Good morning, Mr. Kane.
Morning.
Would you please state your full name for the record?
Colin Kane.
Who are you employed by?
I'm employed by Bates White Economic Consulting.
What is your position with Bates White?
I am a partner and I chair the firm's energy practice.
You're testifying on behalf of staff in this proceeding, correct?
That's correct.
Good morning, Mr. Puga.
Good morning.
Would you please state your full name for the record?
My name is Nicholas Puga.
Who are you employed by?
I'm employed by Bates White Economic Consulting.
What is your position with Bates White?
I'm a partner in the energy practice of the firm.
You're testifying on behalf of staff in this proceeding, correct?
That is correct.
Did you cause to be filed in the docket the public and confidential testimony of Colin Kane and Nicholas Puga on behalf of the Kansas Corporation Commission on January 14th, 2022?
Yes.
Did you also cause to be filed in this docket corrected public and confidential testimony that was attached to an errata that was filed on March 7th, 2022?
That is correct.
Do you have any additional corrections to make to your public or confidential testimony at this time?
Not at this time, no.
Was the testimony created by you and at your direction?
It was.
If I were to ask you the same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same?
Other than the errata filed, yes.
Same question to you, Mr. Kane. If I were to ask you the same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Thank you. Commissioners, staff moves that the direct testimony of Mr. Kane and Mr. Puga filed January 14th, 2022, and the corrected testimony of Mr. Kane and Mr. Puga filed March 7th, 2022, be incorporated into the evidentiary record in this docket.
Is there any objection? Without objection, all of that is admitted.
Thank you. I tender the witnesses for cross-examination.
All right, well, thank you. Well, commissioners, should you wish to do so, we'll give you a chance to go first. You can either do that, obviously, or defer. In this instance, I will begin with Commissioner Duffy.
I'll save my questions till after cross. Thank you.
All right, fair enough. Commissioner French.
You know, I think I will wait as well. I'll reserve until after cross. Thank you.
All right. Well, I'll make it 3 again, and I will defer as well. So we will turn first to you, Mr. Flaherty, for cross-examination on behalf of Empire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Kane and Mr. Puga.
Good afternoon, Mr. Flaherty.
Thanks. I know you guys are used to this panel thing. It's sort of new here in Kansas, so I'm not sure how this is going to work exactly on whether I get to pick between the two of you as to which answers my question or you get to choose. So let's do this. I will start out asking a question and you can choose between the two of you as to which answers my question. And then as soon as I figure out who the better witness is, then I will get to choose my questions, who answers those questions. Does that seem fair?
That seems fair.
That seems fair.
Okay, thanks. So there's been a lot of discussion in this case about values versus traditional costs of service. And I guess the first question I have for you, and again, this is sort of to figure out who I need to ask all the rest of the questions I have for you is, would you agree that wind farms can have different values?
Colin?
Yes, I would agree that wind farms can have different values.
And wind farms can have different values for various reasons, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So now I got it. You're going back and forth on me here. Okay. So, for example, a wind farm located near a high price node with high locational marginal price and generates more revenues could have a higher value than a wind farm located near a price node with a low locational marginal price and generates less revenues, correct?
I think that's fair. And I would say that, the amount of energy that's produced by the facility would also factor into that.
And if I'm a wind developer developing a wind farm located in a high price node area of SPP, and the wind farm has the same capacity as a wind farm near Dodge City, Kansas, which is located in a low price node area of SPP, I'm not going to list my PPA offer on level 10 without taking into account that my wind farm is in a high price node area, correct?
I don't see that follows.
Okay, if I'm a wind developer and I'm going to develop a wind farm in a high price node area, aren't I going to take into account that gives me more value? And so therefore, if I'm going to go out and get a PPA, I'm going to try to recover that more value than if I had a wind farm in, let's say, Western Kansas that was next to a low price node.
Well, if I were a monopolist, I might agree with that. But if I'm a developer and I face competition, I've got to take into account what other people are going to offer in that same location. And the competitive nature of the system means that people are going to offer at cost on average.
But they're not, so you're saying that a wind farm developer wouldn't add value to his wind farm if he's building that in a high price node area. If that's the case, why wouldn't all wind farms just be built in low price node areas?
Well, simply because of deliverability. I mean, if you're contracting with an off-taker that is distant or you have to traverse an area with low headroom in the transmission system, and you're responsible for significant network upgrades, you may have to consider that in your pricing. So it depends on where are you going to deliver that energy, who you're going to sell it to.
Okay. Would a wind farm located near the wind farm owner's load node, could that have a higher value, at least to that owner, than a wind farm that's located far away from the wind farm owner's load node? Like what you just said, that, I mean, there's less risk of transmission issues.
Yes, we're back to value on this question, correct? Yes.
Right. So you agree with that?
I agree with it.
Yeah. And under a PPA arrangement, a wind farm located near the buyer's load node could have a greater value, at least for that buyer, than a wind farm that's located far away from the buyer's load node, correct?
Not necessarily.
And you say not necessarily because you have to take into all the other issues relating or the differences relating to the wind farms? Is that what you're saying?
Well, it depends on what the wind resource is next to the load, and it depends on what the congestion and available transmission headroom is near to the load. And it might be that the cost of network upgrades are incredibly high, or that I cannot even get an interconnection agreement because it's not feasible.
So based on your answer, then you have to take all of those different things, and there's probably others that might make the value of one or the worth of one wind farm more valuable to a particular person than another wind farm, correct?
I think that that's correct, yes.
Okay, I like the way you answer your question, so I'm gonna start asking you. No, I'm kidding. I know you and the commissioners know what I mean when I talk about nodes and price nodes and locational marginal pricing, but for the record in this case, and for those 7 people who are tuned in on the KCC's YouTube channel watching this, and I would note though, we had 92 viewers for day 1. Maybe we should define some of these terms that we're using. And by the way, for the commission, attached to Mr. Rooney's testimony is a copy of the SPP glossary of terms that has a definition of the terms used in the SPP marketplace. Frankly, I looked at those definitions, and the definitions had a whole bunch of other terms that you had to go and look up. So I'm not sure how helpful that is to the public that's watching this. But so let's just start with something very simple, that what the SPP is and what it is meant when we refer to the SPP integrated marketplace. SPP stands for the Southwest Power Pool, and that is a nonprofit corporation regulated by the federal government agency known as FERC. It's located in Little Rock, Arkansas, and it has a number of functions, but its main functions are oversee the bulk energy grid and wholesale power market in central Kansas on behalf of the utilities and transmission companies in the 14 states who are members of SPP. Would you agree with that?
That sounds factual.
And do you know if all 4 states that Empire provides service in are members of the SPP?
I believe that's the case. Parts of some of them, they're not whole states, but yes.
Yeah, so they're on what's called a seam between SPP and other RTOs, and I guess the RTO to the east, MISO.
Yes.
And the SPP has 2 basic jobs, the way I understand it. First, to make sure that there's adequate transmission infrastructure to move electricity from an electric generator like a wind farm to a utilities distribution system, or to, I guess, a company's factory. And the second job is to oversee and assure the competitive wholesale electricity prices within SPP. Would you agree with that?
I guess I would use the word administer, and with respect to the markets, SPP has responsibility for administering those centralized wholesale markets.
Okay, that's a good explanation. Let's discuss the first part of SPP's job and get that out of the way. I think it's a little more easier and straightforward to understand. SPP, like interstate gas pipelines, doesn't own the commodity that is being transported or transmitted for third parties, in this case, electricity instead of natural gas. And like interstate pipelines, the federal government sets the rates SPP can charge for transmitting the electricity commodity by approving transportation tariffs that are based upon some type of cost of service methodology, correct?
That is correct. Yeah.
That's correct.
And so a utility that owns a wind farm has to pay a transportation rate based upon the SPP tariff if it plans or can get electricity from, let's say, a wind farm to the utility's electric distribution system, correct?
Yes, I mean, it's a little complicated. If you acquire network service, then you can deliver it anywhere on the network.
Yeah, and that's a fair point. It gets a lot more complicated than just that. But let's talk about the second part of what SPP does, which I think is the more important part to understand in this case, and that is the electricity that the utility delivers into the SPP integrated market from one of its generators is based upon competitive prices and based upon the SPP competitive market and not a tariff price, correct?
The expectation is that that market participants are going to offer their resources at cost, and SPP in administering the market will select ideally the lowest cost solution to meeting customer load on the system.
So
And
subject,
through that-
subject to security constraints in the transmission system.
And through that process that you described, then they come up with competitive prices, correct?
Yes, they come up with a single clearing price in each period that corresponds to the highest cost unit necessary to meet load in very summary terms.
And there are different competitive energy prices throughout the SPP market, so that at the same point in time, you could have energy being generated by a wind farm and put in the SPP transmission at one location, and that energy could earn a higher price than energy being generated at a wind farm located in another area of SPP and put into the SPP at that different location, but which could earn a lower price, correct?
Yes, prices generally vary by location.
And so a utility like Empire, who owns a wind farm connected to the SPP transmission system, receives a market-based price for the electricity it generates from the wind farm. And when Empire places that electricity into the SP market, it could earn a higher price for that electricity than, let's say, a wind farm located in an area where the SPP competitive market price is lower, correct?
I think what you just stated is a truism. If the price is higher, they earn more. If the price is lower, they earn less.
So two wind farms could be putting energy into the SPP competitive market at the exact same time, and one farm could be earning $4.80 a megawatt hour, and the other farm could be earning $18 a megawatt hour, because the wind farm earning the lower price is located, let's say, near Dodge City, Kansas, and the other farm is located near Joplin, Missouri, correct?
That's possible.
And looking at just those price differentials or the revenue side of the equation, that the Dodge City wind farm earns $5 a megawatt hour, and the wind farm near Joplin, Missouri earns $20 a megawatt hour. The wind farm near Joplin, Missouri has a higher value or worth more than the wind farm in Dodge City, correct?
You're talking about purely revenue. I think that one of the confusions that developed through the course of the day yesterday is that the conflation of cost and revenue is not creating a very clear picture. I think what we're concerned with here is what ratepayers will pay for the Empire assets. And so the value, if you're talking about the net value of the resource, well, that depends. Depends on how much it costs to build, how much it costs to operate, how much it generates on a per megawatt hour basis, which is what you described. Then for that individual megawatt hour, yes, there's a difference in value.
Okay, under that same hypothetical I gave you, let's say that the cost to own and operate the Dodge City wind farm is $21 a megawatt hour, and the cost to own and operate the Joplin, Missouri wind farm is around $34 a megawatt hour. And the capacity of the wind farms are the same, because the wind farm near Joplin has taller towers and larger blades, and maybe that's why its cost is higher than the one in Dodge City. If you take that, which is the cost side of the formula that you just discussed, and apply it to the revenue side of my earlier hypothetical, then you need both of those things, along with probably other things, to determine which one has the most value or worth, correct?
Do you mean on a net basis? Yes, those would all be relevant factors.
Okay, and in addition to knowing perhaps other differences between the Dodge City wind farm and the Joplin, Missouri wind farm to determine which one has greater value, you at least have to know what it's going to cost to own and operate the wind farms and what revenues are earned by the wind farms. At least those two things, correct?
I think that's fair. I mean, we're obviously talking entirely in hypothetical terms, and there are a number of different issues, including the ownership structure and the possible contracting arrangements and a number of other things. This is an entirely hypothetical scenario. We're not able to determine what the comparability is exactly, and we don't have a full array of alternative ownership structures or contracting arrangements, which is really the gist of what we're getting at in this proceeding.
Yeah, if you have what both wind farms cost, but you don't have what both wind farms earn, you really can't determine what the difference in value is between the two wind farms, because as you said, in SPP, there's possibility that one wind farm may earn a higher price for its energy than another wind farm, correct?
I guess the question would be, why would one cost much more than another?
But you at least need to know both the costs and revenues to determine whether or not they had the same value or whether or not they had a different value, correct?
But that is correct, but you also have to remember that this hypothetical example you're using is a snapshot in time. And the real problem is that while the costs are cast once you build the facility and you estimate and contract your operation and maintenance costs, that is fixed. But the other side, with the revenue side, is not fixed, because that will depend on varying conditions in the market, the amount of new transmission that SPP builds to relieve congestion, which is the reason why you have higher prices along with a higher congestion in some areas than others in SPP.
So would you guys agree that the price difference for energy can be substantial within the SPP market?
I think I could agree with that, yes.
Yeah. So let's go back and define some of those terms that I used in first couple of questions to you. And I'll start with the term node. In my understanding, there's a thing called a E node and a P node. So what's a node and what's the difference between a E node and a P node?
Well, I think in simple terms, the node is a definition of location. It is a point. Sometimes it is more or less defined physically, where there is a pricing point, and prices are created by SPP in the clearing of the market.
Okay, and so what's the difference between a P node and an E node?
What is a P node? Is a price node where the prices are defined, and a need node is basically an engineering term to define an electrical node in the system.
Okay, so I think for purposes of our questions here, I think we'll stick to the P nodes here. Let me, if Amy, or if you're on there, I want to have you put on the screen Empire Exhibit 9. And thank you. And I know that there's been some mention of using Google in this case. So in fairness, I have to admit that with respect to this exhibit, I Googled it to find out specific information about SPP. And I got something on the SPP website that says there's entitled to Fast Facts on Overview of the SPP System. And I thought I'd use this Fast Facts to ask you some questions about the SPP market place. I'm sorry. What I'm particularly interested in are the number of generation plants in SPP and the number of substations in SPP and I guess the number of LMP locations. So and I forgot to ask you guys what the definition of locational marginal pricing is. So can one of you guys give me that definition?
The simple version or the complicated version?
No, the simple version. I looked up the complicated version. So
yeah, and that always leads to the question of whether it's a complete answer. The locational marginal price is essentially the cost of the most expensive unit needed to be dispatched in a local constrained region to serve load in that region. And there are times, I should say, that there are no differences in locational marginal prices. They're still locational, but the price may be equal across the system.
Okay. I'd hate to see what the complicated version of that is. So this document from SPP says that there are 842 generation plants in the Eastern Interconnection Reliability Coordination footprint. And for the record, what does Eastern Interconnection Reliability Coordination footnet refer to?
Well, the transmission system in the United States is not fully interconnected, I guess you could say. So, except for direct current ties with limited transmission capacity. So the Eastern interconnection would be the eastern part of the United States transmission grid that is connected all in alternating current without the need for AC to DC conversion there are three interconnects, so basically the Eastern interconnect, the Western interconnect, and ERCOT.
Okay, and it's my understanding that the reason why that reference is there, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that SPP basically has some type of agreement with Arizona, Colorado, and Utah, who are in the Western grid. And so that's why this note that for purposes of determining the generation plants, they've only included those that aren't in Arizona, Colorado, and Utah. Is that your understanding?
That sounds about right.
And any wind farms operating in SPP would therefore be included in that 842 total generation plant number, correct?
Yes.
And these fast facts, and I looked for the slow facts page at the SPP and wasn't able to find it, but these fast fact page doesn't tell us how many total wind farms out of that 842 are located and operating SPP, but these fast facts do provide total nameplate generating capacity of all of the 842 generating plants in SPP. And if I'm reading this correctly, that out of that total nameplate capacity, 29% as of January 13th, 2021 related to wind farms. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you know how many wind farms are located in SPP?
Not off the top of my head. Do you know, Colin?
I don't know offhand. No.
Okay. So is it safe? I know there's, well, I think there's almost nearly 50 in Kansas. So taking into account there's 13 other states, would it be safe to say that there may be a couple hundred wind farms located in SPP?
It's possible.
Possible.
And these fast facts, and again, I noticed SPP didn't call them fun facts, say there are 5,087 substations in SPP as of 2021. Do you know how many LMP nodes there are in the SPP?
Not off the top of my head.
Yeah, I couldn't say.
Okay, so I looked at how many LMP nodes had data for January 1st, 2022 at the SPP website, and there were over 3,000 nodes listed on that page for that day. Does that sound right to you?
Subject to check.
Subject to check, yes.
And would you agree that there are P nodes and E nodes that are spread throughout the 14 states in which SPP basically administers the transmission system?
There are locational prices across the system, yes.
And in SPP, there are areas where the price you get for the delivery of electricity from a P node into the SPP marketplace is relatively high. And there are areas where the price you get for the delivery of the electricity from a P node into the SPP marketplace is relatively low, correct?
At any given time, yes.
Okay, and Your Honor, just so I don't forget, can I move for the admission of Exhibit 9 SPP fast facts?
You may.
And I will.
Is there any, all right, very good. Is there any objection? Without objection, it's admitted.
From staff, could you have Amy, Ms. Evers? I think that's Ms. Evers, who's controlling screen. Could you have her show the other pages of the document, please?
Sure. I provided all these pre-marked exhibits to all the parties yesterday morning. I thought I had before the start of the hearing, but apparently they were too big to email.
Staff has no objections.
It's admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. So someone can go to the SPP website and see which areas in the SPP marketplace where the price someone is getting for its electricity delivered from the P node into the SPP market is relatively high, and which areas in the SPP marketplace where the price someone receives is relatively lower, correct?
I would say in the moment and in the past,
Okay.
but not necessarily in the future.
And that is because the price for electricity in the SPP marketplace is set by, and Amy, you can take that exhibit down, thanks. So, because of, you can go to the SPP website and see those and different high prices and low prices. That's because the price for electricity in the SPP marketplace is set by competition in the market. So for example, the competitive price for electricity delivered into the market at a P node in Western Kansas may be lower than the competitive price for electricity delivered into the market at a P node in Southwest Missouri, because there's likely more electricity coming in to the SPP in Western Kansas because more wind farms in the area, and less electricity coming into SPP in Southwest Missouri because fewer wind farms and fewer generators, correct?
The explanation is that there's currently transmission congestion. That is the only cause of price separation.
Okay, and transmission congestion is caused by the area having a lot of, for Western Kansas, a lot of wind farms, all trying to use the same transmission capacity, correct?
Well, it's just basically what is the available transmission capacity for the existing offer generation at a given time and point in time, but that is constantly changing. One of the objectives of SPP is to reduce congestion by building transmission. That's a role as a developer of the transmission, not developer, but planner for the transmission system, is to watch areas that have either reliability issues under certain conditions and certain contingencies, and also to watch out for excessive congestion costs in which the operator of the system has to redispatch to be able to serve the load, and then build more transmission to relieve that congestion, which causes those LMPs to flatten out across the footprint.
So all of that you just said, that can affect supply and demand of electricity, correct? In certain areas?
Well, it affects something called deliverability, which basically means that you may not be able temporarily to reach that load at a reasonable price.
Yeah, so just like the sale of some other competitive commodity prices, the price is driven by supply and demand.
That's true in a broad sense, yes.
And can you have different levels of supply and demand at different price nodes in SPP?
Yes, I mean, the sense of, as we said, the reason for any price differential is there is some limitation on the ability to move power around the system. And that is an issue that exists at a snapshot in time, or you can look at it historically, but it is an uncertain factor going forward.
Okay, and this commission has just spent the last few months hearing cases brought by gas utilities attempting to recover their extraordinary gas cost. And like the price of energy in the SPP market, that natural gas price is also unregulated and set by the market and supply and demand, correct?
We're not opining on the gas market in
Okay.
SPP.
You don't know that natural gas prices are unregulated and those prices are determined by market and supply and demand. Do you not know that?
I would accept that. I'm not sure as to the relevance, and I can't speak to the specific cases before the commission.
Sure. So one of the things I'm trying to sort of relay what we're talking about here to something the commission just spent 4 or 5 months on. But so one of the things the commissioners heard during those cases was that on the same day for price for natural gas at a certain location on the Southern Star pipeline actually had a much higher price than natural gas at Henry Hub due to the Southern Star pipe location having high demand and low supplies. And that's how the competitive market on SPP generally works, is it not? Where the price of electricity is low.
Objection, relevance.
Well, I haven't finished my question yet. Should I finish my question, then you can object?
Chair Kane, there's a lot of discussion of dockets that are not this docket at this time and natural gas prices that have not been put in the record or in testimony at any point in time. And so, Chair, it's over to you if you'd like him to finish his question, but staff will renew our objection to this line of questioning once he is complete.
I think you're muted.
Chair, you're on mute.
Sorry. I'll rule on the objection this time. The objection is noted and it's overruled. Go ahead, Mr. Flynn.
Okay, so let me just finish my question. Hopefully you remembered the previous part of the question, but what I was trying to get at is that looking at how the gas price, the unregulated gas price was based on supply and demand, or that's how the competitive market on SPP generally works, where the price of electricity is low at a location because of, lots of energy trying to get on transmission and maybe not so much demand for that electricity, and where the price electricity is high at locations because they do have access to transmission. And isn't that correct? I'm sorry, the other lower amounts of electricity because of higher demand?
Yeah, I would just point out that there are some complexities with respect to gas. There are issues with how you move gas from one location to another that is a little different than what we see in the electricity system. But as a general rule, I would say that there are different locational prices on the gas system, and there are different locational prices on the electricity system. There's a rough analogy there. And the only reason for differences, there might be multiple reasons for differences, but largely the reason for differences is that there is insufficient capability of moving the commodity freely, and which would generally equilibrate prices. And that again is a snapshot in time. It depends on the current system, and it doesn't last forever. It doesn't persist. And as Mr. Puga pointed out, there's an imperative that SPP try to eliminate those price differences in the electric market.
And anyone could go to the SPP website, where SPP maintains what are referred to as heat maps of the SPP region. And based upon those heat maps, you can see where in the region the competitive prices for electricity are relatively low, and where in the region the competitive prices for electricity are relatively high, correct?
Right.
Yeah, and that would give you an indication of where transmission would be valuable to build.
Okay. Or if there was lack of transmission, where you could address that issue by locating your wind farm in that area, correct?
Yes, with the important caveat that you wouldn't want to look at a historical analysis and not give, consider what's going to happen in the future. You wouldn't want to invest based on past performance, I think is how they say it on Wall Street.
Yeah, in MFAR, for example, wouldn't want to build just a gin tie from Joplin out to Dodge City, Kansas to just hook up to a wind farm out there, right?
Well, something very similar was proposed in Oklahoma. It depends on the economics.
Right, like everything else, economic.
Like everything.
So let me have Amy put up on the screen what's been marked as Empire Exhibit 8. And this is a document that SPP prepared and published on January 19, 2022, and it is entitled State of the Market Fall 2021, correct?
That's what it says.
Yep. And so let me, Amy, if you can scroll down to page 31 of the report. There you go. And can you blow that up so older guys like me can read that scale? There you go. Yeah, that's good. Thanks. So this page 31 that we've put up on the screen, and it's been blown up, is what is referred to as a price map for SPP, and this one in particular is a price map for SPP for the period fall 2021, showing on-peak prices, correct?
Could you zoom out just a bit so we could see the full information on the chart?
Oh yeah, sure. That's a good point. A little more, Amy. There you go.
Yes. So this.
Okay.
Yeah, for September to November, and it's looking at on-peak prices, and not sure exactly what SPP's definition of on-peak is, but it's obviously the peak period for this fall period.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to ask you.
Fall period for 2021.
Yeah.
Yes, and so I was going to ask you when they say on peak, what they refer to, but I guess I'll skip that question. So are the areas, are these maps also referred to as heat maps?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I could give you an answer on the
okay.
question. So,
sure.
So in the commercial market, you might have a definition of peak, which is usually termed 5/16. It's the 16 hours in the middle of the day when demand is highest over the 5 weekdays. For SPP, the reason I said I'm not entirely sure, it's going to be something comparable, but on the other hand, it could be even a narrower definition of peak, and I just don't know. But it is the period in which load is highest, generally speaking, that is going to be your peak pricing period.
Okay, and looking at the scale that's in the middle of the two maps there, is it your understanding that that's a price scale? And it looks like it starts at $10 a megawatt hour and goes up to $50 a megawatt hour.
I actually don't see megawatt hours anywhere or dollars, but I think that's a reasonable construction of what's there.
Okay, and the reason for that is that energy is sold in a megawatt hour basis typically.
Yes, I would. I wouldn't want to present this chart because it is not labeled fully. But
you can take that up with SPP.
I'm forced to make some inferences.
Sure. Okay.
I'm not reading it off the chart. I want to be clear.
Okay. So and I'm not asking you if to do that. So the red areas of the map are closer to the $50 per megawatt hour, and the yellow bluish areas are closer to the $30 per megawatt hour range, correct?
Approximately.
And I don't mean this as a test to you guys from back east, but are you able to pick out the four corners of Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas that is served by Empire?
Yes.
Yes.
According to this SPP map, the competitive market price for electricity generated in Western Kansas, and now I will test your geography skills again, around where Dodge City is located is around $30 per megawatt hour. And the competitive market price for electricity generated in Southwest Kansas is around $50 a megawatt hour, right?
Seems that way.
So when wind farms can have different values depending on where they are located in the SPP region, because they can earn a different competitive price for the energy they generate, correct?
Again,
Thank you. And let's start at page 4, lines 11 through 16. And Mr. Chairman, whenever you feel like you need to take a break, just let me know and I can do that. I can let you know I'm probably about, well, more than halfway through.
Okay, I appreciate that offer, Jim. I think what we will do is let's go on for about another 10 minutes. That would be an hour and a half since we commenced after lunch, about 2:30, and probably take a 10-minute break then. If you could kind of keep an eye on the clock for me, and if that would work for you in the course of your cross, that would be best.
Okay, thank you. I will do that. Thanks. So if you can refer to Mr. Rooney's direct testimony here on the screen at page 4, lines 11 through 16, there he explained to the commission that Empire retained Burns and McDonald to assist Empire to develop a competitive RFP process to obtain the complete engineering, procurement, construction, and transfer of ownership of a fully functional and operational wind energy project that would be strategically located in or near the Empire service territory. You see that?
Yes.
yeah.
Yep. And I want to come back to that part of his testimony about why Empire would want to locate the wind farms near its service territory in a few minutes. But Amy, if you could scroll down to lines 15 and 16. You got it up there. Yeah. So Mr. Rooney also explained that in October of 2017, the RFP was issued to 11 wind developers, and he provided with his testimony as Schedule SR1 a copy of the RFP, correct?
That seems to
That's
be
what it says.
Okay. In the scope of the work that the staff had you do, did that include looking or reviewing the RFP that was developed by Burns and McDonald and used by Empire to select its wind projects?
We relied on the company's summary of that process.
Okay. So, and if we could turn to page 5 of Mr. Rooney's testimony, lines 18 through 20. There you go. Thanks. So at page 5, lines 18 through 20, Mr. Rooney says that Empire received bids from 10 developers reflecting 18 sites that were owned by the developers. 6 of the bidders also bid on the company's 2 sites in Missouri. And Mr. Rooney provided the names of those bidders contained in his Schedule SR2, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
And the bidders listed in Mr. Rooney's Schedule SR2 included some of the more prominent wind farm developers in the United States, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Rooney there explains in his testimony on line 21 and then over through page 6, line 11, you can stroll over to page 6 there, that Empire worked with Burns and McDonald and ended up with 20 projects that conform to the bid instructions with 8 proposals for development of Empire's existing sites, correct?
What is that?
That's what it says.
Line 7 right there. Of those 20 projects, 8 proposals from 4 bidders. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And in your testimony, you mentioned what the scope of your review in this case was, or what was included and what wasn't included. And I'm curious as to the scope of your review. Did it include looking at the 20 wind projects that Empire was looking at? And looking at Empire's evaluation of those 20 wind projects. So doing things like trying to determine whether or not out of those 20 wind projects, like you would have picked the same wind farms, or you may have picked another wind farm. Did your scope of work include any type of analysis like that?
No, because we were not hired to basically review the due diligence and the procurement process. We were asked to find whether the prices, the price of the facilities that were built were just unreasonable. And if I may add that this procurement process, while it looks very thorough, is deeply flawed in that typically RFPs for power supply talk about a point of delivery for the power, not a location of the facility. And I find that very constrictive, because ultimately the developers may have found that including the cost of transmission to deliver the load to deliver the power to the load, they may have been able to provide a competitive offer. And they were constrained to only provide offers that were built within geographic constraints, and even further in land that was already owned by Empire or secured by Empire.
Yeah, and so that's your understanding of what they did, because, you know, in reality, what they did was ask for all wind projects, and they put a emphasis, or at least provided the opportunity for those wind developers to bid on those. Because, you know, Neosho Ridge Wind Farm, for example, you understand that that wasn't a wind farm that was part of the work that Empire had previously done to look to see if there was any land around their area that would be beneficial for a wind farm. Is that your understanding?
Yes, but the RFP was still geographically oriented as opposed to point to delivery oriented for the power.
Okay, so if we go back to Mr. Rooney's testimony, he explains that that Empire worked with Burns and McDonnell to evaluate the bids and to select 3 bids, 2 of the bids being for the development of Empire's existing sites. Would you agree that Burns and McDonnell is a reputable engineering firm that works with many utilities?
Yeah, but I will probably agree on both accounts.
Okay, and Mr. Rooney included the evaluation that Empire and Burns McDonnell did in his exhibit or schedule SR3, correct? If Amy, if you could scroll down just a little farther there. The next page. Right there. Yeah, thank you. Is that correct?
That's what it says.
Okay. And it wasn't within your scope of the work to look at that evaluation?
No, but I may add that the evaluation was also constrained by the terms of the RFP.
And if we can go to the bottom of page 6. Yeah, oh, right there is good. So, or no, go to the bottom of page 6, lines. Let's see. Yeah, so maybe you need to scroll down a little farther, Amy. There you go. Oh, it's over on page 7. Here we go, right here. So Mr. Rooney identified the 4 major criteria that Empire and Burns McDonnell used to evaluate the bids, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay, and if you can scroll down to the bottom of the page, I want to ask you some questions about a few of these criteria that Empire and Burns McDonnell used to evaluate the bid Empire received regarding its request for proposals for wind projects. And one of the criteria there listed as number 2 that Empire and Burns McDonnell used in evaluating these 20 wind projects or wind farm bids that they evaluated is referred to as basis differential. And if you can look there and then over, maybe scroll down a little farther so they can see both pages. Go down, yeah, there you go. Rooney says the basis differential value used in each project score is the weighted historical average of basis differential from each project SPP's interconnection node compared to the hourly prices at Empire's load. Mr. Dahl explained this yesterday, but in evaluating the 20 wind projects from your viewpoint, is it reasonable for someone who is evaluating multiple wind farms to do this basis differential review?
Not unless you wanted to have that basis differential be a criteria to select the projects.
Yeah, and why would a company evaluating wind projects want to take into account the basis differential as described by Mr. Rooney in this case?
Well, I don't know what the real motivations were for that specification, but it seems to me that the decision to have wind farms located within a constrained geographical area and the assumption that the relative congestion in the SPP footprint will not change in the future probably has something to do with it.
Okay, and just take it away from Empire and just now asking you, you know, all the work you've done on reviewing all the wind farms out there. If someone had come to you and asked you for reviewing different wind farms, would you have one of the things or criteria that you would have used in comparing wind farms and scoring, I guess, wind farms? Would you have used what he refers to as this basis differential as one of the criteria?
No, I would not.
Okay, and why wouldn't you do that?
Because all I care is about all-in price in the PPA pricing. You know, as a criteria for and also I would check whether the conditions to reach that price, which is obtaining interconnection agreement, timely, all the permits, et cetera, and whatever other conditions would be a problem in finished completion by the commercial operation date would be met. But ultimately, is the all-in price all I care about?
Well, I don't want to imply a disagreement with.
Oh no, it's good if you guys start disagreeing.
With Mr. Puga. But
that's the one advantage of having this panel, I think.
Well, I think that it may be a misconstruction and or maybe a misunderstanding about, you know, what's being asked. But I'll offer an assessment here that you know, to allow the line of questioning that you've followed. I think that the basis differential, it's not exactly clear what exactly the basis differential is evaluating. But if you're asking, does it make sense to consider how much the energy is worth when you get it? The answer is yes.
Okay, and so you don't, I mean, Mr. Rooney describes when he says basis differential, he's basically describes right there what they're looking at. You don't understand that testimony?
Well, I guess as I do, I would like to see the details, but looking at 2015 to 2017 historical and assuming that is going to be an applicable basis differential over a 20 or 30-year period is not reasonable.
Okay.
Right.
All right. Mr. Chairman, if we could, this is probably a good time to break, and I will see if I can shorten this up and finish up when we get back.
All right, that sounds good. It's about 2:33. Let's take about a 12-minute break and resume here at 2:45. We're now off the record.
Thank you.
All right, Michelle, can you hear me?
Yes, are you ready to come back?
Let's go ahead. Yes, please.
Okay.
All right, looks like everybody's here. Welcome back. It's 2:45 on March 9th, 2022. And we are going to resume here with Mr. Flaherty's cross-examination of the staff, KCC staff witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just so I don't forget, can I move for the admission of Empire Exhibit 8, which was the state of the market SPP Fall 2021 document that had the heat maps that we talked about.
All right. Is there any objection? Without objection, it's admitted.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Kane, Mr. Puga, just to reset where we left off, you two are starting to fight between yourselves over the definition of basis differential. So I want to try moving on, see if I can get that again going with the next factor that Mr. Rooney used, which is, let's see, Amy, if you could put up Mr. Rooney's testimony at page 8. Yeah, right there is good. Transmission basis cost. You see that? So that's another criteria used by Empire and Burns and McDonnell in evaluating the 20 wind projects that it did. In your opinion, was it reasonable for Empire and Burns McDonnell to review and score future risk of transmission basis cost?
I think as a category, it's a reasonable consideration.
Okay, and when you read transmission basis cost, what do you think of that term meaning?
Essentially the delivery cost of the energy.
Okay, and Mr. Puga, do you agree with that?
Yeah, roughly.
Okay, darn.
I'm just gonna point out though that again we're looking at 2015, 2016, and 2017 as a historical weighted average. You know, it's a long-term investment, and you're stuck holding the ball for a long period of time. That's a lot of that criteria being placed on a narrow historical period is questionable to my mind.
If a buyer under a PPA was evaluating a number of proposed wind projects using the transmission basis cost explained in Mr. Rooney's testimony, that buyer, everything else being equal, would score the wind farm that was in a location that has lesser risk of transmission issues based upon the buyer's load node, higher than the wind farm that was in a location in the SPP market that had a greater risk of transmission issues, which would be given a lesser value than the other wind farm, correct?
Depends what happens next year. You know, what transmission line is going to go in service in 2022? You know, it's just this historical basis is, I don't want to endorse this historically based analysis as being sufficient or you know, demonstrating that it was correct. We were not asked to validate what Burns and McDonnell did, and we did not attempt to validate it.
Okay, you weren't asked to do that, correct?
Right.
Right. So one of the things I saw, and I think both you, Mr. Kane and Mr. Puga, one of the things that you guys do for a living is you provide your expert opinion to financial institutions that are going to invest in these wind farms. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. And so when you do those evaluations, do you look at things like we've just talked about, transmission basis cost?
Not really, because we look at transmission, and we look at the deliverability or the feasibility of delivering the power to the load, but not based on a historical separation of prices because we're keenly aware of the fact that, especially in a service territory that is under an RTO, a regional transmission organization, or an ISO, which one of their goals is to reduce congestion and reduce price spreads between LMPs.
And when those financial institutions ask you to do that evaluation, they don't ask you to build into your evaluation what what you could expect the market to do the next 10 years, 20 years over the life of that investment they're making?
Yeah, they asked me specifically. They asked me to assess the transmission risk, which includes a bunch of different criteria, including history of outages and what is the transmission expansion plan going forward.
Right, and so to determine that risk going forward, I'm assuming you do certain analysis to figure out what that risk is for a particular wind farm that, let's say, JP Morgan is wanting to invest in, correct?
Yes, you would do power flow analysis, you would do contingency-based analysis to see what are the potential effects of various contingencies on the ability of the project to perform, but using the basis differentials as a selection criteria for the project, I have never done.
Okay. So if you were comparing two wind projects and deciding which to acquire or which to buy energy under a PPA, a wind farm located 300 miles away from the utility's distribution system and load node generally would carry more transmission risk than a wind farm that was located near or in the utility service territory, correct?
Not necessarily. I don't know about the risk, but the costs of transmission upgrades in a congested area can be quite high.
Okay.
And so that when you apply for transmission interconnection, the analysis it consists of basically seeing what would it take in terms of network reinforcements to leave the system the way you found it in the absence of your project. And so if you already have a project that is near capacity, the chances are that there are going to be significant network upgrade costs involved.
And you heard, did you hear the testimony yesterday, Mr. Puga?
Did I? I'm sorry?
Did you listen to the testimony yesterday?
Yes, I did.
And one of the things that a number of the Empire witnesses talked about as an advantage to owning these three wind farms was basically Empire had control over the generator interconnection. Do you remember that, what they were saying about that? And I guess I want to ask you, do you agree with them based upon your previous answer that Empire having ownership and control of that generator interconnection for being able to put storage, electric storage or batteries or solar at these same generator interconnections, or can use these same generator interconnections, that is valuable based upon your previous statement that you just made?
Yeah, I heard that, and I've been struggling to determine whether, in my opinion, a flexibility is a criteria that should be applied to a particular project, like a wind project, and say, well, I selected this wind project because there is great potential for future investments. I have not reached a conclusion about that yet.
Okay. If I could, Amy, if you could turn to page 9 of Mr. Rooney's testimony, line 6. Yeah, right there is good. Or maybe down just a little, scroll down just a little. There you go. So Mr. Rooney says that Empire evaluated and ranked all the bids that it received from 20 different projects based upon the independent valuation rankings from Burns & McDonnell. Is that correct? See that there on this page?
I see it there, yes.
And the chart on page 9 of Mr. Rooney's testimony identifies all the criteria that was reviewed and scored and ranked. Do you see that?
Yep.
And then down at lines 11 through 14. If you could scroll down there, yeah. So Mr. Rooney indicates that Empire evaluated and ranked all of the bids for these 20 different projects, and that evaluation is included in his schedule SR3. Do you see that?
I see that.
And setting aside the PPA versus ownership issue, which both of you provided an opinion on, is it correct that you did not provide a critique on Empire, Burns McDonald's review and evaluation of the bids for the 20 different projects?
That is correct.
So in your testimony, you don't, for example, opine on the way in which Empire and Burns McDonald scored the bids, correct?
No,
And you didn't opine on the criteria that was selected to evaluate the bids, correct?
that is correct.
Okay. So Amy, you can take that down now. Thanks. So would you agree that wind projects can have different costs of land leasing?
Yes.
Yes.
And in fact, I think one of you mentions that in the testimony, that wind projects can have different costs of land leasing. And Mr. Mooney today discussed one of the 3 wind farms, the Neosho Ridge Wind Farm, where because of where it was located and because of the county setbacks, because there's more people that live in Neosho County than out in western Kansas, that increased the cost of the wind project. Did you hear that?
Yes, I heard that.
So that might be maybe a different reason why. Mr. Kane, were you going to say something?
I didn't hear any characterization of magnitude. What we heard yesterday from Mr. Wilson was that there was a very slight difference. I think slight was his word in the lease cost. And what we heard from today from Mr. Mooney was that there was a difference in the positioning and the spacing that involved an increase in cost, but also an increase in output because you get more output from those facilities. So I didn't hear anything about magnitude there.
I didn't either.
Okay. And wind projects can have different labor costs, correct?
True.
And wind projects can have different availability of transportation, correct?
True.
And they can have different generation interconnection to the transmission costs, correct?
Yes.
And wind projects can have different costs due to having higher, like Mr. Kane just said, higher towers and larger blades to capture more wind, correct?
Yes.
And some PPAs have what are called take or pay requirements, and some PPAs do not, correct?
Yes, that's true.
Yes.
Okay, you guys just jump in here. So what is a take or pay requirement in a PPA for a wind farm?
Well, you will be obligated to pay the amount contracted regardless of whether you can receive it or not.
Okay, and my previous years, I spent too much of my time on natural gas take or pay contract litigation. So I know that take or pay requirements, they're good for the seller, but not good for the buyer, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And can you explain why it's good for the seller and not the buyer?
Well, I think
you guys are having signals here. You're waiting to see who's going to answer here. So you're not doing that, right?
I was waiting for you to follow up.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah, no, and it's kind of obvious, no? I mean, obviously the seller wants to have an assurance that his revenue is certain, reduce the uncertainty, and the inability of the load to take the service they don't want that to be his problem, right? Or so it's good for the seller, but not necessarily for the buyer, because they have to pay for it anyway, whether they take it or not.
Yeah, but if you're paying for something that you or your customers aren't getting, namely energy in this case, then that's not good for you or your utility customers, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, because they're paying for something that they never get, right?
Correct.
Well, we would need more particulars in this case. I think that for.
I agree with that. I think there's a lot more particulars that you need. So.
For wind PPAs, you generally get nothing if you don't generate. And the take or pay aspect, there's a high incentive to generate, and the owner is going to get that regardless of whether they can deliver it to their to load.
Okay.
So,
Yeah. Somebody want to say something? Okay. So a PPA for a wind farm that contains a take or pay requirement could be priced differently than a PPA for a wind farm that contains no take or pay requirement, correct?
Possible.
And if the owner of a wind farm installs a cold weather package, so turbines operate in cold weather, that cold weather package is going to increase the overall cost of the wind farm, correct?
Yes, during cold weather events, sure.
Do you know what a cold weather package costs per turbine?
We didn't submit that in our testimony, but I do know.
Yeah, just for the record, what that typically costs for each turbine?
Well, the literature shows that it will roughly between 5 and 10% of the cost of the turbines for the types of turbines that are being installed these days, about 2.5 megawatts in size.
And putting that percentage into a dollar amount, roughly?
Well, that one I would caution that my memory. I think I remember something like $400,000, but I'm not quite.
Okay, and that's $400,000 per turbine.
Per turbine. Yeah.
So if you had, like Neosho Ridge has 130 turbines, I think, or 130. I should know this. 139 different turbines. That would be multiplied by 400,000, and that's how you get the total cost of the cold weather package. Just subject to what you said.
Subject to check. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So Amy, can you put up the first page of Empire Exhibit 7 on the screen?
For the record, I don't recall seeing in the record any list of costs, a breakdown of costs for these facilities.
Okay. And you guys had the chance to ask data requests, but again, that was sort of outside the scope of what you looked at, right?
Yes.
So Mr. Kane or Mr. Puga, can you identify what's been marked as Empire Exhibit 7, which I know you can always see the front page there, but I don't know, and I don't know if you have access to all these exhibits or not, but can you identify that just based by the cover page?
Yes, that is the U.S. Department of Energy's 2021 edition of the land-based wind market report.
Okay, and this is one of the documents you reviewed in the work you did in this case, correct?
That's correct.
And on the executive summary part of the report, and Amy, if you can scroll down to numeral page 8 or VII. Right, just have to go down to the bottom of there's 7, so one more. And it's about the 5th and 6th. So scroll down just a little. So the 5th and 6th bullet, those I want to ask you some questions about. So if you look, if you could, either Mr. Kane or Mr. Puga, read to yourselves the information that's under bullet number where it says independent power producers own the majority of the wind assets, and then long-term contracted sales, those two things. I want to ask you questions about that. Just let me know if you're done reading that. Have you had a chance to read that?
Yes.
Okay, so the way I read that is that industry trends, based upon the information there, is that what they're saying is just over a quarter of the wind projects installed in 2020 were owned by investor-owned electric utilities, correct? I think they say 27%.
That's what it says.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
That is what it says, yes.
Okay, thank you. So Mr. McMahon pointed out in his rebuttal testimony that the only two investor-owned electric utilities in Kansas own some of their wind farms. Do you have any evidence that suggests that is not the case?
Can you repeat that question? I didn't.
Sure. Yeah, let me just go right to the point. He pointed out, Mr. McMahon did, that Evergy, which is the only other investor-owned utility in the state, actually owns 5 wind farms. Do you have anything that suggests that that's not correct?
No.
I don't. No.
Thank you. So let's go, Amy, to Roman numeral page XI, and it's the last bullet right above future outlook. Yeah, so it's the bullet there. So if you guys could read that to yourselves, I want to ask you just a couple questions about that. If I'm reading this point correctly, it makes the point that there are substantial health and climate benefits of wind, and that those benefits actually exceed the average COE, correct?
That's what it says.
Yeah. Okay.
And the last sentence in that bullet point says climate, health, and grid value averaged $46 a megawatt hour, $31 a megawatt hour, and $15 a megawatt hour respectively, compared to our average LCOE of $33 a megawatt hour, correct?
That's what it says.
Yeah.
Okay. And if you can, Amy, if you could turn to page 20 and 21 of the report. Let's start at page 20.
Just to be clear, that was a reference to a national figure.
Right. So that would include like, and you're talking about the LCOE number and the other megawatt hours numbers there. And
the other clarification that I want to make is that that's an estimate of the value based on some parameters that the Lawrenceburg National Labs, the Department of Energy, decided that they're applicable. That doesn't mean that they're necessarily monetizable universally.
Okay, so what's the, I guess, let me just ask you, what's the point for the DOE in that report to point out that information in that report to the public about the health and the climate and all those things and how they put it in megawatt hour values?
But there would be speculation on my part, but
let me rephrase the question because I don't want you to, I know you don't know why they do it, but in your review as part of this case, and you've reviewed this report, I guess what's your understanding as to why that information would be important for the public to understand?
Well, go ahead, Colin.
So, there's additional value here. I think that the record is very clear that Empire is making no claim that its 3 wind farms are incremental to the capacity of wind and SPP relative to Empire not owning those facilities. No one has ever made that claim. So I don't see the relevance because the $30 per megawatt hour of value that comes out, Empire's never claimed that there's higher wind generation in SPP as a result of its decision to own assets.
Yeah, I would agree with that. So if you turn to page 20 and 21 of the report, at the bottom of page 20, right there, and again, and then over to the top of page 21. So again, the point this report's making is that that there's a trend that investor-owned utilities are deciding to own wind projects, with the investor-owned utilities installing 27% of the total wind capacity installed in the United States in 2020, compared to an overall ownership in wind energy capacity of only 16% before that, correct?
Yes,
Yeah,
that is a trend.
Okay. And Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of Empire Exhibit 7.
Is there objection? Without objection, it's admitted.
Okay, I want to ask you just a few questions about the benchmarks that you use to compare with Empire's LCOE megawatt hour price. Let's start with the LCOE price that was approved by the Commission for Evergy's Western Plains Wind Farm using the fixed price PPA approach, which is also being suggested in this case. The LCOE price for the Western Plains fixed price PPA, and I think you have this in your testimony, was $20.70 a megawatt hour, correct?
Yes.
And that $20.70 per megawatt hour price that's above the $15 per megawatt price hour that you are recommending in this case, correct?
Correct.
And does that mean that the $20.70 per megawatt hour price approved by the Commission for Evergy's Western Plains Wind Farm would be found to be unreasonable based upon the method King and Puga used to determine what a reasonable price is for a wind farm because it's above your $15.40 per megawatt hour benchmark?
No, the procurement that Evergy ran included PPA offers. There was a direct comparable available through that process.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Although I think it was misstated by Mr. McMahon, the average PPA price in that case was, I think, $2 roughly lower than the $20.70 value that was allowed by the Commission.
Okay, are you sure it wasn't the other way around, where the ownership was
$2 higher?
Yeah, the ownership was $2 lower than the PPA.
That's what Mr. McMahon said, and I actually don't have direct knowledge of that, but I think Mr. Grady testified in that proceeding and has more direct knowledge. You should take it up with him.
Okay, and if it's in his testimony, it's in there, and so we can look at it and see if what Mr. McMahon said is correct or whether or not your recollection is correct, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I won't waste the time to do that, but anyway, so I guess from what your last answer, what we can conclude there is that because Evergy's Western Plains price of $27.70 a megawatt hour, it would be reasonable that something above 1540, the threshold number you provide, something above that could also be reasonable, correct?
I would simply say that they substantiated a case which provided a direct comparison through their procurement process between PPAs and the utility-owned Western Plains facility.
And you're saying they did that because they did a review of PPAs versus ownership, and it came back that PPAs were cheaper than ownership, right?
Not that much cheaper, $2 roughly, I guess.
Okay. So if the information had actually come back and indicated that the ownership was $2 cheaper than the PPA, would that have changed the determination on whether or not ownership would be better than having a PPA there?
Well, no, the cheaper the better, right?
I don't think that we're the right people to ask about the particulars of the decision making in the Western Plains case, and that was another stipulated conclusion to that case. But it's clearly a marginal case. You've got it's a close call, and if the Commission granted arguments in favor of the ownership value of the facility relative to a PPA. I don't know what the basis of the decision was, but that's they presented an integral comparison, and unfortunately, the record here doesn't include that.
Well, I think it does include that because I mean at least the analysis that that Westar did, but let me move on. I'm assuming that if a PPA price for a wind farm was $15.75 per megawatt hour, instead of the $15.40 number that your method of determining reasonableness, that PPA price that was 35 cents over your $15.40 might still be reasonable, correct?
Yes.
And that's because two wind farms might have different values. And if one wind farm has a PPA price above that 1540, if it can show that it provides additional value, then that higher PPA price might be reasonable, correct?
Yes, and comparables are basically a roughly basis of comparison that you cannot possibly match exactly the price, right?
All right. One way that you could have two prudent PPA prices that are different is the location of the projects and the value that the energy provides to the grid at the point of the interconnection of those projects is different, correct?
It depends on the specific circumstances.
Right, I totally agree with that. So one wind farm with a higher LCOE price may be just as prudent as a wind farm with a lower LCOE price if that wind farm with the higher LCOE price is located in an area that earns relatively higher power prices for its output within the market than the wind farm with a lower LCOE. Correct?
And I would say that alternative ownership structures and contracting arrangements and offer prices would all be part of that mix, and we're missing a big portion of that in this case.
Yeah, let me ask you about that, because I was curious about that, what you said there, because if I own a wind farm, or I'm a wind farm developer, and let's just take Neosho Ridge Wind Farm as an example. So Apex is the developer of that wind farm, and I mean, it obviously knows that it is developing its wind farm in an area unlike Western Kansas, where the wind farm is going to be located near a high price node, at least much higher price than in Western Kansas. Apex is going to want to capture that higher value in its PPA price to a buyer, right? If it can, if competition will allow them to do that. He's not going to leave that on the table, right?
As I said earlier, if you're a monopolist, you can demand whatever price you can get. And if you're if you work in a highly competitive field, and you just showed us statistics which show how competitive wind is in the United States, you're forced to consider what other people are going to offer, and ultimately people offer very close to cost covering their return, and right, so that's what I would expect.
Sorry to interrupt you there. But if I've got something that's valuable because of where it's located, even if there is some competition out there, the fact that my location makes what I've got more valuable, you're saying that I'm not going to take that into account. If I understand competition and you got to compete with all the other wind farms out there, but if your wind farm is unique to those other wind farms, that you're telling me a developer is not going to want to try to capture that additional value?
Oh, they can want all they want, but the question is whether they can get the price.
Okay, and if Apex had to install wind turbines with taller towers and longer blades in order to increase the wind farm's capacity, and as a result cost it more, Apex is going to want to reflect that higher cost in its PPA price in order to recover those costs, correct?
I think it will submit an offer based on cost.
Right, and so these market developers aren't out there doing this not to recover their cost or earn a fair return, correct?
Yeah, everybody's out for a buck.
Exactly. And so those so if they're able to earn a return in the PPA price, then that developer who's unregulated, that developer shareholders are going to earn that return, and the utilities customers who the utility buys that power from, those customers are going to have to pay within that price the return to those shareholders, correct? The unregulated company.
Yeah, I'm hard pressed to understand the relevance here. We don't have in the record a PPA offer to Empire that corresponds to their RFP. It would be great if we did. It would be really great if we did, and so we wouldn't have to talk in these hypothetical terms. But we don't. And it's a substantial failure. It leaves a giant gap in the record, and we've attempted to fill that gap with our analysis. But to say, as multiple Empire witnesses have, that, oh, the PPA price would be just the same, that is an assertion. That is only an assertion. There is no evidence in the record that demonstrates that a PPA offer that would have conformed to Empire's criteria would be the same price as the costs that are being asked of ratepayers. There is no evidence for it.
And I'll just tell you, I disagree with that, but I guess you can have your opinion on that. So you, Mr. Kane and Mr. Puga, you did not attempt to determine what were the causes for the Western Plains LCOE value being so much lower than Empire's wind farms LCOE value, because that was not within the scope of your assignment, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, it's sort of difficult to argue that the Western Plains LCOE price should be the price for Empire's 3 wind farms if you didn't attempt to determine whether there were reasonable causes as to why one should be higher than the other, correct?
We never suggested that would be the correct, the just and reasonable price.
Okay, that wasn't one of the criteria that's in your testimony that?
No, it was a data point and a figure number 4.
Right, and that data point, at least on that data point, we have specific wind farms and specific amounts of revenue and specific megawatt hours that it produced and specific avoided costs that it had. But we don't have any of that information on all the other wind farms that you are using as data points, correct? I mean, at least we have that information for the Western Plains wind farm that we don't have for these other data points that you guys used, correct?
Well, yeah, it is a tragedy that we don't have equivalent bids for PPAs on that solicitation. That is the reason why we're here.
Yeah. Who was it that determined the scope or limitations on what you could review in your analysis?
We were contracted by staff to review the application and evaluate the reasonableness of the 3373.
Okay, that's sort of different than my question is I guess my question was who, I mean, in that contract, were you specifically limited to not doing an analysis to compare Western Plains with Empire, since you didn't try to look at what the reasonable causes might be for the differences in those 2 LCOE prices?
Well, like any assignment, we are limited by the time we have and the budget we have to spend.
Okay, do you know why staff did not want you to do that analysis to compare and determine whether or not there were reasonable causes as to why the Western Plains LCOE number might be different than the Empire LCOE numbers?
Well, we weren't, we weren't asked to reproduce all of the work that Empire might have submitted as part of its application. We were asked to evaluate whether the 3373 was a reasonable rate to impose on customers.
Okay, in your go ahead. Sorry, Mr.
Most importantly, we were not asked to opine on the reasonableness of the price agreed by settlement for Western Plains.
Okay, so in your testimony, you point out that Empire's wind farms cost more than Western Plains, but Kane and Puga did not make an evaluation as to which of the farms earned the most annual revenues, correct?
No.
We did not.
Okay, did you at least review staff's testimony in that Western Plains case and the part where Mr. Grady applied Westar's ECA amount as the company's avoided production cost to the first year's megawatt hours, and then added that to the first year worth of SPPIM revenues to compare that to the LCOE price to determine customer savings?
No.
Did you at least look at the annual revenues earned by Western Plains during its first year as set forth in Mr. Grady's testimony and compare that to the annual revenues for Empire's 3 wind farms?
No.
We're back to revenue. You know, an explanation of what the cost differential is what's relevant. But the reason I don't want to speak for staff, but I think if Empire had come in even in the ballpark of the Western Plains cost, we wouldn't be having this hearing. But I can say that the issue is the cost, and what we've heard so far is rough characterization of why Empire's costs are so high for its facilities. But we hear, a slight differential in the cost of leases. We hear, well, there's offsetting issues with respect to the spacing of the turbines. Well, maybe it costs more, but we got more wind out of it, and the turbines are higher in order to capture more wind. We don't have an explanation of why it is so much more than 60% more expensive than the Western Plains project. So you can ask staff why they asked us to do what we did, but it wasn't incumbent upon us to justify your costs relative to Western Plains.
Okay, let's talk about the issues that Empire does have with Mr. Kane and Mr. Prigge, your use of the level 10 information to establish a proxy PPA price that Empire could have obtained for 3 wind farms located in the same area where its 3 wind farms are located. First off, level 10 is a platform where renewable developers can be matched with off-takers that are seeking renewable energy and renewable energy credits, correct?
Yes.
And the proposed pricing offers shared by developers on level 10, that's not the same as a final deal pricing, correct?
That's correct.
They're just initial offers and not final PPA prices, correct?
That's correct.
And the PPA price offers don't reveal the underlying LCOE for any specific farm, right?
No, but why would it be in the interest of a developer to post a price that then they have to beat?
And it is possible that the final deal pricing could vary substantially from the preliminary pricing package on the platform, correct?
Yes, and it could be lower too, because all the LVNL prices are much lower than the P25 prices in level 10. I was surprised by that myself.
So one major area of potential difference between the preliminary pricing on the platform and final deal pricing is the preliminary pricing offer does not include interconnection costs, correct?
That's correct.
And that's because these costs are not known until the SPP conducts a study, but can range from minimal to hundreds of or thousands of dollars per kilowatt, correct?
That is correct.
And would you agree that the average contract length for North America wind projects transporting or transacting on the level 10 platform is just under 14 years?
That is true.
And level 10 does not identify a PPA price for a wind farm located near nodes where the wind energy will obtain a substantially higher price and located near or in an off-taker's service territory or factory, correct?
That is correct, because they're not assuming that that the business case for the off-taker is going to be to sell that power to the market over and above their needs for supply, because this marketplace set by level 10 is mostly used by commercial off-takers that want to buy green power for serving their own load.
Okay, so the level 10 information, for example, wouldn't give you the PP offer differential for a wind farm near Dodge City, Kansas, and a wind farm near Joplin, Missouri, correct?
No.
And I think we've already agreed to this, but the location of the wind farm could make a significant difference on the economics of a project.
If the economics of your project are predicated on a significant amount of sales over consumption, yes.
Okay, and the level 10 doesn't report, or the level 10, I guess, reported initial offers. They don't provide any information on whether the wind projects have cold weather packages like Empire's wind farms do.
Well, I presume that if, I mean, level 10 data covers the whole United States. And if you're talking about northern MISO, they're likely include cold weather packages. And
But
the
in,
same part would
but
be
in
for
like
northern
a
SPP.
region like SPP, I'm sorry.
No, I'm saying the same case would be for northern SPP.
Yeah, so yeah, but that sort of makes my point is that you might not necessarily have level 10 offers in SPP for cold weather packages. And if those offers are in Texas or, I'm sorry, not Texas, Oklahoma or Kansas, or, you know, in the southern Arkansas, the southern states that are in SPP.
Well, I don't know exactly how to answer that, but I guess those people that bet that they will never need cold weather packages perhaps could be wrong, right? So I don't know.
Yeah. So the level 10 reported initial offers don't indicate whether the ultimate PPA will contain a take or pay requirement, correct?
Not, they don't say that in their literature, no.
In the level 10 reported initial offers don't indicate whether ultimate PPA contain a price escalation clause, correct?
No, not specifically, no.
And when I refer to a price escalation clause in a PPA, what does that reference refer to? What's a price escalation clause in a PPA?
Well, typically it's a provision to protect the seller from inflation.
Okay, so in the level 10 provides no information on potential revenues generated by the wind projects, correct?
No, as I said, they mostly sell into a market that is not counting on having their business crest predicated on sales to the market.
Okay, I think you indicated this to me before, but for the next set of questions, just want to clarify or confirm that Kane and Puga looked at 0 actual PPA contracts and making their evaluation. Is that correct?
That is correct, and the reason is that looking at one particular PPA would be complete meaningless. That you would have to look at a number of PPAs that would be obtained in a solicitation process to really be able to actually review individual PPAs and try to understand what the different conditions of all the PPAs and how they scatter, right?
Yeah. So you didn't look at any PPA contracts that would have showed the location of a particular wind farm?
No.
And you didn't look at any real PPA contracts that would have shown whether the wind farm was similar to Empire's wind farm, which is located in a high price node area and near or in the buyer's service territory?
No, we used a benchmark that is generally accepted in the United States as being representative of going prices in different regions, which is the Lawrence Berkeley National Labs database.
But in looking at that information, that information is not going to tell you whether the PPA offer or the PPA price that are I guess in that data had a take or pay requirement or a price escalation clause or a capacity factor, a cold weather package. I mean, all these things, that information isn't provided. Basically, all you have is a reported price, right?
We have a range of reported prices.
Right.
That cover the whole landscape of PPAs that were entered into over that period we looked at.
Did you have access to all the information that Empire had with respect to the 20 actual wind projects that it received bids on, correct? I mean, did you have access to that information?
No, as we said, we were not retained to review the solicitation process.
So you didn't review where those wind farms were located and all that other information that would be specific to those 20 wind farm bids that they received?
No.
Does a buyer of a wind farm or a buyer under a PPA, is it going to accept a price, a PPA price, or a price to own it or to buy it without taking into account that it can pay a lower or higher price based on the upsides and downsides to the location of the wind farm?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
I didn't.
So if you're a buyer of a wind farm, I mean, before you accept a price, aren't you going to look at or take into account all the different things that makes a wind farm good and all the things that make a wind farm less good, like where it's located, access to transmission, all the other things that have been discussed the last 2 days?
To a certain extent, yes. You want to basically eliminate those that have high risks, but in reality, your main focus is on what is the price delivered and the point of delivery you're willing to take the energy.
So let me just finish up by asking you a few questions on staff's position that Empire really doesn't need the 3 new wind farms to supply renewable energy to its Kansas customers. And let me start with, I don't know if you heard yesterday, the opening statement I made, but I referred to the tail wagging the dog when it comes to Empire's Kansas operations. You're aware that Empire operates in 4 different states, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware that Empire's electric utility system is an integrated system that serves those 4 states. In other words, Empire doesn't have a Missouri system and a Kansas system and an Oklahoma system and an Arkansas system. It has one system that it uses to serve all of its customers. And it just happens that those customers are situated in 4 states. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
So even though Empire's Riverton generation facility is located in Riverton, Kansas, it is used to serve its customers in all 4 states, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware that close to 90% of Empire's customers and operations are located in Missouri?
Yes.
And this is where the tail wags the dog comes into play. Empire files an IRP with the Missouri Public Service Commission, correct? If you know.
Yes.
And based upon Empire's 2019 IRP, Empire requested and received permission from the Missouri Commission in the form of certificates of convenience and necessity to acquire the 3 wind farms. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
So while, again, as I indicated yesterday, I'll be the first one to stand up for Empire's Kansas customers, and this Kansas Commission has the right to make decisions for what they think are best for Empire's Kansas customers in Southeast Kansas. Would you agree that it's really not unfair to at least acknowledge that the commission that has authority over 90% of Empire's total operations found the need for Empire to acquire the wind farms? I mean, you at least acknowledge that that should be taken into some account.
I wouldn't advise the Kansas Corporation Commission on how much notice it should give to what the Missouri Commission does.
Okay, if the Missouri Commission is considered to be responsible or conducts its regulation of Missouri Empire's operations responsibility, and 90% of it's located in Missouri, and they have an IRP process, and they go through that process, and they have a CCN process, and they go through that. And after all that was done, the Missouri Commission found that there was a need for these 3 wind farms. You're not saying that it wouldn't be unreasonable for the commission, this commission, to at least acknowledge that and then decide based upon whatever weight it wants to give to those decisions to at least take that into account.
Well, yeah, I would say that the issue before the commission here in this case is what costs are reasonably passed through to Kansas ratepayers.
Right, I agree with that. So can you tell me what a planning reserve margin or PRM is for utilities like Empire in the SPP market?
Planning reserve margin is an excess of capacity over load that is required to be held by individual LSCs.
Yeah, would you agree that the SPP PRM is a minimum reserve margin? In other words, you don't get, SPP doesn't penalize you if you go above the PRM.
The PRM is a minimum.
Yes, and you agree that Empire's current SPP PRM is 16% and that SPP minimum reserve margin is 12%.
Yes, I'd agree.
That is a fact, yes.
Okay, and Mr. McMahon has a figure in his rebuttal testimony, and I don't know, Amy, if you want to put that up on the screen. It's on page 6 and it's figure 2. There it is. Thank you. So in this figure 2, Mr. McMahon shows the 50 or so, and I think you called them load serving entities or LSEs. Maybe you need to define what that is for the record.
So load serving entity is it's somewhat intuitive in its name. They're sometimes utilities, sometimes G&T co-ops that serve customer load. And in the case of SPP, they typically own or contract generation resources to serve that load.
Okay, and so it's your understanding that Mr. McMahon in this figure is trying to show that of those 50 or so load serving entities or LSEs and SPP, that the vast majority of those LSEs have a planning reserve margin that is greater than Empire 16%. My question to you is, do you have any information that would rebut that information provided by Mr. McMahon?
Well, what do you mean that these numbers are incorrect?
Yeah, any information that would suggest that where Empire ranks with respect to all of the other LSEs that are listed here, any information to suggest that what Mr. McMahon is proposing here is not correct?
No, except that Mr. McMahon chose to represent the current reserve margin and the standing of Empires with respect to that margin before the wind farms are added.
Okay.
But no, I don't have any information that would speak to the contrary.
Okay, and I'm not going to go into with you all the reasons Mr. McMahon gives as to why an LSC might have a planning reserve margin that's above the minimum reserve, and I'll leave the commission to read that. But I did want to ask you about what your knowledge is about SPP's current review of what will qualify for thermal capacity so it can be claimed by an LSE to apply to its PRM. And if in fact SPP is getting tougher on LSEs in this area due to things like Storm Uri and other market factors. And if you're familiar with that review, what impact that might have on utilities minimum margin.
I'm generally familiar with what SPP is doing. It's somewhat similar to what's being done in other jurisdictions. It's essentially trying to get a better idea of what real capacity is, and that applies to wind, solar, and traditional resources as well. The load carrying capability of resources is getting greater scrutiny. I have to say, from this chart, I mean, my overwhelming conclusion from this chart is, wow, SPP is really long capacity.
And yet, being long in capacity, they still had issues with Storm Uri, right? And that's one of the reasons why the SPP is looking. And obviously, the commissioners probably know more about this than I do because they're involved in this. But that's one of the reasons why the SPP and the commissions that are part of the SPP are looking at, hey, maybe we need to adjust this minimum capacity because of what happened in Storm Uri, even with all this additional capacity that is shown by Mr. McMahon. So
yeah, I mean,
let me put a question on into that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was wondering where it was.
Yeah. So I guess explain. I mean, there was some discussions yesterday about the basically decrementing thermal capacity, and maybe you can explain when somebody's talking about where there's a decrement to thermal capacity, what they're talking about, and why that's an issue at the SPP.
I can only say that it's it's trying to get at the question of what is reliable capacity from each resource. I have to say that renewable resources are getting the most scrutiny in most jurisdictions because it's not clear that incremental additions of new renewable resources on top of a large mass of renewable resources have much capacity value. So I would think that would be a risk as well that Empire would be facing, would be a reassessment of what real capacity contribution those wind resources provide. It may not be static in SPP, and it's not going to go up.
Right, and it sounded like you are suggesting that this issue is not only being discussed at SPP, but it's being discussed in the other RTOs as well.
Yes.
Okay, and so to bring this back to decrementing thermal capacity, and I don't know how much familiar you are with Storm Uri, but here in the Midwest, we're very familiar with that. There were not only wind farms that didn't have these cold, wet weather packages that had problems, but there were other, natural gas and coal plants and so you could see, couldn't you, that if those coal plants or natural gas plants didn't operate during Storm Uri, that there may be a need to decrement that thermal capacity of those fossil fuel plants, right?
I would say the same risk applies with respect to wind, and it may be a greater risk with respect to wind, frankly.
Okay.
There is no evidence that additional thermal capacity, decremented or not, lose their contribution to capacity margins like renewables do.
Okay, that's Mr. Chairman. That's all I have. Mr. Kane and Mr. Puga, thanks for helping me through this panel, and I think it worked out well. I appreciate it, and
thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Flaherty. I want to provide a heads up to everyone who is participating in this hearing. It's the commission's intention to conclude this hearing today, whatever that means, whether that means 5:36, whatever that means. We're going to finish this hearing today. I just provide you with that heads up. All right, we're going to turn now. Let's see, that was about an hour since our last break. We're going to go a bit more. We're going to turn now for cross-examination to Curb and Mr. Love.
Commissioner, I'm sure you'll be happy to hear. I have no questions.
Thank you. Very well. Okay. I want to circle back here a little bit. Let's turn back to the commissioners if the commissioners have any questions. Commissioner French?
I intended to clarify a few points, but I don't think there is any ground left to plow after Mr. Flaherty's cross-examination. So I'm going to go ahead and pass. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Puga and Mr. Kane, for your testimony.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Commissioner Duffy? Commissioner Duffy?
Yes, thank you. I'm looking here just a moment. Well, I'm just going to beat a dead horse here. I think the phrase you offered on page 30 of your testimony was fatally flawed in terms of describing the procurement strategy and process. And I guess I'm still, you deal with this every day. So any rationale as to why fatally flawed?
It's fatally flawed because it's left an incomplete record with which to evaluate the whether Empire's decisions and its request to pass these costs through to ratepayers are the reasonably efficient way to serve customers with or without wind power, and whether the resulting rates are just and reasonable. I just, we really have been left to try to fill a gap that didn't exist in the Western Plains scenario, but exists here. And I'd like to take an opportunity to just point out that, we heard multiple Empire witnesses say that, we really didn't need to include PPAs. We just would have gotten the same stuff. It was the same developers, same costs. So there's no reason to think that they would be any different. But again, that is only an assertion. There is no evidence in the record to show that PPAs that would have corresponded to their criteria would have been the same price. And in fact, if there had been evidence, if there is a PPA out there at $33.73 or even close to it, we would know about it, would be in our database, or Empire would have pointed to it. And there may be a very good reason why there isn't. And that is that no one would sign a PPA at that price. And, we don't have the ability to do that assessment other than to look for proxy data, which is what we did. And so we're filling the gap with that available information. If the procurement had been an expansive, had been a comprehensive procurement rather than a narrow procurement, then we would have had that information as part of the record. And I think, Commissioner Duffy, as you said yesterday, we wouldn't be here. And I agree with you. And I think that even if we were in a stone's throw of the Western Plains cost, we wouldn't be here. But that's the situation that we're in. And so it is, I would agree with you with what you said yesterday, that or maybe it was this morning, that there is a signal value of having PPAs as part of the process. The Empire witnesses claim that it would have been duplicative. The value would be that you have a slam dunk case if you really believe in it. And I think that, the fact is that, Andrew Crane yesterday pointed to a reason why you wouldn't include PPAs, because you don't want that answer. I think Commissioner French has indicated a lot of familiarity with PPA pricing. And, when we living through this period, and whether you work in SPP or not, seeing trade press, which talks about, here's the most recent PPA price, and you think, wow, that's low. And then next week it's even lower. You get a sense of what these prices should be. And the price that is being asked of Kansas ratepayers is substantially higher. And we've got to fill in a gap to find out whether it's reasonable. And our evidence shows that it isn't.
Thank you. Also, as Mr. Mooney has shared, there's $160 million in customer savings over 20 years. I think back 20 years from here, 2002. In the world of energy, projections are difficult. I mean, this is in the 1950s with your grandparents' coal plant that, you know, you put into place and it chugs along. So the ability to figure $169 million in savings over a 20-year period with the technology, rapid changes, with just the evolution that's going on in this country right now, do you think that is a real number or a shot in the dark there?
To be clear, I think our testimony lays out in pretty specific detail some commentary on that number. So the $169 million benefit number specifically is predicated on that assumed growth in energy prices in the SPP market at 4.6% per year over 20 years. I mean, that is a staggering growth rate. There is no historical basis for that number. It flies in the face of expectations about natural gas prices that are observable in the futures market. It flies in the face of the expectation about increased quantities of zero cost generation like wind and solar coming onto the system. It is, I'm not putting my money up on this, but it is implausible. It is, Mr. Mcmahon was talking a little bit about the calculation of the low LCOE number that was presented in Missouri testimony and in this proceeding as well, and describing that process a little bit. In the sheet he showed that it was, there was a discount rate of 2% applied there, and then described the LCOE number as a real LCOE price. And so that means that 2% is an assumed inflation number. So the company's analysis assumes 2% inflation, but it assumes energy prices grow at 4.6% per year. If instead energy prices grow at 2%, my analysis shows that instead of a $169 million benefit, you get a $94 million negative to customers. Frankly, I think that that's a far more likely outcome than the $169 million net benefit. But to distill it down to even further to what's at issue here is that all of that risk is on customers. None of that risk is on the company. Company recovers its costs. We've heard again and again, 3373 recovers all of their costs, and customers bear the risk of whether those revenues actually materialize.
Okay, very good. I'm going to turn to James Mcmahon's rebuttal testimony. It was just up on the screen on the planning reserve margin. And this is for calendar year 2021. And yeah, it shows there are a lot of folks who are above the capacity, but during Storm Uri, it apparently, I don't know, we were on the edge. I was without power for 4 hours because the signal had been sent to shed some load. So I don't know that, and again, it doesn't tell us what type of power is here of these companies or these entities. But I think this is just there's no granularity. I believe that's Chair Keene's favorite word. There's no real granularity here that explains this chart. And I think you really have to go in entity by entity. And maybe that was part of the evaluation of Storm Uri to say, who failed? Where did it fail? Was it wind? Was it gas? What was it? And I think we've gotten the answers, but does this chart really add value as to where Empire falls in the lower, 20% of a reserve? Is that important?
I frankly don't think it's terribly important. I do think, it's unquestionably the case that load serving entities like Empire have an obligation to have sufficient capacity, and there's no doubt about that. I don't think that there is a demonstrated urgent need. We demonstrate in our testimony that they're going to be long capacity for some time. We heard Mr. Wilson make some reference to being short this year, but that's because if it's true, and I haven't assessed that, but it's because of a capacity sale. Obviously, Empire isn't obligated to sell its capacity off to others. So I think, if there's a case and that a purchase of supply is necessary, the real question that we're all considering here is what is the reasonable cost to pay for that? Being a little long, I don't think, there's no problem with that. Making a utility decision to be a little long now with the anticipation of a need in the future, I think that's also legitimate. But the question is, what is the reasonable and efficient price to pay for that capacity in order to justify being a little long now and meeting needs in the future? And committing to ownership comes with some very substantial risks. And we heard just today, Mr. Mooney describe $24 million in COVID-related extra costs associated with this facility. Now, that's not a huge amount of the price differential that we're talking about here. $24 million on 600,000 kilowatts, that's about $40 a kilowatt. So, that doesn't make up much of the $500 per kilowatt difference in cost that we're talking about for these facilities. But it does highlight the fact that it's Empire's customers that are going to be asked to foot that bill. If they had entered into a PPA with that risk on the developer and the seller of the PPA, customers wouldn't bear that cost. And
well, you're right. And I think further, you point out, and if I could, on page 37, and I'm talking about your line 16, that foreclosing the option of acquiring cheaper and more reliable all new wind farm technology as it becomes available through a new PPA. So one of the risks, you'll have that asset, and with supposedly a 30-year life, whether it's a quality life.
Well, it will be if they add additional investments to bring it up to snuff, right? But otherwise,
exactly,
there will be other assets that will be more competitive and cheaper in the future.
Right. But bottom line is they've acquired an asset, right? And so you state they're foreclosing the option of acquiring cheaper, but potentially cheaper, I would add potentially cheaper and more reliable, because they now own three. I mean, their original plan was 800, they go to 600. I mean, even if they had just kind of dipped their toe in it, but it was really because they wanted to take advantage of the federal allowance. So can you comment there? Am I really exaggerating the issue here as it relates to this acquisition?
I don't think you are. I have to say, of everything that I've heard over the last day and a half has only increased my concern that the imperative for Empire was ownership of wind assets. And they ran a restrictive procurement that targeted only ownership and not PPAs. And that ultimately, it didn't really matter what the cost was. They just wanted the ownership. And I think that, all of that emphasis, the criteria that were applied in the evaluation all point in that direction, unfortunately. And the idea that there is a trend toward greater utility ownership of renewable resources, oh yeah, that's true. And Ms. Crane pointed out the reason why. Utilities want to grow their rate base. Utilities want to invest dollars. They want to earn their regulated rate of return. There's a clear incentive to do that. And if we had the comparative in this case from a comprehensive solicitation to show what the trade-off is of utility ownership versus a PPA, then, again, we wouldn't be here, or, we would have had, maybe we'd be talking about a PPA. But we don't have that. And that's the flaw in this case. And I think that you've pointed to some of the problems of ownership. There aren't only upsides. The control benefits that Empire's talked about, some of them, like repowering or adding batteries, involve additional cost. So that's sort of irrelevant here. We don't know that there's going to be a net benefit. And we have been focused here, and I think rightly, on the $33.73 fixed price PPA alternative. Under that scenario, and we hear again and again that covers all of their actual costs, the costs of the investment, their costs of the return, the O&M, everything over 20 years. But at the end of 20 years, that asset, those three assets, plus the interconnection facilities that we hear are so valuable, they are not owned by ratepayers. They are owned by the company and the company's shareholders. And so that aspect of ownership control, the implication is, oh, you're getting something extra valuable with your 3373. That's why it's so costly. But you don't get that. It's gone at the end of 22 years if you're paying 3373. It's just it's not clear that there is an ownership advantage at all. But certainly the ownership advantages that the company claims are overstated and in some cases non-existent here.
Thank you, Mr. Kane, and thank you, Mr. Puga, for your testimony today.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Keen.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy. Well, I join both of my colleagues in thanking both of you for your testimony here today. However, unlike Commissioner French, I'm not going to give you a pass on some questions. But I'm going to keep my questions, they're going to be pretty open-ended here. Specifically, what I would like to do is I'd like to have your take on several of the contentions that Empire has made as they appear within the opening statement, because they summarize their case in the opening statement. I'd like to get your take on some of their conclusions. The first, and I'm not going to go through the whole litany of all of them. I'm just going to highlight some of those I think that are most consequential and give you a chance to respond. On page 3, and I'll just read this to you. We don't need to screen share this necessarily. The contention here is that Empire uses its actual capital costs and its actual O&M costs related to the 3 wind farms to support this rate request. Whereas you use valuation numbers based upon unknown wind farms that could have been pulled off the internet without any evaluation as to whether those wind farms are comparable to Empire's wind farms. If you could respond to that, please.
I sort of dominated the response to previously. Nick, do you want to start? And
yeah, Chairman, we had no choice but to use benchmarks, but that is the purpose of benchmarks. But benchmarks, by their very nature, they're based on a sample of projects. And the benchmark producer, in this case, one of the national labs, I think we can be rest assured that they are diligent in making sure that the PPA prices that they represent have been thoroughly vetted by staff that has been working on compiling this database precisely for this type of use since 2008. And so we don't feel that the data is unreliable. We agree that there might be some difference and some justifications for prices being different than the benchmark, but not twice the prices of the benchmark. I find that to be quite excessive.
Okay. Another contention is that, and I'm going to use my own adjectives here, is that your approach is flawed. I think, as it goes on in here, I think they actually suggest fatally flawed by not taking into account the revenue side of their valuation. Your response, please. Do
you want to do it, Colin, or you want me to say?
Well, let let me start. We heard again and again that somehow we disregarded revenue, and it's simply not the case. The emphasis in our analysis is that the only way that the Empire's wind farms provide value to customers is if that power can be sold at a price higher than customers are paying. So higher than $33.73 a megawatt hour. That's the relevant revenue side of this equation. Nick, you said that the LBNL database represents a sample. It's not actually a sample. It's the universe of available information that on PPA pricing. So it includes low. It includes high. We see nothing that even comes within a stone's throw of the price that Empire is putting forward in this case. And that also, I think, contradicts the contention that PPA pricing would have been the same if they'd included it in their procurement process. It's merely an assertion. And, as I said in a response to Commissioner Duffy, there may be a very good reason why we don't see PPA prices at that level. It's because no one would sign them at that price. The 3373 here is being presented as a summation of costs of utility ownership. And we don't see the comparable. We're forced to deal with available data that gives us an indication of where the PPA market was at the time. And frankly, anybody that worked in this business would have been aware of those price levels. And the first question to ask would be, why are we so far from those prices? And we don't get a response from the commission, from the company on that.
I mean, I would like to add, and I have to say that not necessarily within our scope of work, but I don't particularly understand why the ratepayers in Kansas should be exposed to the level of merchant risk that it represents to have practically all of this wind generation to be sold into the market and rely on that price being higher than the $33 to actually provide benefits to the ratepayers.
Okay. To that point, let me ask you, perhaps somewhat rhetorically, doesn't Empire assume certain regulatory risk by operating in 4 different states simultaneously? After all, you have states that the composition of commissions vary widely from state to state. How the commissioners come to be on the commission vary widely. Their legacy regulatory approaches are vastly different. And it strikes me that the main responsibility the Kansas Corporation Commission has is to balance the interests of the utilities that appear before us with the interests of the consumers in Kansas.
In Kansas, right, Commissioner?
Yeah.
In Kansas, not in other states.
I interrupted you, Nick, please.
No, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. I was saying that your obligation is to look after the interests of the Kansas ratepayers, not the other states served by Empire.
Let me move on to a different line of questioning here. I want to kind of dovetail onto, I think, what was a very interesting line of questioning colloquy that you were having with, both of you were having with Commissioner Duffy. And that has to do with the downside risk of utility ownership of wind generation. I don't want to have you go through the process of repeating the litany of all those various downside risks that might be there, but I would like to have you address one potential one. If we're looking over the span of a 20-year, 30-year lifespan here, and I'm really leaning on your experience here. I don't have this experience. I think you do, and you have more of an inclination to know what the real risk and probability is going to be. But isn't there a technological leapfrogging risk that's inherent in this as well? This whole area, it seems to me, is subject to rapid technological change and advances, where if you have ownership and you have you bought on to the technology that was in existence at the time of that ownership, plus whatever changes or addenda that you might make to that physical plant as events or circumstances require. But isn't there a substantial risk that over the course of that long a period of time, that it's very possible that there could be greater wind generation, greater efficiencies in wind generation, greater opportunity cost options that I was trying to address yesterday.
Yeah, well, in our testimony, we actually mentioned the case that a very large group of the leading experts in this area that were interviewed and asked to guess whether the costs for wind would continue to drop and the cost of maintenance would continue to drop over time. There was a consensus that the prices are more likely to diminish than not. And they're talking about not minor variations in cost, but significant variations in cost. I mean, we're talking about 20%, 30%, well within the lifespan of this facility. So you're correct. There is a significant obsolescence risk and opportunity cost by having a obligation for, well, it's not even 20 years. That is just the beginning of it. It's 30 years for the life of the asset.
And we've seen that. I've just concluded some work on behalf of Ørsted, which is a major offshore wind developer, in fact, the global leader in offshore wind development, in a procurement in Maryland. And in the course of 3 years, I think it is, since the start of a procurement process there, the plan for an offshore wind facility, the turbine size went from 7 megawatts to 10 megawatts to 12 megawatts to 15 megawatts before the facility was even built. That's over the course of 3 years or so. And so the design change that the technological advance that you're talking about is happening very fast, and it's very evident. People are submitting offers on the basis of one technology and sometimes executing them with a superior technology over the course of 3 years. And the costs have dropped from $135 a megawatt hour to below $80 a megawatt hour. That's an offshore wind case, which tends to be much more costly, but it's dramatic. It's just sort of spins your head to see how these changes are happening over such a short period of time. And I'm sorry if I could just follow up.
Please do.
It also is an explanation for why PPA terms are shortening. There's less interest in locking in 20-year PPAs than there was in the recent past because of that very issue. I think that people don't want to be locked in to a price over 20 years. PPA terms are shortening because of that technological concern.
And because off-takers don't make money on having a long-lived asset in books. They're simply buying energy to supply their load.
Very interesting. Well, I appreciate your insights from both of you. 2 more questions and I'm done. Another contention that Empire is making is that in determining your 16.32 cent megawatt per hour value for their wind farms, that you relied heavily upon level 10 reported by PPA initial offers. You had no information on any specific wind projects reported by level 10 and relied upon a DOE report that provided a very broad statement that said, and I quote, in the central region of the country and in SPP that recent PPA pricing is around or below $20 per megawatt hour. And that you had no information on any specific wind projects reported by DOE. Your response, please.
Well, as I said in my response to Mr. Flaherty, in reality, having an access or comparison to one PPA doesn't provide much value. I think that having a benchmark that has been vetted by a group that has been doing this for a number of years and that understands those differences between the various PPAs and tries to homologize the data to be able to provide a point of reference, I think is much more valuable. And as I mentioned, the issue that the reason why we included the level 10 PPA prices, which we acknowledge are indicative prices, they're not projects that have been built, is that they were significantly higher than what has been built and is in operation in SPP. which tells you that this area is so competitive that by the time those indicative bids become reality, the prices go down because of the forces of competition.
And the advances in technology, as I described.
And the advances in technology, that's correct.
In Maryland, you get that. I think that, and you know, that the incorporation of the P25, the level 10 data is a conservative aspect of our analysis by virtue of the fact that all of those prices are higher than the prices in the LBNL database of actual BPAs. I think we're giving the benefit of the doubt. If the company wants us to strip out the level 10 data, we could certainly do that.
I thank you for that response. Here's my final question. Were you both dialed in when Andrea Crane testified on behalf of CURB?
Yes.
Yes.
I want to ask you this. I'm looking at her pre-filed testimony. I want to read two very, very brief, one sentence each paragraphs. And I want to have you respond to this, if you would. I'm on page 7 of her pre-filed direct testimony. I'm looking at lines 4 through 9. And here's what that says. If the KCC authorizes the company to recover the costs of the wind projects in Kansas jurisdictional rates, it should adopt an LOEC methodology which provides better protection to ratepayers than the traditional rate-making methodology. If the KCC authorizes the company to recover the costs of the wind projects from Kansas jurisdictional customers, then it should authorize an LOEC charge of $23.97 per megawatt hour, which is the cost on which the GFSA is based. Your response, please.
We've had a fair amount of discussion about the 2387 or 2397. I've heard a bunch of different numbers. We address, without reporting that number, we address in our testimony our observations on the difference in the methodology that produced them. I think my reaction would be a little bit like Commissioner French's, that number sounds much more reasonable regardless of the basis for it. The company's view is that it doesn't represent, it doesn't represent a nominal LCOE that recovers their costs. And I would say that, maybe they, in retrospect, would have decided not to place any emphasis on that number at all, because it's frankly misleading if it is not the price that customers pay. 3373 is what the company believes customers should pay in order to for the company to recoup its costs. I can only say that the Empire should not be rewarded for running a faulty procurement and excluding important information from consideration by the commission. In other words, PPAs that they believe would have been comparable to the projects that they're putting in and owning. And so I think that there's been some discussion of alternative methods, risk sharing, of different pricing mechanisms. I think that there's potential there. I can't explicitly endorse the 2387 because I think that there are problems with that, but it doesn't mean that it should be grossed up to a value because CURB endorsed that particular number.
Thank you. Nick, anything further you want to add to that?
No, I agree with his analysis.
Okay. That concludes all of my questions. In closing here with both of you, for me, I thank you very much. I appreciate having the benefit of the candor and the insights that you've both offered to us. I will come back again, ask if either of my fellow commissioners have any further questions of these witnesses. Seeing none, Mr. Flaherty, I will provide you with the opportunity for one final redirect if you wish.
No, thank you.
Okay. I didn't hear somebody say something right then. Who was that?
You said redirect, Cherokee. This is KCC staff. I wanted to make sure we got
You
that.
want- you wish
for a
redirect?
redirect.
Okay, it's yours. You're on.
Thanks, Mr. Kane and Mr. Puga, for all your time today and testimony. One point I want to go back to from Mr. Flaherty's questioning. He was doing a lot of comparing of wind farm prices in one area to wind farm prices in another area. Do you have any reason to believe Empire would not have been able to sign up for a PPA price in its service territory for around $20 per megawatt hour during this time frame?
What we see is contemporary PPA pricing that is substantially below the cost that it's advancing. In the absence of data from a properly run procurement that would have provided that, apples to apples comparison, we're left filling in the gaps with observing available PPAs that were contemporaneous offers, as well as executed PPAs that are substantially below. So I don't have the ability to say definitively that they should have been able to reproduce that price, but it's the best information that we have. And we have not seen a full cost analysis that justifies a higher price based on their location. Largely what we've heard is an implication that the higher cost is justified by the higher revenue. And as we've discussed earlier today, higher revenue doesn't determine that there should be higher cost.
And it's not guaranteed either.
One final question. Is there any indications in the record as to what Empire should have been able to get for a PPA in its service territory? For instance, what PPAs were being signed up for in MISO at the time?
Well, the database contains data for all of the various regions in the country. We didn't submit it in evidence in our testimony because we were focusing on SPP prices. But there is, in the same period between 2018 and 2019, there are five PPAs or 5 PPA prices for the MISO region. But it is the same situation that we had with the SPP data. We're not sure where those PPAs, where those wind farms are situated within the MISO service territory. But it would add, we would go from having 10 points in that period to having 15 points if we included MISO and SPP data for comparisons purposes.
But the MISO data, to be clear, produce an average price of about $18 a megawatt hour, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Kane and Mr. Puga. I have no further redirect for you. Chair, I pass it back to you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jevons. I believe we have reached the end of your testimony, gentlemen. We will conclude by excusing you, allowing you to virtually step down. And thank you very much for your testimony this afternoon.
Thank you.
Appreciate the time. Bye.
We're coming up on about 4:30. My inclination is for us to take a brief break before we have the examination of our final witness for the staff. So why don't we do just that? Let's try to resume here at about, let's say 20 till 5, 10 minutes. All right, very good. We'll go off the record. All right, Michelle, are you still there?
Yes.
Thanks for hanging in. Okay, very good. Commissioner Duffy, are you there? Okay, very good. All right, we're back on the record. It is 4:40 p.m. on March 9th, 2022. I'll turn to you, Mr. Jevons, and ask that you call your next witness.
Chair Keen, it will actually be me calling Justin to the
Very
stand.
well, Carla.
Yes, thank you. So at this time, I would like to call staff's witness, Justin T. Grady.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good morning, Mr. Grady. Or excuse me, I should say good afternoon. It's been such a long day.
Well, it's almost morning again, so no, good afternoon.
Would you please state your full name and business address for the record?
My name is Justin T. Grady, and my business address is 1500 Southwest Arrowhead Road, Topeka, Kansas, 66604.
Thank you. And please state your title and position at the commission.
I am the Chief of Revenue Requirements, Cost of Service, and Finance at the Commission. I work in the Utilities Division.
Did you cause to be filed or supervise the filing of Andrea Jackson's direct testimony and staff's revenue requirement schedules on January 14th, 2022?
I did. I supervised Ms. Jackson's testimony filing and reviewed that closely, and I'm very familiar with the contents of those documents.
And is it correct that you are adopting that testimony as your own today?
It is.
Did you cause to be filed in this docket staff's testimony in support of the partial settlement agreement on March 7th, 2022?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to make to that testimony at this time?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
And if I asked you the same questions today that were contained in that testimony under oath, would your answers be the same?
It would.
Thank you. Commissioners, staff moves that the direct testimony of Justin Grady, staff's revised revenue requirement schedules, and Justin Grady's testimony in support, not the direct testimony of Justin Grady, just staff's revised revenue requirement schedules and Justin Grady's testimony in support of the partial settlement agreement. We would request that both the evidentiary.
Carly, you were cutting out. You got up to the point that you would request, and you're cutting out on your mic pretty badly. Can you repeat that again?
I apologize, Chair Keen. Can you hear me okay now?
I can now.
Okay, I will just start that over again since I did make a mistake while speaking. Staff would move that staff's revised revenue requirement schedules and Justin Grady's testimony in support of the partial settlement agreement, which was filed March 7th, 2022, be incorporated into the evidentiary record.
Is there any objection? Without objection, all of the aforementioned is admitted.
Thank you. I will now tender the witness for cross-examination.
Very well. Good afternoon, Justin.
Good afternoon, Chair King.
I'm going to give the commissioners the opportunity to ask questions of you first, if they wish to do so. And I'll begin with Commissioner French.
I will have questions for Mr. Grady, but I think I will go ahead and get the benefit of cross first. Thank you.
Fair enough. Commissioner Duffy.
Ditto. I subscribe to Commissioner French's comments.
All right, very good. Thank you. Not so easy with me, Justin. I'm going to have, I have 3 questions I want to ask of you at the outset. Have you been able to keep tuned in for the hearing since the outset?
Yes, sir. I've been dutifully listening in the whole time.
Okay. Questions for you. And I'm going to, they're fairly broad ones, so I'm going to give all latitude you wish to respond. My first question is, in your opinion, what are the strengths and weaknesses, or if you prefer, the pros and cons, of analogizing the Western Plains wind farm docket cost recovery methodology to Empire's proposed methodology in the docket that's before us?
Well, it's good that we started off with an easy question. Western Plains is, it's an example certainly of when the commission has approved the ownership of a wind farm. Admittedly, in a situation where Westar at the time was not deficient on their capacity or their energy resources, right? It was similar in that regard. We had significant concerns with Westar's ownership of that facility. And so, we began meeting with Westar months, if not years, before they made the decision to build that wind farm and to own it. And our position to them was, you guys should consider a PPA. There's a lot of ownership risks. There's a lot of risks associated with ownership. The performance could degrade below what you expect it to be. The O&M costs could be higher. There was a lot of factors, and we actually formalized those concerns via a letter from Jeff McClanahan to, I believe, Jeff Martin at the time. And that letter ended up being part of the evidence in that 18-328 docket. But in any case, what ultimately ended up resulting from the Western Plains case was this levelized fixed price, virtual PPA type approach. And I think it's a rather elegant solution to the situation where you have these concerns about O&M price changes, you have these concerns about potential performance degradation, and it allows ratepayers to sort of get the benefit of a PPA and some of the benefits of ownership, right? In that case, of course, as you've heard, there's evidence that, the PPA price in that case was a couple dollars cheaper than the ownership price. And that's in my testimony in the 18-328 docket. I think Mr. McMahon suggested that it was more expensive for a PPA. That's not my recollection of the record and the docket in that case. We can take a look. Maybe Westar had a calculation based on the way it was doing it, a few calculations that were higher. In any case, it was marginal, right? It was within a couple dollars. And so there are some pros to comparing Empire's approach and its costs and its programs to the Westar Western Plains wind farm. There are similarities for sure. There's a lot of differences. The revenue situation that has been brought up is a valid point. It's appropriate to consider, to think about what is the likely revenue that these wind farms are going to produce over the life of the asset. In the Western Plains case, it was a little, they set their case up entirely differently than Empire has, right? We should talk about that right at the offset, that Evergy's, they did a production cost modeling system. Mr. Flaherty mentioned that it was just the ECA, that I calculated the ECA or said they won't have to pay the ECA, but that's not accurate. You look at the exhibits that they put in, the testimony they put in as exhibits, they did a production cost modeling analysis to say that if we run Western Plains, this is how much our production costs would decline. And so you can see in that docket, revenue was kind of like an afterthought. Revenue was not the driving force behind the rationale that was presented and that ultimately ended up in a settlement, a unanimous settlement with like 20 parties, right? So with whatever strengths or weaknesses Western Plains had, everybody ultimately got comfortable with the idea of signing up to buy energy for $20.71 for 20 years, right? And ultimately that's what happened. Let's see, in terms of, I think I've talked about a lot of the similarities. the only downside to comparing Western Plains again to Empire's wind farm is it's accurate that there's different locational marginal prices. And at least depending on what snapshot in time you look at, the Empire projects, it looks likely they're going to produce more revenue than the Western Plains projects. But it's also accurate that what you've heard through the course of this proceeding is there's no guarantees in life, right? Who knows what the wind farm, the integrated marketplace revenue for those wind farms is going to be 5 years from now, or 8 or 10 or 12 or 15 years from now. I don't know what the revenue is going to be next year, right? We know that Empire projected it to be about $22 a megawatt hour. We know that apparently we found out during this hearing, Mr. Dole said that over the last 12 months, it's been like $26 a megawatt hour. But we're getting close to where the rubber meets the road and where the math and the sort of the truth lies here in the last few hours of this hearing, which is that until the price of power in the integrated marketplace exceeds $33.73 a megawatt hour, Empire's customers will not benefit from buying this wind, right? This wind farm will not produce benefits to Empire's customers until they can count on selling the output of that wind into the integrated marketplace for more than $33.73. That's the way the math works. So, what this entire case boils down to if you want to evaluate it on this, from this perspective, what does the commission think the likelihood is over the long term of the cost of serving load in the integrated marketplace being larger than $33.73? If you think that it's going to happen, then this is a great hedge for Empire's customers at $33.73. We had a hard time, signing up for that. We had a major hard time signing on the dotted line to basically sign up Empire's customers at what we view at about a 50% premium to what the market could have been in terms of PPAs or the current going cost of energy. They have modeling that says eventually this is going to benefit our customers, and it's hard for us to sign up for that today, given the going market for PPAs and the going energy price market. So that was a way more expansive of an answer than I planned to give you to your question, but hopefully that ties it all up in terms of the comparison between Western Plains and these wind farms. Oh, you're muted, Chair. Oh, Chair, you're still muted. Sorry.
You missed the benefit of such an erudite thing I was saying right there, which I probably can't even recall in all seriousness. Well, I appreciate your detail. That's really significant. I think you'll be able to see as I go through the other two questions I have here. I'm really looking to lean on you to have the benefit of your opinion about in the overview of where we are here. Let me cut to the chase here by asking you the second question. Then I've read your pre-filed testimony. I've read Andrea Jackson's pre-filed testimony as well. You can take that as a given, but I think for purposes of the record here, here's the question I want to ask you. And again, exercise whatever latitude in responding that you wish. I want your opinion or your take on the merits of the staff's methodology in arriving at what the staff contends is a market competitive PPA price of $16.32 per megawatt hour.
Sure. So the methodology is certainly not perfect. All right. I will admit that Mr. Kane and Mr. Puga will admit that. You know, I did supervise their work and their analysis and reviewed their testimony, and I was comfortable with the recommendation where we were. And that's just because, you know, as unbelievably low as those numbers are, that is the state of reality of, I mean, there are a lot of projects that went into those numbers, right? That's how low PPAs were and how low you could have gotten a PPA during this time frame. And so they, you know, we, in complete candor, we discussed the possibility of averaging in some MISO PPA numbers. We talked about, I had a number at one point that we talked about that was a nationwide PPA average at the time. But the great thing about how much data has been presented in this proceeding is all of that is at the commission's disposal now, right? All of that is in that Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory report. You know, I did an average last night sitting here watching the hearing, and there's a MISO PPA average in there that's $20.38. So anybody can go check my math, but if you look at, you know, 18 and 19, and maybe there's a couple higher price projects in late 2017, and you add those in, you can see that this, one thing that I think is unfortunate is that there's this narrative that has been allowed to sort of persist up until this point, that those PPA, staff's PPA numbers are so low, they can't possibly be comparable. You know, they got to be some far-flung region out in Western Kansas or whatever, but the SPP is a 14-state region. These are average SPP weighted average numbers that are that low, quarter in, quarter out for 2 years, 3 years. And you can look at the MISO numbers as well, which is what I'm suggesting. And it's now Empire's exhibit, right? Empire's exhibit number 7. Just go look at the average cost of constructing a wind farm in MISO service territory in 2020. And you can see it's like $1,600 or $1,638 per kilowatt. It's not close to 2,000. You know, you can look at the average PPAs that have been signed up in MISO. Empire exists on the seam between SPP and MISO, right? So if you did an average between the MISO PPAs at that time and the SPP PPAs at that time, trust me, you're not going to get anywhere close to $33.73, right? So, you know, I think I've heard people describe that, you know, that they were shocked by the price at $33.73, and I was too. You know, for weeks, when Miss Jackson was doing the primary work on this docket, because I was tied up in Winter Storm Uri stuff, you know, I was suggesting to her, there's got to be something wrong with the modeling. You know, that wind cost model can't possibly be right, because how could the cost possibly be $33.73? And at the end of the day, and the reason we put the model in the record is because the math is correct. There's nothing wrong with the math. That is the costs, and that is the construction costs and the O&M costs. Problem is the construction costs are really high, like the highest number we can find in SPP during that period of time. And the O&M costs are really high, way higher than the average wind farm in SPP. And so I don't know, you know, the company's position is, yeah, but don't worry, we're going to get revenue and it's going to offset it and it'll all be great. And I hope they're right, either for their shareholders' sake or for ratepayers' sake if this ends up being in rates. But, you know, the problem is just there's no guarantee on the revenue side. So, yeah, you know, our just quickly, sorry, a couple more sentences. Our PPA approach is not perfect. And, you know, and it's true. It's true that Western Plains is not a perfect comparison to Empire's wind farms. But this hearing and their application over the last couple of days has sort of shifted to not that we have done a really good job and have a good project that's just and reasonable in the public interest. It's kind of turned into, well, look, we're better than those guys. you know, you approved their application. Why won't you approve ours? And I don't think that's fair either. So.
All right, thank you, Justin. My final question is the same question I asked of Messrs. Kane and Puga. I want to ask it of you because I want your take on it. To me, these three questions give, at least for my benefit, it gives me a pretty holistic view of what's at stake and what we're about here in this rate case. I mean, in this particular docket, pardon me. What I'm turning to here is Andrea Crane's testimony. I'm on page 7 of her testimony. You need not look it up. I'm going to read this into the record again. It's only 2 sentences. They're fairly short. But I want your take on this as an alternative. Again, all the pros and cons that you see and advantages or disadvantages. I'm looking on page 7 of the Andrea Crane pre-filed direct testimony dated January 13, 2022. I'm looking on lines 4 through 9, and it says, and I quote, if the KCC authorizes the company to recover the cost of the wind projects in Kansas jurisdictional rates, it should adopt a LCOE methodology which provides better protection to ratepayers than the traditional rate-making methodology. If the KCC authorizes the company to recover the costs of the wind projects from Kansas jurisdictional customers, then it should authorize an LCOE charge of $23.97 per megawatt hour, which is the cost on which the GFSA is based. Your view, your response.
Okay, so as much as I want to avoid saying what I'm going to say, I literally cannot, because the inner financial nerd in me can't not say this, right? So I agree with what everybody said, and you know, Mcmahon and Puga and Kane all went over the math of the math of the 2397 is not equivalent to the 33, right? We know that. You know, I too question why it ever was used in the first place. If it's not really what customers are going to pay, that's kind of weird. All you had to do was just change the discount rate, and now we're actually talking about a number that customers are going to pay, and why wouldn't we just use that to justify the project? And I don't know. But you know, that being said, if this project had come in, I didn't think this case was going to be all that contentious originally. And if this project had come in at an actual levelized cost of energy at $23.97, I can assure you we wouldn't be having this hearing today, right? I mean, because we would have found a way to bridge our differences. You know, $23.97 is not horrible. You know, it is certainly higher than what they could have signed up for a PPA. On the other hand, there are some advantages and some benefits to ownership. Probably, you know, how much is that worth? I'm not sure. Ultimately, you know, unfortunately, I think it would potentially come down to whether or not the company could live with that from a financial perspective. And I don't know. You know, I don't know whether they would say, okay, we're going to withdraw that. Then we're going to withdraw our rate case completely. We'll keep our settlement that we have before the commission, but we're withdrawing that. We'll see in 3 or 4 years, you know, when we have some more integrated marketplace revenue behind us to bolster our case. But you know, $24 is not terrible. I think I'm quickly going to take an opportunity to run you through the math as to what that will actually mean for customers. So let's just say that that's the number, right? $24 is what the commission authorizes, and that will work for the company. Maybe the company says, we'll agree to that for 5 years, but then we want another bite at the apple. Okay, then customers are going to pay $24 through their ECA for the wind. And then let's just even say that the market revenues are going to be 26 instead of 22. The market revenues are going to be 26. According to the last 12 months of what Mr. Dole said, that they've been able to sell this stuff for 26. Customers are going to pay $24. They're going to sell it for 26. They're going to get a $2 credit on their ECA. And then they're going to serve their load from the integrated marketplace for 26. And so the net result the customers pay is going to be 24. Right. And that's the math. That's what Mr. Dole was very close to getting to, but that is the math. That's the way it works. You can't avoid serving your load from the integrated marketplace. It's like death and taxes, right? You will have to serve your load from the integrated marketplace. But if you can produce power and sell it into the integrated marketplace to produce revenue, and that revenue is more than your costs, then you can back off or hedge against your cost of load in the integrated marketplace. And so you can do that same math if the price of power was $40, or you could do that same math if you're paying 33. If you're paying 33 and you're selling it for 26, then you're losing $7 a megawatt hour. And then you're buying your load from the integrated marketplace at 26 plus 7 equals 33. You're back to 33. So that's the hedge, right? That's customers benefit if the price of power grows above whatever it is that they're paying for this wind. So maybe that's a way for you to think about it. It's $24 also happens to be the average between 22 and 26. I guarantee you there's enough PPA market competitive data in the record now with that Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory data. If the commission wants to, justify a market competitive, just and reasonable rate at $23.97, there's a way to do it for sure.
Thank you, Justin, very much for the thoroughness and candor of your responses, all of them. All right, we will move on with cross-examination with Empire. Mr. Flaherty, please.
Empire has no questions, thanks.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination, Curb.
Nothing from Curb.
All right. Commissioners, do you have any questions to ask before I turn it back to staff for redirect? Yes, Commissioner French, please.
I'll be brief. Mr. Grady, as he does, covered pretty much everything I wanted to ask preemptively, but I did want to ask, Mr. Grady, I think you mentioned, what you viewed this case came down to, and maybe it was a little different than what I was viewing it as. I was trying to put this in perspective as, do we believe that the market price of energy is going to end up being, do we believe the model that Empire has submitted, that the market price of energy will end up being above 33.73, if that's the right number? And I think we've talked about the fact that that would be heavily reliant on natural gas prices. One thing I think Mr. Kane and Mr. Puga mentioned, but I don't think you mentioned, was the fact that SPP does actively try to reduce congestion through its planning processes. And to me, that's, just because I know what those planning processes are, to me, that's a real question of whether your $4 energy price in Western Kansas, if that creeps over toward the Empire area where they're currently getting 22, to me, that really changes the economics of this project. When you reviewed the model and when there was discovery going back and forth, was there any consideration, had you seen any consideration by Empire of whether congestion will be relieved in the next 5, 10, 15 years before the time energy is claimed to get above that $33 number? Have they made a claim to you that congestion will not be relieved? Was that just not considered in the model? I know there's an escalatory rate of 4 point, I think you said 6. Was congestion relief, future congestion relief considered, or do you know?
I do not think it was. That's the sort of thing that James Mcmahon should be able to follow up with, maybe in the brief or otherwise. That generator fleet savings analysis, the original analysis that supports the $169 million of savings. That is, I know that, Mr. McMahon mentioned it earlier, that's an ABB, which used to be Bentix, I believe, ABB modeled forecast that, Empire paid to have done. And this is an area that's sort of outside of my direct personal experience, but I know they're widely regarded experts, national experts, and they gave a forecast of what they expect revenues to be over time, and I believe that this $22-ish range of Empire's projected revenue that's going to come from the integrated marketplace, I believe that was just year one or the first year or year 2022 of their forecast. And there is a chart in Mr. Kane and Mr. Puga's testimony that shows that revenue forecast creeping up and what it is over time, right? So, I think it's that. I think it's a sort of, I don't know, it's pretty sophisticated. I think that modeling is like an economic dispatch model of the entire Eastern interconnection. So I doubt that it's that precise with regard to,
it wouldn't have the granularity to pick up equalizing LMPs across the SPP footprint over the next 10 or 15 years.
Yeah, I think that's accurate. Yeah.
Okay. I guess the only other thing I'll ask your opinion on, and you got really close to this before, but it's kind of where the discussion is converging is, I asked, I think I might have made a settlement offer to Empire. I asked a pretty direct question of Mr. Tillman of, that $24 number that's in Ms. Crane's testimony, and it's part of the GFSA. I think we all agree that's not a cost-based number. But, it's a number that is close to what they say the market price of energy is right now. If you believe the $22 number, it's a little above the market price of energy. But perhaps that could be an indication of the benefits of ownership, or the benefits of locating your resource close to load and not having to deal with delivery and congestion. I want to ask you this, just in fairness. Does staff believe if Empire was willing to voluntarily accept that as the levelized cost of energy, as opposed to having this investment completely excluded from rates, does staff think that's a reasonable outcome for customers?
So this has been a pretty open and forthright hearing, right? So I'm going to be as open and forthright as I can be. If Empire would have made an offer like that at some point in this proceeding, or if that came in tomorrow, I think I could get my boss to agree that would be, I think I could get my boss to agree to that offer. I mean, you know, it's a little bit higher than we were comfortable with, you know, going into this proceeding. Like I said, if they had filed that, if that was the actual cost of the wind farm, I'm not suggesting that we wouldn't have filed testimony that said, you know, that's quite a bit higher than you could have signed a PPA for. Maybe we would have negotiated down to something, say, between that and where the Western Plains wind farm was, or we would try to. But, you know, $24 is certainly within the realm of reasonableness. And you can start at that level, you can start to see the value to customers of a long-term hedge at that value, right? You can start to see, you know, it doesn't take, actually, I mean, just in today's world with gas costs, what they were over the last year, you can look at it and say, well, you know, Empire was able to sell those wind farms at $26 a megawatt hour. So at that level, there's evidence that customers will benefit today, right? But there's no other evidence in the record that customers will benefit today or tomorrow from $33.75. In fact, we kind of almost got there. I think we did with Mr. Mcmahon, but the company's I think they're supposed to follow up and tell us when the company's revenue forecast is that it will get above $33.75. That'll be very telling when they do that, right? Because before that day, barring some other thing, if we're going to sell RECs into the market or something, well then, but I'm talking about all in revenue per megawatt hour. Until the company's able to sell the output of these wind farms for more than customers are paying for them, then they are not going to benefit customers until that day. So, you know, at $24, it'd be a lot easier to see a situation where customers benefit from the wind farms. Right?
That's helpful. Maybe one more question, because the concept of a sharing mechanism has been raised, and I think Empire's witnesses have raised it. And frankly, a sharing mechanism makes a lot of sense in some contexts. But if your starting point is something like $33.73, that type of price, is there any kind of sharing mechanism that can compensate enough for that high of a starting point, or from staff's perspective, does a sharing mechanism only work when you're getting closer to a market price?
Yeah, that's a good question as well. And, you know, the sharing mechanism is something that I've spent some time thinking about, especially since that line of questioning. But it does get really, really difficult if you're paying $33.73 for the energy, right? Because you can envision what would that look like. So let's just say customers get all of the SPP integrated marketplace revenue up until you get to $33.73. Or would there be some sort of a guarantee by the company that they would make up the difference up until that point, and then keep something over that? This stuff gets kind of complicated. You'd have to think about it, but you have to look at a real world scenario and try to decide whether or not it makes sense. But if it was that the company could keep, customers got anything to 33.73, and then the company would be able to keep, say, the next $8 in order to, make itself whole. Well, the problem with that is then you start to run scenarios, market price scenarios. Then the situation there is customers are locked into paying 33.73 unless market prices go above 41 or 42. But, because the company is keeping the revenue for the next $8 per megawatt hour, then customers are locked in to pay 33, and they don't get any benefit unless energy prices go above 42. And so it's tough, there's just such a wide, chasm of value and cost between where market prices are today and what they're paying for those wind farms. That's what makes it really, really tough, I think, with regard to revenue sharing. As you know, we listen. We always listen. We always will meet and talk and listen, and we're open to an offer or to a solution, a creative solution that works for everybody. Once we get all the way through a hearing like this, I'm not sure it makes a lot of sense for us to actually try to craft a solution for the commission unless you tell us to,
That might happen.
You could. Commission could issue an order, right, and say, hey, we really would like the parties to reconsider and reevaluate whether a potential settlement would work in this case. The thing to remember about settlements is they're just an option, right? They're just an option for the commission. They're a piece of evidence. They're one possibility. Commission doesn't have to take them necessarily. So
that's good legal advice. I think that's all I've got as far as questions for Mr. Grady. Thank you, Mr. Grady.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner French. Commissioner Duffy.
Thank you. Your comments, Commissioner French, kind of remind me of when we play hand and foot and folks are talking across the table and somebody has to say stop. But here, I think this has been helpful, this very open conversation. I did want to ask you, Justin, good afternoon. A lot has been made that we're the tail wagging the dog. So I appreciate your comments that it's your responsibility as staff to, even though this is a small part or a small part of the equation, that it is fundamental that we review this as much as if it affected 100,000 people. So let me get to my question. So much has been made about the interconnection agreement and how it's got a star over it because of its location and da-da-da. How does that really affect our customers in our state? Does it that much?
I don't know. To be honest, my recollection is that there's not much about that in the written testimony. I feel like that's sort of just crept up as a theme or discussion in this evidentiary hearing. It's true that those interconnection agreements don't, depending on where they're at, they don't come easily. They don't come free. Sometimes they take a long time. But the other thing that I was struck by hearing is I thought I heard, maybe it was Mr. Landau, but I thought I heard him say that one of the interconnection agreements is actually at the Asbury facility. And so the question I found myself asking is, well, Empire has a bunch of interconnection agreements, right? I mean, they have a bunch of thermal generating assets why isn't there a bunch of value associated with those interconnection agreements? So, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to totally dismiss it because it's accurate that assuming it is they're scarce right now. They're scarce right now because we have like 40,000 megawatts of additional wind in the generation interconnection queue at SPP, and I think another 40,000 megawatts of solar. Now, I'd be glad to stand corrected if my numbers are wrong, but it's a lot. It's a lot, right? And our peak load in SPP is like 51,000 megawatts total. So there's a whole bunch of additional capacity that needs to come online. And that's why those interconnection agreements are so, sought after and maybe scarce. But the problem is it's so fluid. When a new transmission line gets built, then suddenly that interconnection, maybe there's more interconnections available. Maybe the congestion gets relieved in an area and maybe it's not as big of a deal as we thought anymore. So there's value to optionality. Staff hasn't ever said that there wasn't any value to ownership. The problem is there's also risks associated with ownership, right? We heard a lot of those during this proceeding, in that we firmly believe if this company had signed up for a PPA instead of deciding to build these projects, you heard that, well, that developer might have been able to use a force majeure clause to get some of its increased costs passed on to customers, but they might have not been able to do that. They might have just signed a deal in the $20 range, like a whole bunch of other people in that area, and between MISO and SPP, and then ratepayers wouldn't have had to face these cost overruns and these cost increases. I don't, there's some value to ownership. There are risks associated with ownership. The levelized cost approach does pretty significantly diminish performance degradation risk and O&M cost overrun risk, which is actually, you go back over the years, this is a conversation that's been going on in this state since at least 2008, right? Go back and look at the testimony over the years, and Dr. Glass's testimony frequently points those two things out. These things end up not performing as well as people think, and they end up costing more than you tell us that they're going to cost. And all of that risk goes away with a levelized PPA type approach, or most of it. I don't know. It's some value, but quantifying that has been difficult. And like we've said, if it was a couple dollars a megawatt, we probably would have found a way to bridge that gap.
Okay. Yesterday, I believe it was shared that the IRP is due in April in Missouri, and we'll get an executive summary of that. And that looks like there's going to be a kind of a surprise inside. I was talking, I believe, when this was brought up, about storage. So this company is set to retire some other assets. So in the future, so is storage going to be important here for them?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't had any conversations directly with them about storage. even as it pertains to these wind farms. I know that everyone, utilities in this area are starting to dabble a little, dip their toes in with regard to storage, right? You haven't seen more of it to date because it hasn't been cost effective. And, there still are some technology concerns, some technology maturation type issues of sometimes these things still catch fire and nobody understands why. But we're making, I think the industry is making some pretty significant advancements in that area. There are some really, really big battery storage facilities that are going online in this country. And once you get some operating exposure and experience with that, people can start to put their hands around what operating these looks like, what the risk profile of them is, and whether they can make money or not. But you highlight something that is a really interesting concept or thought that maybe in the next 2, 3, 4 years, these wind farms will look a lot better. We're going to have a lot more information at some point. Maybe that's the keys. We just need a battery storage battery or development there at these wind farms, and they can charge them overnight or off peak hours and sell the energy into the peak market, and that increases the average sales per megawatt hour for these facilities. But then, of course, there's going to be a cost to that too. So,
are you at all familiar what again, like you said, there are some that are going in place, but they're more experimental or they're part of a research project, but any type of cost associated per megawatt that you're familiar with?
No, I'm not.
Okay. All right.
It exists. We can find it, right? It may even be in that Lawrence Berkeley National Lab report. There's a lot of information in there that those people, accumulate and report.
Okay. Have these wind farms been approved in Missouri by the PUC?
I think they have. I think they had a rate proceeding that was just slightly preceding ours, but their rate proceedings take longer than ours do. I think their rate proceedings are 11 months and ours are 8. I could be wrong about that, but they do take longer. But what I'm also aware of is that in Missouri, there is a regulatory mechanism. I'm really surprised it didn't come up at all during this hearing, but there's a revenue sharing, revenue guarantee type mechanism in Missouri on these wind farms. So it's not really similar to what we were talking about. Commissioner French and I were talking about. I looked at it. I have a copy of it, but it looks extremely complicated. I'm sure we can figure it out, but I think it's basically like a guarantee or comparison between what Empire expects to be able to sell these wind farms into the market for and what it actually does sell them into the market for. But it doesn't pay out until after 10 years. It gives like some time for ebbs and flows. And I think the company probably agreed to it because their market forecast is that over the long term, this is going to benefit our customers. So, but anyway, I think the only problem I had with it, we didn't really explore it a lot or suggest it in this docket. One of the problems I would have with it probably is that the total company size of it is capped at like $52 million. So Kansas's allocation of that, if we were to get a similar consumer protection mechanism here, then that would be, around $2.5 million. $2.5 million total over 10 years. And the way I look at it right now, the cost of Empire's wind farms is about $4 million, right? If we were to put it into base rates, and just say, you guys have met your burden, this is just and reasonable and in the public interest, and it's prudent, it's like $4 million increase in base rates. That's undisputed. And then it's actually 3,998,000 something. And then the projections are that they'll be able to sell it into the marketplace for, $2.6 to $2.8 million ish. Let's just say they'll sell it into the marketplace at $3 million. Then there's $1 million discrepancy or difference that is going to increase Kansas customers' rates every year for a while. And so if I think about that revenue capping guarantee mechanism, and the maximum protection Empire customers are going to get is $2.5 million over the next 20 years. And we're going to sign up these customers to start to lose money by $1 million a year on day one. See, that's just not enough sort of protection in my mind. So that's why we didn't really explore it or go into significant detail about it in testimony and otherwise, but it exists. I'm sure somebody could put it in the record in a brief or late filed exhibit or something. But in all honesty, I haven't followed the Missouri proceedings as closely as I wish I could. There's been a few things going on since February of 2021. So,
Okay.
As you know,
Just a few things. I think as you've shared with the other two commissioners, you've answered a lot of my questions as well. So with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And thank you, Justin, for your answers.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Duffy. Redirect, Ms. Massington.
I have none.
All right. Recross, Mr. Flaherty, last chance.
No, thank you.
All right. Justin, I think we've reached the end of your testimony. You may virtually stand down, and we thank you for that testimony, and have a great evening. All right. This concludes our hearing in docket number 21-EPDE-444-RTS. As a reminder, the briefing schedule is as follows. Empire's initial post-hearing briefs are due by April 4th. All of this is 2022, of course. Staff and CURB briefs are due by April 18th. Empire reply brief is due by April 26th. And a commission order in this docket is due by May 27th. If there are no further matters to come before this hearing, we will close the record and adjourn. I thank all of you who have participated and listened in. To all, a good evening.
Thank you.